Hello everyone, we're back for more Thunderpick. It's another series in South America to find, of course, who's going through to that closed qualifier. And of course, honestly, we've got quite a lot of good teams still involved in this region as we've got such few spots available, of course, for these important closed qualifiers for Thunderpick. My name is Travis, of course, alongside me is Atro for this first game of the day. And we've got SELVA versus Red Canids coming in. Two teams who've got some very well-known names on them.
Indeed we do. We're going to jump in straight through the rosters to actually get a quick little rundown of them before we swap on over to the map picks, because today should be quite the fast day. Of course, Red Canids to be starting the lineup out here for this best of three. It's going to be the usual boys that you expect out here. Cold Zera, Venom Zera, Drop, Ponter, and Canids. There's a lot to talk about for these guys, but as of lately, they have been a bit of a hit and run team, right? They've had their moments where they were shining. They managed to go 2-1s to beat a couple of good teams, but they have just fallen against ODDIK last week as well. So still ups and downs, but it's still the Red Canids that we know, and the Red Canids that perhaps a lot of people again were expecting to perform a bit better, but didn't. On the other side of the spectrum, though, we do have SELVA coming into this one. The Lost Masters, sadly for them, ever since they swapped names from the ex-Solid roster out here, these five lads have not been having the greatest of runs under their new name, and maybe they're gonna have a better run under a new name. But right now we do have GBB, Nathan, Destiny, Tomate, and Slash apparently out here trying to join up into the roster. I don't know how to feel about these guys, because genuinely a couple of months ago I was looking at Team Solid and I was thinking that they were pretty decent. Now they're swapping things around, so I don't know.
It's a weird one, isn't it? I mean, SELVA's roster, I'll get into more about Red Canids when we get into the game, because of course they're kind of the more known team. But, you know, SELVA have got some very well-known players. I mean, you know, Nithon, GBB, and Destiny, I think that core of three have been, like, really plying their trade pretty well over the course of, in sort of Tier 2 South America. But they've kind of reached the point where they're not really getting any results anymore. And you have to go back to earlier on in the year, a few months ago, before they actually had like a respectable win streak in ESL Challenge League in South America, where they're beating the likes of Fluxo and Red Canids with their old roster. So yeah, I think it's a weird place for them right now, and hopefully we'll see an improvement for them today. And Red Canids, as we get into the veto to see where we are going to play, are certainly very beatable. That's without a shadow of a doubt. So yeah, we'll see how that goes for them. We've got an Ancient pick coming in from SELVA. We've got Nuke for Red Canids. We've got a Decider of Mirage if we need it. This is a map pool that is kind of pretty expected, I would say, between these two. The kind of middle ground maps, looking at the first and the third. But I do think Red Canids do certainly have an advantage on their pick of Nuke.
I definitely think so as well, right? We're jumping into two maps which are definitely going to necessitate a little bit of patience, a little bit of team play, and it's really going to be a telltale sign of how these two teams are going to feel like on the server once we drop on over to Ancient and we see how the slides are being played, we see how they're communicating, and if they can give us a really good game. Something I've always enjoyed about Red Canids as well, not only the big names, Cold Zera of course being there, Ponter, Drop, etc, etc, it has been the utility usage, which I feel like definitely is going to get very valued out here on both Ancient and Nuke. Mirage Decider, we don't yet know if we're gonna get there, but Red Canids are definitely looking in a better spot veto wise than SELVA, right? They're joining on up onto Ancient, which is a 50-50, I'd say. Nuke is almost a sure win, so SELVA need to hit the ground running on that first map pick if they want to get on over to Mirage. Speaking of which though, we're jumping straight into the best of three. Thunderpick is back out of here with a second series of South America. It hasn't been that long, but it's been a nice little wait, and now we're dropping straight into a lane pick and a drop dead.
Yeah, drop is dropped, and GBB is going to try and force his way up. He actually got an HE to break that right side smoke. Cold is playing behind that, and there are two players not looking to retake. Venom Zera tagged up a little bit, so let's try and get the bomb planted. They will be allowed to do that. And from here, this is a very tough retake for Red Canids, but they have got one back, and we are kind of in the open right now with Tomato, of course, getting caught as well by Cold Zera, but GBB's got one more. Cowards is up with Nithon, though, and Destiny has to go aggressive. He's going to find one, and now he needs to find Cowards as well. These dualies are very dangerous. We know Cowards has done great work with this weapon on his previous rosters as well, and he gets a triple kill and the clutch to get Red Canids up and running.
Brilliant to see a very nice start again. Canids, if we did have a little bit of extra time, we would have gone to tell that he is actually the top performer in the entire lobby right now, not just in his team. He's got the best rating running on over at 1.18 in the past 3 months, and you know, truth be told, it's definitely something that he's needed to jump into this team out here on Red Canids, even though he's technically on loan from Pain. right? He definitely needed a little bit of a place to shine a little bit more as that main fragger, even though he was doing an amazing job on Pain as well. Here on Red Canids, I feel like he gets even more space to shine, even more time to play, and, well, we can see so already from this initial bout of the pistols. 4 Spy, though, coming into the game. SELVA gonna be running the guns out here with an AK, a Galil, 2 MAC-10s, and a Tech-9, trying to perhaps go for a late push into this A-bomb side, but this gives us a little bit of time to talk about the narratives, talk about the games, talk about Thunderpick in general, right? Because this is Group A, is the opening matchup. We're going to be jumping all through Group A today, and we're going to get to see who's actually going to be making it past this group after these initial 3 best-of-3s of the day.
Indeed, and as I say, like, a couple of slots available. We've already seen one Series be played out this year for Thunderpick South America. That was Imperial making their way through, deservedly so. They're going to go for a crushing opposition, I would say. They're going to go for a push through CT spawn here. SELVA. Again, they've managed to get the bomb planted, which is pretty good. They've got some aggressive positioning here for GBB, but he just didn't kill Drop cleanly enough to give him a chance at getting a second. Now, Tomate should be able to, should go down, and he will, to coldzera. It was all down to Nithon, previously, of course, of other rosters that he was a part of. He used to be an AWPer, he used to be a main AWPer for a couple of his previous teams as well. But been on Red Canids now for a little bit. He's trying to deliver, but no. Venomzera will catch him with the MP9. And that is another defuse for Red Canids. 2 out of 2 so far.
Yeah. 2 good retakes already coming through, and it's not like SELVA misplayed that by any means of the imagination, right? They had a good force buy, they went through middle, they smoked off everything that they should have, yet Red Canids had a little bit of extra information to gather and play with, and that's exactly what I was looking forward to see into this best of 3, right? Especially into this Ancient. How do Red Canids move? How do they cooperate? How do they communicate into this best of 3? And it seems like they're doing a little bit better than SELVA. They saw the people moving in through CT, they got that information, they played together, they got back up together, and they fought their way through the retake for the 2nd time in this map already. Now, we could be seeing a possible 3rd. We're seeing something that doesn't usually get made into round number 3 after you lost the force buy, but SELVA, they're going to be investing into that half buy and the hero AK, right? So you're jumping on in, trying to make some noise onto the other side of the map, as A is going to be that main point of play. Ponter's trying to fake them out by going in towards CT, making a little bit of noise, seeming as if he's fading away, but they haven't spotted the bomb. So here comes Carnage. Let's see the MP9, trying to find a kill first. Struggles, but does connect, stays alive even at full HP. And College is going to be the first one to fall. That hero AK down as well. Ponter, good for 2. And now just needs to find some reset momentum. Yeah, there you go.
I'm surprised that nade did so little damage to Matey. That was pretty crazy. 85 HP. And it kind of just looked like it landed right on his feet. coldzera managed to get a very important kill actually toward Jag as well. That kind of settles things down a little bit. But Ponter's whiffing his lines a little bit himself. And with Venomzera going down, suddenly you've got coldzera on 7 HP and Ponter on 4 HP. Sure, GBB on 4 as well. But anyone's guess as to how this round goes. It's all going to come down to positioning.
Yeah, it's going to be a mental game too. coldzera, he thrives in these scenarios, though. He's walking up mid with that A1S. The bullet's going to make the job work, and that's GBB picking up an upgraded weapon and the kill as well. Ponter, good luck, have fun, buddy. I mean, yes, you can take down GBB here, but with 20 seconds left, they're going to play together. SELVA just need to get that bomb on the site. Ponter could actually still win this. Smoke, defuse kit in hand. That doesn't really matter on 4 HP. What matters is if he's able to find off GBB. He won't. As they go in through to the B-bomb site, Ponter took the gamble, stayed on A here. And this should be the first round out here on the board for SELVA.
That's a really annoying round to lose if you're Red Canids. You know, done some really good work to get those defuses under control in the first 2 rounds. Think, okay, the economy's kind of not great, but maybe we've broken them now. And they didn't even really, like, as you say, force entirely in that round. It was only really 1 gun, so... yeah, to lose to that is pretty frustrating. And now, of course, it puts SELVA's money in a much better position when they get a free M4 and all the extra utility they could ever wish to have, with Red Canids scrambling for that of their own. And yeah, I mean, it's the first time I got a chance to cover Red Canids since they made those changes, of course, when you got coldzera, who's now taken up the primary AWPing role in the year of our Lord 2025. I mean, that is still crazy to me when I saw that news break. I kind of knew it was coming, but every single move that Red Canids have made, while they do have good players like Drop and Cowes, for example, and Venomzera is still pretty talented, I'm been convinced for a while that Red Canids are just on the downturn because their decision making when it comes to the roster just never seemed to improve them once and for all. And while having Cowes is amazing, I think at this level, this certainly sort of tier 2 South America level, he will farm and has been farming. That's not enough to really push you to that next level once again.
At this point, genuinely, I think that they're waiting for coldzera to retire to completely revamp everything. Which, I don't know how close that is to reality. I don't know how soon that's going to be. But it genuinely feels like for the environment, either way, for the South America scene out here, if Red Canids just sold all of their players, let coldzera retire, it would do a lot of good for everyone because they've had their chances, they've had their attempts, and all of these great names on the server just haven't seemed to mash well together under the Red Canids banner. I mean, there were so many expectations jumping onto this team, and they're just going, as you say, down and down and down.
Don't get me wrong, coldzera is an absolute legend of Counter-Strike, but in the modern day, I do feel like, maybe this is wrong to say, maybe I'm completely off base with this one, but just from what I've watched, a lot of Red Canids seeing their results, even keeping track of like qualifiers they've been playing and stuff like that, it just does feel like results have gotten worse the longer coldzera has been in the team, and he's almost dragging down some of the better, or what were better players with him on the team since he's been on it. So, getting slightly better recently, but again, it's against, like, as I was kind of mentioning, sort of tier 2 South America. It's against the likes of, ODDIK, Bounty Hunters, Game Hunters, rosters like, I think you could even say like 2Game as well. So they lost to that 2Game roster, and they lost to ODDIK too. So that's what I'm saying. That they, unfortunately, a roster that could have perhaps been, an organization that could have been at a major at one point when they had the likes of Davideus, for example. They failed in that RMR. I think it was for Shanghai or the one before. I think it might have been for Shanghai.
I think it was for Shanghai, yeah.
And since then, mate, they've kind of just been at that lower tier again. Yeah,
and I mean, this gives us this sort of push onto the B-bomb side now gives us a little bit of time to talk as they're still going to be playing it slow. But it feels like a Sinner situation, right? When they had BESTIA and Oscar joining together, maybe having those voices collapse onto the other with the IGLing department. But right now, we're getting SELVA running into this B-bomb side. Not a single kill made back from Red Canids. I get it, they were on pistols. Still, though, Drop did have that FAMAS. They did have the man advantage. Got out positioned because of the utility thrown in by SELVA. Quick kills get made, and coldzera and Ponter are just going to stay in the corner there. Yeah, back to the point I was trying to make here, Travis. I feel like because you do have that experience, you do have that name in coldzera, which every South American player in existence of CS knows and maybe idolizes, right? It's kind of tough for someone like Drop to come in and say, hey, I want to play the game my way,
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because I know for a fact there are still South American players to this day, like, who want to play with Fallen still, who want to play with coldzera still. I mean, look at Snow. Like, Fallen was his idol, and he got a chance to beat him in the quarterfinals of a bloody major. I mean, that's just like a fairy tale story. But yeah, I do think, certainly it goes without saying that Fallen has kept himself a lot more relevant in the top tier of Counter-Strike than coldzera has, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't know where Red Canids go from here. That's why this game feels like a 50-50 to me overall. Like, you look at the rosters and say to the viewers, Red Canids should win. They've got some great players who have played in Tier 1, either in the distant past or the recent past. But, SELVA got experience and they know how to beat them.
Yeah, and they've been playing together for a real long time as well. That's something that you also have to take into consideration. B-bomb site completely empty right now. Red Canids going for a Hail Mary down middle, hoping for the best out here with a single flash and a smoke left to work with. They realize they can't really afford a retake either way, so they see the timer going down. Back to B we go, trying to crunch it out in a 4v3. There's a solo smoke being dropped out here by the CT side, trying to convince them that there's still utility left in the bank here. There's not. Red Canids lost control of the bomb site as Drop is the only man to defend it. Yeah, at least he does get one, but all by himself can't really do too much. Venomzera Tries to spam, does connect. Nathan out of the fight, and Pontar on the timing. Goes for something really risky,
Nice.
but manages to make it work. 2v3 out there as Red Canids managed to equal out the scoreline.
Yeah, just Drop even just staying alive there for a little bit longer and finding a way to get one kill was pretty big. I mean, Drop is never a player that's been known for his, his high fragging ability. Like he's was always like a sort of a rough anchor player for the likes of FURIA and. Now, of course, taking up in-game leading more recently on his previous team and now this roster as well. So, yeah, I think he's still got something to show for the scene in South America without shadow of a doubt, and that was just a good play from him to give Red Canids any sort of chance at all at making this retake happen, and they did. We're back even at 3 apiece.
I do want to say, though, maybe as of recently, Fallen has been a little bit higher up into the tiers than coldzera because maybe of their roles, Everybody calls Fallen the Professor for a reason, and IGLing goes a bit of a longer way as you gain in age than, I guess, Opping does these days. Now the coldzera is the Opper.
Crazy, right? I mean,
yeah.
I remember him. Just remember him like. I mean, obviously everyone remembers the AWP jumping AWP clip.
Sure.
I mean, that's just like timeless
Legendary
clip in Counter-Strike history. But he was plainly that. Obviously, that was a lucky clip, but he was very, very good secondary AWPer alongside Fallen for years. It wasn't just his rifling; it was his secondary AWPing when SK and LG are at their peak as well. So. Sure, I understand the thought process, but in Big 2025, while he's been playing okay, it's really a decision which I was unsure about. And obviously there was a recent HLTV post about it, saying they brought in TGE as coach as well. Yeah. But yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to them, but this round is getting a bit interesting now with 25 seconds to go. Ponta's in a good position if they all three go through cave here. That's exactly what they're doing.
Indeed they are after a complete dogfight. It's almost messed it up, but brings it right back out of the graveyard with a beautiful spray transfer. 2 headshots to clean up the round. SELVA played a bit too slow for their own good and got absolutely ran down. Red Canids up to 4 now, and SELVA economy's not that decent, is it?
Yeah, it was awkward for Cowers. I had a moment like that the other day when I was playing a game on train. Like, I was flanking through Con behind B. The AWPer was on the train next to connector. And, like, my crosshair was in the perfect position to tap his head. And as soon as I clicked mouse 1, he crouched. It can feel so awkward when that happens. But, Cowers actually recovered that pretty well. Not just to get 1, but get 2. That's why...
Question is, did you recover it well?
I got the 1 kill. Unfortunately,
okay.
The 1 kill was all I got because they realized I was flanking after that. So...
Still something. You traded yourself out.
It is what it is. Full Glocks coming in other than a couple of P250s here for SELVA, so Red Canids should get control of the game now. I'm
going to say that we get a bomb plant here from SELVA. With the positioning that we're seeing, venomzera needs to find a lot of kills. And Pontar instead says, shut up, Atro. You don't know what you're talking about. That's just a rundown of a single mag. Taking down 4. Okay, I thought, they would storm out. Glocks would at least, maybe find one with a body bag. Guess not.
I think also I understand Red Canids were also on bad form for a little bit, but like the players they've replaced
they were amazing.
Phelps and Henny, for goodness sake. Yeah. And I'm absolutely convinced that Henny in particular is a player that has still got something to show in South America in the next sort of stage of his career. I think he's still that good, but either way, we will see. It's a bit of a brawl toward the bottom of mid, back into a 3v3 straight away as they trade each other out with Slash, Destiny, Ponta, and venomzera. So, see if Drop wants to go aggressive here through Jag to try and recover 1 more kill. The bomb carrier is outside his position at the moment.
3v3. It's the AK pushing up GBB. Oh, such a beautiful flash from Canids. Drop only manages to get 1. Again, we're talking about that fragging possibility, but right now we need to see the pistol go huge. GBB takes down his own. Again, we're down to just absolute carnage out here onto Jag, and that is going to be coldzera cleaning it up 6-3. Red Canids, they're playing this really nicely. I like how they're actually communicating. You get to see it round after round as they're easing their way through this Ancient. They started off great. They dropped it off at a second. It was SELVA 3-2. Now 4 rounds in a row. It's been great flashes connecting. It's been good shutdowns coming in from individuals. Even Drop having his moments. This is what you're kind of expecting from a team like Red Canids. Let's see this though.
Brilliant hold. They've been pretty good at holding off the rushes so far. Oh, Tomato should have got that goal on that one. That's frustrating. Misses all his bullets. Plant is successful though. That would have been the goal of this sort of half by coming through, considering they failed it in the previous eco. Carres will get another one to add to his tally. 10 on the board. Another plant, as I said, but Red Canids right now who are looking a lot more clean and confident. I'm not going crazy, right? We did just have a little bit of a mini HUD change, right? Like, we had the old HUD to begin with, and now we had the new HUD again. The HUD's different from the start of the game. It's new, refreshed.
The HUD, in its generality, maybe it's the letters actually having a bit of a glow now. I might be going crazy too. I don't know.
No, it's definitely changed.
Maybe you're gaslighting me.
If you look at the VOD, it's definitely changed from the beginning of the game, and I like it. That's why I'm remarking on it. It's very clean. So
yeah, I don't mind it either. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention.
Some people notice those things, some people don't. It is what it is. Drop of Venom Zera will go down tonight on Destiny, but Cold Zera, here's the AWP showing up. He's got a chance at another one as well, but it's a great pre-fire from GBB. Probably should have another kill there for Cold, but gets his 2, and it keeps Red Canids in this round.
Indeed. Let's see now, though. A 2v3, we've seen Red Canids being able to pull these through before. Carres is on a big flank as well, but he's being watched for. Tomate 1v1, and GBB, he's connecting headshots today. Tomate does the same, and SELVA can go back up to 4 here. At the very least, the half is going to be close, and it's now going to be an 8-4, a 9-3 wipeout. Maybe it could still be 8-4, who knows. But it was a good attempt here from Cold Zera. A spark of brilliance. Sadly, not the entire flash. So, we're left down to round number 12 here. Back alley of the first half.
Oh my goodness. BBB getting completely destroyed by that nade, and Drop realizes quite late that Molotov will spread toward him. I think he probably should have realized that a bit sooner, got that smoke down a bit sooner, and then he maybe could have escaped through the cave exit or the Jaguar exit a bit sooner as well. So yeah, he'll go down. That's a great kill to grab if you're SELVA. Looking to try and get 5 on TSO. Definitely keep them in this game. 8 for Red Canids, I would say, might just get them a bit more breathing room and favourites for the second half, but 7-5 game on.
Right. Let's see it. Another push down towards B. The 4v5 is all too winnable as well, especially GBB turned back around. 12 HP as well, always going to fall. But a 4v4 on the retake. We do remember at the beginning of this game, Red Canids were connecting some really good retakes. Now let's see if they can do it again. Destiny, though, has got something else to say.
Nice.
AWP taken out as well, and Cold Zera still alive on the bomb site, looking to retake this now with a man advantage. Red Canids to move, though. A flash to be thrown into Mate takes down the cave player. They know about one player, but where's the second? You always expect down ramp. You don't have a smoke to actually go to this bomb, though, so you need to tap it away. And you're being overlooked right now. You're being held for. As that is it. Slash is going to take down one, and that is the round. Cold Zera left to defuse this, and will at least get one more kill for his troubles. 7-5 will be the scoreline that we end off the first half with.
SELVA will be quite happy with that. That's a good hold in that final round as well. One of the things that Red Canids have been doing quite well at throughout the course of the game so far is getting these flanks in pretty quickly and pretty successfully too. I mean, like, it's helped them with a couple of those retakes that you mentioned in the early portion of the half. And those flanks have been kind of burning SELVA quite badly, but in the end they managed to hold on. Had a couple of players in good positions to hold on to that B bomb site, and their Cold did everything, but not enough time for that defuse. So 7-5 is pretty good, and keeps the game in hot contention for sure.
Indeed it does. Thing is, though, now, you know, we saw upside SELVA on that pick, right? They might have a bit more of an idea of how to try to take Red Canids down on the CT side rather than on the T side. They were getting quite bombarded by utility. That was something that we could clearly see. as soon as we got to see a plan being put in play here by SELVA, actually having those executes, having those ideas, GBB going out first. So we'll see if they can either strike the iron the same way Red Canids were and throw some really good utility to shut down this T side, or try to change something around. Maybe a little bit of aggression on Ancient. We rarely get to see that as well, because of the nature of the map, of course. But
yeah,
it'll be fun.
We'll see. I think as well, it's important to mention that this core that's like part of SELVA did beat the old Red Canids twice in this Challenge League earlier this year. So interesting to see if they can still do that when Red Canids have a different roster. Nithon's burning, but he's still gotten 3 kills. How do you get away with that? That's pretty crazy. He's got 4 in the round. His ace will be stolen by GBB, but it doesn't matter. He's done his job, and that's a huge pistol.
He's already got the Valor. No need for the entire ace. My lord, what a hold from Donut. Nithon, let's see that one more time. Thank you. In the incendiary as well. No bullets connecting him. Neo, who? It's Nithon. Here for SELVA.
First kill was completely on the run as well. Like, that's how accurate that the pistols can be when you're full moving, obviously.
Yeah,
good composure there.
Everybody's talking about the 5.7s and Tech 9s. They're still pistols, man. And the first bullet accuracy is still there.
Yeah.
We're talking also about the X-Solid core, right, coming through out here for SELVA. That's why I had a little bit of a moment looking at the SELVA roster and realizing, okay, yeah, it's not solid anymore, but you've got players like Slash. I think right in the opening game out here, I kind of had a moment where I looked and I said, we have Slash.
Yeah.
Because right, we have these players coming through, and you never quite know how it is, especially in Brazil, right, with the teams just interchanging players. It feels like a week after week, right? But it's not. It's like really like a 3-month affair. But you never know who to expect next. And for some reason, Slash, I feel like, does have his space out here into this X-Solid lineup. I feel like he has his place here. And so far, we are seeing that. It's not just him. It's Nithon as well, having a new home, having someone to, having the team to now listen to him entirely. Maybe some problems on the X-Solid roster, I don't know. But right now, SELVA are definitely looking like a pretty good product.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
That's a bit annoying for Ponta as well to have, unfortunately, team kill there as they look to try and swing together. Because obviously, that still gives you minus $300, I'm pretty certain, right? So that's one less nade if you wanted to buy an AK. So he's going to have to go into a Galil in this round to afford full utility.
Yeah, that could prove to be a big difference, but only time can tell as we do jump into our first quote-unquote full buy, as the HUD is going to tell us. This is going to be the pickups and remnants of the bonus here for SELVA. 2 MP9s of Hamas and 2 A1Ss lining up the lines. Oh, and speaking of utility, Towers pushed a little bit too far forwards. Tomati is going to take him out with a nade, and we already start off the round 4v5. So you get to see SELVA actually not staying tucked behind enemy lines, not just waiting for a peek to come through, even though one does. Ponter, oh my god, he expects Tomate. Amazing awareness here from Ponter to open up the A side. Now what do you do, though? You've got Cold Zera in mid with the bomb, and a tough call to make here. Do you just go A off the back of the peaks, or is it already too late?
That's great stuff from Ponta. Probably his best moment of the game. He's one of the players that I've kind of was most surprised that was added to the roster, you know, with Cowes. I just didn't think he was all that at all in the previous games I've watched of him in different rosters, different teams. He was okay, but not really a player I thought was Red Canids quality. But one of the best moments I've maybe ever seen from him, actually, in the games I've casted of his. Now it's very difficult. Or Destiny playing behind big box. It's not even big box. It's the right hand side box on A, but he might not even need to be called into action because the round could just be done here. This is a good read from Red Canids. They've got to drop in towards the site. They've got control of CT. They've got the bomb planted in good time, and if you're SELVA here, you should be saving.
Indeed, you should. Hunter, you know, in his previous iteration of teams, I'll say on Swingers, for the limited amount of time he was on that team for a couple of months, he had a 1.11 rating. On Tropa do Taco as well, he had like a 103. So I feel like Red Canids took not necessarily a gamble, but an investment onto him, being like, okay, you are a player that can definitely have his moments, someone that can maybe act as a bit of a pillar, you know, put him on the other side, make him the anchor, and then not really forget about him, but hope that everything's fine on that side. And I don't know, he kind of feels to be a little bit overshadowed by maybe his colleagues out here, the names especially probably not being the ones he's used to. But you know, when the rest of your team is having an 108 and above rating, everybody else besides him, someone's got to take the fall, right? There's got to be that fifth person that can't always have the firepower. But yeah, instead of like Henny or Phelps, I was also like, are you sure? Are you sure you want Ponter? But who knows? It's still only been a month. It's still been only 18 maps played with this entire roster with Kawes and Ponter, so changes can still get made.
I mean, Phelps is 28 now, but that's not old, you know. Like in CS terms, you got players a lot older, still very relevant in the scene. I feel like he's still got a lot to give alongside Henny as a professional, because there's obviously posts done by HLTV relatively recently about the current free agents and benched players. Like, you've got the ability of Phelps and Henny, if they're able to be bought out for not crazily expensive price. That's a core of a team that could be incredible. Look at Destiny here. This is a great play. He's going to catch Cowers and drop as he walks the smoke. That timing could not have been better, because a second earlier and he just walks into their face.
Exactly so. Tomate almost finishes the job right then and there, but the nade is gonna do it. Destiny picks up a 3k into this round, and only off of a timing and then a grenade do SELVA manage to find themselves on equal grounds yet again. We've been going on and off, you know, about SELVA, about Red Canids, talking about what they could have been, what they are right now. But this game has been very close so far. It's been back and forth. There's been a couple of good fights. There's been a couple of nice ideas coming through from both sides. But now this Ancient is giving a lot more than I think SELVA were anticipating for this game to give us. Because they picked into this map hoping that they will be able to come up big, right? Find that first map and hopefully send themselves to Nuke with a leg up. Right now, Red Canids, not only are they fighting back, but they're making things very difficult as well. While SELVA finally managed to make an equalization here into round number 17. See this round too, though. And probably a lot of pressure on the SELVA boys for this map.
Yeah, knowing what's coming up next, it's going to be a tough series. But yeah, if there was ever a time to beat Red Canids, it's now, because they can lose to a lot worse opposition in their current form, I'm afraid. See if that SELVA are able to do anything about that today. As I said, have a little bit of a history of beating them when they were playing underneath a solid banner. Beat them in ESL Challenge League in the back-to-back BO1 format on Ancient and Mirage. That game on Ancient was one of the games where, sure, Red Canids still had Phelps and Henny, like we've said, but it was still the team with Destiny, Nython, Tomato, and GBB. So, yeah, I think see how it goes. Destiny now is in a bit of a rough position. He's got to worry about long, and he's got to worry about the donut position. He's able to go 1-for-1. Nython is here ready. Spots a 1 and spots a second. So pretty awkward to not get one more, but he stays alive, and that's all that matters for now, because they can go for a 4v3 retake on the most retakeable bomb site.
Indeed so. Yeah, it's still not dead in the water just yet. Nython playing this one slowly. There's 2 defuses in play with a smoke on GBB as well. coldzera biting his time and does manage to at least trade out one. With more information yet to be gained, Ponter, you would think that he wouldn't swing out that wide, but indeed he does. Maybe to cover for Zera here. As the smoke goes down, the spray goes in, but doesn't connect. It's SELVA to take this 9th round at the advantage on the count, as they do manage to even save away 3 weapons into this one.
Yeah, good work on the entries there from Red Canids, but just couldn't hold on. SELVA looking good. They've got a bit of money to back themselves up right now as well. Red Canids do not. Where we're chucking in attack pause. A quick chat about where to go next. Probably go for a half investment here. Tech 9's armor.
Yeah. That's it for drop. I will not be surprised to see coldzera not invest into anything in this round. Maybe maximum a flash or two. This is something to just throw at them, hope for a bomb plant. Maybe, who knows, for a round.
Yeah.
But yeah, should be in theory SELVA on double digits right now.
Another thing I was kind of mentioning right now with Phelps and Henny being on the bench at the moment, like I realize this is just not feasible because buyouts in South America are just so insane, sadly.
Are they?
But you've got like, you know, Barton, you've got Lukowski, you've got Skulls, you've got Mateus. There's so many players on the bench that actually exist right now that you would feel like could give you a great team to build in Tier 2 South America and maybe get even higher than that. So we'll have to see. Because I know Imperial have gone the route of bringing back Cello and then taking SHR, which I do like. SHR is a good player. That is a really good catch from coldzera on the P250 on Destiny. You need to try and trade him pretty quickly, and Tomate will do that. Still more kills coming through, though. And Drop's found 2 with his Tech 9. And that gives them the path to go all the way through toward B and get a plant.
How did this round just turn around? So many moments in this best of 3 already in this map where we just see players walk through smokes. coldzera does it again. Just takes one down, and the Tech 9s are going to succeed. It's a dink on Nathan as well through mid, so he runs away, taking tail. And that's 9-9. Wow. Okay. Very, very interesting how that turned around off the back of not really coldzera. I mean, yeah, he did find that kill. It's a great kill to find. It was a good diversion as well to kind of put Nathan down. But it was that smoke and 2K coming through from drop to actually secure them the backside of B. Take them out. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah. Zora will go down to the bomb, but doesn't matter. 1.5 investment, which is doing God's work for their money.
I didn't know about the high buyouts from South America. I mean, I knew that, you know, of course, especially players that went to Tier 1 and played at big events have historically had big sellout points, but really, the entirety of South America is unapproachable by other orgs.
It's been a common theme for a couple of years now. Like, just there are some players that are just locked behind. I mean, listen, it happens in EU as well. Like, I mean,
yes,
there are multiple players. Like, look at Simple, for example. That's the most obvious example. Like, the only thing you can do is get loaned out at the moment. But, you know, in South America, there's just, I guess you could say, maybe some inflated buyouts, some long buyouts. I mean, I think Abel J, for example, if I remember, if you remember him, was still contracted to FURIA for years after he was benched. So, yeah, I mean, it is long contracts are probably not the way to go unless you're absolutely certain. You know, you're just never gonna, you know, you're that player, like, you know, like a one club player like Queserato or something, for example. But yeah, some players who you think could be more like different org players just have these big buyouts and long contracts, which make it really tough for them to not lose years of their career, if that makes any sense. So
yeah.
Good bounce back here from SELVA in this round. They've managed to get themselves a 4v3. I mean, that 4v2 as GBB catches Ponta. That's a big one. Cole's waiting to pull the trigger, and it's only a tag on the Jag position. That's super frustrating. That would have got them back into the round, and now Tomate has no reason to peek anymore.
Yeah, that's the toughest, right? When you have him dead to right, he's even standing still, for God's sake, and you just flick at the last second as you pull the trigger, as a lot of us do, right? In the moment, in the heat, just trying to connect that shot. It's something that just happens. It's unfortunate, and it's SELVA's round to take here on double digits. You know, sooner rather than later, I'd say, because Red Canids already managed to find that eco round before. Should have been 10-8 anyways. 10-9 right now isn't going to be hurting them too bad, but it's definitely a big opening moment that doesn't really get capitalized upon here by Red Canids. And let's hope that with this, they're their momentum isn't gonna shift, right? It's T side. They need to be aggressive. They need to be confident. And they're going to be attempting this 2v4. Okay.
They're actually giving it a go. Yeah, I mean, obviously they got a bit of money in the bank from winning that previous round, but it's only on drop, and there's still 3 players here. This is impossible. This is not happening. Sash is playing the corner correctly, and now Drop needs to try and get out somehow, not die after time. He won't die after time, and that's because GBB finds him anyway. Very, very comfortable round for Selva. They have the lead.
Yeah, that's something I don't understand. I mean, we both were quite convinced that that was not going to be an attempt on the 2v4, right? Just stay on T-spawn and wait for your guns to get passed into the next round. Now with that, yeah, sure, Drop had an extra amount of cash, but what's a hero AK going to do to you here? Oof. Interesting call here by Red Canids. One that could genuinely cost them the game, right? They lose this round, it's 11-9. If they mess up the next buy round, Selva could run themselves over to that finish line. Let's see Tomate try to take Ponter's approach here into this A-bomb site. It's not going to happen. It only gets out with 1. As Destiny now forced to hold by himself. Spamming away. Doesn't connect. And we'll just wait for Nathan to make a big play.
Tough, because he knows that smoke is really awkward. They could just be creeping up on him. He needs Destiny's support, but Destiny, oh, that's so... I would say that's a massive mistake from Destiny, because he needs to stand there, show presence, and hold that smoke to the best of his ability because of where his teammate is, right? Like, he knows Nithon is behind the site with the AWP. He knows that smoke's position. He knows that he's the person holding them at bay from running Nithon down. He chooses to put a few bullets through the smoke, has to go for a reload, and that reload is the sound cue that activates Red Canids to push through that smoke and take Nithon down. That is like just a lack of awareness, I think, for Destiny there. You can't afford to bail out of that position he was in.
Okay. Yeah, that is certainly something that Selva are not going to be looking back happily upon. I would have expected attack pause by now for this one, because those are leads over leads that are being dropped from both Selva and Red Canids. I loved how Red Canids played it afterwards, though, right? You got to see how they were trading each other out, how they were going in for it. They spotted that one mistake and they went all out. And now it's 10-10. So all the talk, all the yapping I've done for the past 2 rounds out the window. And into a close game we go. I'm also, sometimes at the edge of my seat watching this sort of shotgun style of offing that Nathan tries to do. BBB, good for 1. Slash, you need to trade this. You need to find Ponter. Will do so at the cost of your life. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
2 for 2.
Thankfully, Drop realized there that he had a free trade. Like, Slash is just trying so hard to make sure he gets that 1 kill back. You could peek on the timing. And Nithon's still got this up, of course. So, again, Red Cannon's falling foul in this round. Nithon and Cold, of course, are former teammates. Nithon has tried AWPing. Cold is now a full-time AWPer as well again. Funny how those career paths have gone in the more recent years. And it's a miss from Nithon. That will force Cold away. And they're going to walk together up mid. Unfortunately, if they do go in toward A, there are 2 of the 3 players there. But they are kind of searching long right now. There might be a gap.
There will be. Yeah, it's Tomate, the one that is actually going to check down out here for Donut. So it's just about the timing. Coldzera, not the one to catch Tomate off, so he mauls him off, and they think he's just a single player on the bomb side. They need to check their corners, but no one here to deny them. In from CT, Nathan doesn't make the peek quick enough. Coldzera's got him on the angle now, takes them out as well. Brings us down to a 2v2 as Coldzera still plays together with Drop here. They've got to have this communication, but Coldzera just has the aim. It's raw, it's clean, and it's cold to take away that round. 11-10 as Red Canids will get closer and inch themselves into that finish line.
Yeah, most important round of the game so far, without a shadow of a doubt. Cold getting multiple good positional kills here. and showing what he can still do. That one, obviously we don't know if it was cold, we don't know if it was drop as the in-game leader, but you know, walking through mid, getting through donut, just as SELVA was searching A, could not have been a better call. And look what it's done, of course, to their money too. Like it's the worst case scenario of being low money at 10-11 down, for goodness sake. Cole's done really well here to jump away. He should go down because he's getting run down hard, but he's got support from Cowers. They've given up the AWP. There's no worries about that because they've got the B-bomb site. They're going to win the round. And Destiny needs to save that AWP so SELVA have something in this final round. Not final round, but the 11 all-round that matters.
I can just imagine coldzera, the moment he sees all of them storm the gates of A right there, just to yell out, it's free, they're all here, they're all here. After he dies, he gets a big smile on his face, knowing, yeah, he's lost the AWP, but it's not point now, right? It's 12-10, and his death definitely had a lot of weight in that. So, there you go. 12-10, and are they even going to save away the AWP? I doubt it. Oh, fully flashed as well. Gonna get absolutely barreled. There it is.
Very well played. That previous round is what's got Red Canids back into this position at 12-10. SELVA, as I said, like, they needed that AWP to have any AWP possibility at all going into this next round, this 10-12 round. And they've left with, sure, it's an okay buy. You've got 4 M4s and a FAMAS, but it's not absolutely ideal. Red Canids rip their map away from them.
It's a decent buy, sure, but it's a 4-man stack on B and a single diffuse kit inside. This pains me, because coldzera is already on that trigger. Speaking of combat hopping from Nathan, coldzera tries to give it a go. Venomzera had GBB off here, but instead Drop was ready for it, yet still duel 1 out here by the SELVA player.
That's a tilting one. When you see a player walk through a smoke like that, when you're actually ready for it and know he's coming, it's like, wow, really? I've died to that? DBB is continuing to do crazy work coming in here, but Destiny has gone down to Ponta, so it's a very quick bomb plot on A. They're a long way away on the retake, and they've won these rounds previously.
Oh, they're both deciding to play together out here. No. Okay, Callus comes back towards Temple. Would have been a very unilateral hold coming through out here from Red Cannon. It's a really tough one as well. 2 players pushing in through CT while GBB is just a bullet away from death. Thing is, though, that Molotov on Ponter, if he manages to connect on this kill to Nathan, can just throw it out and they've won the round. No defuse kit. Remember, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Ponter falls, and it's Callus to go down as well. Still a chance here for SELVA in the game, as even with this no defuse kit, it is going to be a retake successful.
Yeah, like, kind of strange positioning decisions there in that 2v3. I mean, I understand maybe you have to be unpredictable to win a 2v3 like that when it's such a retakeable bomb site, but Ponta's put himself in a position where he has to worry about getting pushed from the site itself because of where Cowers is. And because of that, his internal clock is worried about that and then exposes himself to the big flank after he waited for it for another, like, 10 seconds or so. So it gets timing there, and then Cowers is left in an impossible situation. So, yeah, weird little mini setup there.
Yeah, I think that's actually Cause's mistake for a little bit, right? Because maybe it's not communicated. Maybe even if it is, he goes in way too deep on Temple. Could have just held the line in from Temple to hold over Ponter so he doesn't need to look that direction and he can just focus on the flank, right, until they come into the bomb site. So, yeah, I don't know, but it's still 12-11. It's still a single chance left here in regulation for Red Canids to close it out on their enemy's map pick and to send themselves the big leg up onto Nuke, which, again, we've been talking time and time again that it should be Red Canids is to take. So, SELVA, you know they're sweating bullets right now. You know they're needing this round. So, let's see. SELVA, with the pressure on, what can they cook?
Monte going for a very aggressive push, looking to put bullets through the smoke. He's got support coming in from Slash, and that's a great clear drop. Unfortunate not to get that one. Been cleared properly, and this feels like it smells like the possibility of overtime. They've blocked Venomzera, who's the bomb carrier outside B. They've got full control of that lane position. Is so much of the map.
A very explosive early game out here this round, only to amount to Red Canids not getting any space. So SELVA did a good job in using a lot of their utility to send them back. Now Red Canids, they've got to formulate a plan. it's Cold Zera's carry performance out here that's managed to put them into 12 in the first place. Now it's got to be him again to try to find that opening. And it's just not going to come for free. Slash is never going to peek this. He's just shoulder info peeking out this. Throw the utility and run away.
Well, I've been given the time to retake that position now. Probably the only thing that gets Red Canids a say back into this round to win it in regulation. Tomate doing the right thing by jiggling Jaguar and immediately puts the incendiary down. Doesn't get caught either. Gets away with his life. Now with 25 seconds here. Red Canids are just so stalled.
Yeah. It's a voluntary decision, though. They're trying to get out of this B-bomb site as soon as they can. The flash is wonderful, though.
Oh my god!
Flop like fish. They still get the kill in the end, but 10 seconds left to go, and the flashes just keep coming. Where's the bomb plant? Where is it? 5, turning down to 4. You've got it just in time. No one's gonna deny him. It's a 4v3 on the retake. As the CT side about to get overwhelmed by the lineup. Koi is only good for 1, though. The nade should clear out the last one. 2v2 now. Ponter left in a really hard scenario. He's down to 29 HP and he will be overrun. A defuse get onto Mate and Cold Zera, the man that has been doing all of this so far, has got to close it out as well. The peak comes untimely though, and it is overtime to figure out this first map.
Oh, what a round from GBB. He was pretty critical in the previous round as well. And they're able to drag it back to overtime. Pretty crazy. That final round was actually recoverable in the end there for Red Canids. I have no idea how. The comedic position there. All 3 players being blind in cave. Cowers, if he gets that second kill on the spray down, he might have just won the game for his team. It was that close. But... then, of course, Ponter is stuck, even after getting the nade kill, of course, stuck behind the site. On 29 HP, got wall banged. They knew he was there. There was no way out. And then Cold had to hit a crazy flick. Once he heard the running of his opponents, tried to look for that second player. Couldn't flick back to the first player. It was too difficult for him. And SELVA get deserved overtime, honestly.
Yeah, they do, but... with this, right, you gotta imagine what Red Canids are thinking as well. Cold Zera probably a little bit annoyed at this point, right? He's had so many good moments. He was left all alone. 1v2 couldn't do it. And it's just him and Ponta right now putting up the big numbers as everybody else struggling to find their rhythm. You don't expect it out of Draw, but you do expect it out of Venom Zera. And where has he been all this game? It's been 24 rounds. 9 kills are not going to be enough to cut it. So let's see if the usual caster curse works out here, Travis, and we get to see Venom Zera pull off an ace now.
Don't worry, doesn't exist.
It's all a ruse, yeah.
All a ruse. Good damage already, of course, with those nades flying over, drop down to 63. Kind of been the guy eating a lot of those in this game, it has to be said. Playing that role.
You know, and interesting this is as well on the odds department. 3.4 out there for SELVA, even though they've brought it back to they've brought it back to overtime. Alright, so Shadow Attack is huge here for Nightham with a flash. Gets out of dodge, and Ponter, what a connect onto Destiny through mid. GBB could meet the same fate if he's not careful. Ponter walks back up with the rest of his friends out here in towards Jag. And B is just a kill away. Slash is also falling back. And yeah, GBB gets the same treatment in from Red Room as Kawis just takes him out.
Flash is going to die. Yeah, Ponto was creeping up towards his position. Could afford to take that risk on 20 HP when they had a big advantage anyway. And the site taken. Nithon and Tomate are pretty screwed. Tomate might be able to save the M4 if he's lucky, but the AWP's got on Nithon. Because it's not like the major, where I believe we had, what, 10k OT still in the major rules, which is still, I think, crazy. That's what we've got. Of course, forcing, like, ecos and, well, not ecos, like, sort of half-by forces in the final round of the overtime halves. I believe we've got 12.5k overtime here, so a little bit more comfortable. They can get that all back out.
They can. Thing is, though, how sustainable has that AWP been against coldzera? Nathan hasn't found that many opening frags with it. And now, yeah. A lot of times we get to see more of the perspective of the AK taking down the Opper with some good pre-fires. Remember the GBB one? Remember Ponter as well doing that a couple of times? We just got to see one now. Nathan could be thinking about this in the long term. You also can't really allow coldzera to gain all that space for free. It's a catch-22 out here, definitely. But SELVA, they need to do something because their own map pick is at stake. Do have a technical pause, though.
Not too long.
Hopefully not.
Calder's having a good game. 24 and 17. I think there's a couple of rounds where he got some exit kills and some ecos and some, kills. I think at the end of the first half, right, got like 3 kills, which didn't actually win his team the round without the bomb defuse. But he's still been looking okay. It's my first real time keeping an eye on how his second stint in his career is going as an AWPer. Pretty crazy. It's taken me back a little bit to the old days.
Yeah,
doing fine. I think at this level he'll always do fine, honestly. Maybe even in 5 years' time. But if he truly believes like he can sort of bring a team alongside Drop as sort of the younger in-game leader back to like a major qualification position again, that would be crazy. I think current situation for Red Canids is nowhere near that. They're more tier 2 South America now, I'm afraid. They were so close before to really asserting themselves alongside the likes of maybe like an Imperial and a Pain, for example, but they are by far and away a different tier now.
Yeah, sadly. Again, a lot of people weren't expecting this to be the case, but it was. And that's where we're really left to. 13-12. Red Canids versus SELVA. Red Canids, I mean, honestly, I'm still waiting for them to have that big break moment. I'm still waiting for them to have like 7 best of 3s, 1 in a row, 2 good tournaments out here into the South American scene to propel their rankings and to, show the world that all these changes weren't for nothing and that they were just cooking up a really big storm. But that's just me trying to be optimistic, which is definitely a rare sight to see, especially for my eyes. So, Kawes dead.
Really,
Smoke betrayed him.
Yeah, not really gauging the timing of that smoke fading there. Been a bit more aware of that one, maybe. Good catch for Nython. And now, got 2 over toward B. The aggressive push forward and toward A long from Tomate, which I think positioning right now for the CT side is really good. The only site which is a bit open is B, and that's because they're kind of playing retake in a way. They've got 3 players here, but they're all behind the site. They do have Drop here, Red Canids, pushed up into a more advanced position. Sponsor and Calder with him. The bomb carrier is cold, so he'll be there ready to pounce for a plot if they get an entry. Drop will get that smoke down. It will block off the entirety of that left-hand side, but they've got, as I say, 3 players here to try and catch one, but Nython has been caught by Cold, put down to 17 HP, and the plant now can come through.
Oh, but the flank, there it is. Tomate able to take down the pillar of this take. coldzera, no more op in hand, so now they won't have to worry about quick flicks anymore. Venomzera at the fight, already managed to take down one. Remember, Nython's leg shot away by that coldzera op, but it doesn't matter because he's running the scope, and it's Venomzera, last man standing, to go down as well. SELVA, off the back of that flank from Tomate, managed to pull through this 13th round as well. As we keep the game close. Yeah, they did read it. But it was a nice...
I didn't necessarily see that on the minimap until a little bit too late, actually, there. That was a great flank from Tomate. Got himself that 1 kill. And that was honestly all he really needed because it removed Drop. Actually, it was GBB who removed Drop, but he removed the first player to make that flank a threat, an annoying threat, and have to force drop into the open. And in the end, Red Canids all just kind of peaked one by one, which is kind of the main rule of what not to do. But they were forced to do that by SELVA's good positioning. And once again, they're going aggressive here, trying to keep them out of the round. But Venomzera this time will hold them at bay. Destiny going in for more though, and maybe to do some damage, but it's not going to be on Venomzera, who's managed to escape on 6 HP.
Interesting call here for Red Canids to pull the plug when they had that much space already. 2 kills made. Just trying to pull a quick one over their eyes and go back to A, but instead it's not even quick. It's going to be letting SELVA simmer in their mistakes. Got to figure out where this round is going to go. Red Canids shifting towards A. And that's a drop coming through. Nathan finds Kawes and forces Red Canids now to move. Flashes kitchen sink with all their utility down towards the back of the bomb site. A is taken over as Nathan is waiting for the cavalry to help him. Post plan scenario as well. Since this is overtime, we've got plenty of defuse kits to work with as well. GBB pushing in through CT, takes down Venomzera, leaves us in the 3v3, and this is interesting positioning because Drop is actually playing on box. Well, you do have a player on the temple as well. Should be the double P coming through. Drop does manage to find one at the end, but that shouldn't have been Red Canids' round. But with good kills coming through from Drop, it will be.
Yeah, Drop does really well in that round to get 2, but the kind of miss on that from that big box position was worrying me slightly for a second. But he recovered it thankfully, and considering the positioning of his teammate Coldzera and Ponta, I think there was kind of no way back in there for SELVA. Honestly, that was good crossfires in position. But Venomzera, good reactions. A bit of a slow opening map to this series as Venomzera. We know him to be quite explosive and very talented, but probably his best moment of the game and most important moment of the game, actually.
Yeah, but with that moment, now comes in another half where Red Canids are on the advantage and they're just going to be looking to close. Will they be able to do so? We're going to find out. 14-13. It feels really like the game is going to be decided off this map, so I'm glad it went into overtime. Because this gives SELVA the fighting chance of having this best of 3 still maybe in the bag. While Red Canids coming into this one as the favorites, if they're going to be able to take Ancient away. Not only is their morale going to be up through the roof, but again, that nuke shouldn't prove to be too tough to deal with.
Yeah, they've got a chance to get this one done now. They've got a 2-1 lead, but Venomzera does just swing wide in towards the scope of Nithon. And Nithon hasn't been really missing those. He's been very good at getting these just openings and at least getting one with the AWP per round, it feels like. He's been in a position to do so anyway. That's an annoying one for Venomzera to lose. Bit of chip damage to GBB through the wood, but Marte will know that there's Kawes in toward Donut. And right now, the only A defender is Kawes. So, I honestly say this is a pretty well set out positioning to be a SELVA round.
Does look like it. Up to Kawes only, and yeah, he's never going to check behind him. All of them shifting through. It's an easy kill for Destiny. And that is the round. That is 14-14. Of course, Red Canids will be attempting this, right? It's overtime. It's the scoreline that we get to see up on the HUD. But with Ponta remaining on that B-bomb side, it tells me that they're not even approaching this. I would have taken even a Hail Mary full W into the bomb side, you know, hoping for the best. They had a smoke. Who knows? Give them that even 1% chance, but Red Canids decide against it.
Yeah, no closer to finding the answer. Who's going to take this one? DB can obviously afford to hunt in overtime, but it's not going too hard on it. Wants to preserve that 25-17 KD.
only been Red Canids timeouts so far. Courtesy maybe of that new addition on the coaching role. EGE. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was the one that got 9Z to a major, right?
Which player, sorry?
TGE, the coach.
Oh, yes.
Red Canids.
I believe he was formerly 9Z. Yes, you're right.
Yes. So, you know, he's managed to make one big roster, make a move out of South America into the world stage, but
He actually played a couple. Just double checked. He played IEM Rio. No, actually, no, that's the wrong Rio. Never mind. He played the Perfect World Shanghai Major, though. You are right.
yeah.
Coached, obviously. Looking back through his history, see if there's a time where he played a major. I don't think he ever played a major. I think he only coached for most of the time. Pick from Nithon again, man. Doing really, really well with these.
4v5. Spread Canis on the CT side, now having no control. Selva sending bullets back through the wall, connecting on a dink drop. Can't really do too much here, and his CT counterparts are being quite slow about approaching this. Again, fading through smokes, though. It's Destiny to do it one more time. Takes down Kawes and brings Selva up to map point.
Yes, had full control of the site and the map, really, there for quite a long period of the round. The Canids couldn't hold on. They have to try and Scarpa. They actually don't need to save. They can buy up everything they want, but of course they'll give it a go anyway. Tomato's got the freest of 3 kills. There's 5 HP of damage needed to be done. Selva have a map point. Red Canids had this one in the palm of their hand at one point, it felt like. But Selva have fought well. I just double checked. I think the tournament I'm thinking of, which was obviously like a major cycle, TGE did coach 9Z back at the Blast Paris RMR. Not the major itself, but the RMR. So that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Kind of makes sense. Makes sense. I've been on the side here looking as well on TGE and where he's been playing and stuff, and I was like, oh wow, he actually played on Imperial. No, he had 4 maps together with Imperial. This is exciting though. Venom Zero decided to put a stop to all of this. Doesn't want the game to end just yet. And said, you know what? I've got an idea. Don't flash me. I'm just gonna run through a ramp and hope for the best. And the best did come to him.
Well,
okay.
Atro, I have been obviously casting a little bit for the player break during the major. I mean, obviously there's not many casts to be had around the scene with the player break coming through, and what a better way to come straight back into the action than a double OT. Let's see if we can get it done here. Tomate should be walking through the smoke and should go down, but actually Drop gets timing somewhat. It's pretty impossible for him to win this one. Great shot on Ponta, but he's not going to be expecting the flank, and that will get us to double overtime. Is there any better way to reintegrate your voice back into casting than double overtime on Ancient?
Of course, of course. Well, with that being the case though, right, at some point it's gonna come down to who's gonna lose steam first, who is gonna be the one team to drop not even 2 or 3 in a row. You can even drop even more if you stop paying attention to the game. So overtime 2, we don't know if it's the last one. We don't know if it's the first start of many. But we shall see indeed. The odds still unmoving, by the way. No one believes in Selva winning this, even though they've pushed them into second overtime.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I don't blame the odds, to be honest with you, because Red Canids should be winning this game. But as I kind of said before this map even got underway, right? Like, the solid core has found a way to beat Red Canids this year twice already in the back-to-back BO1 format of the previous South American ESL Challenge League, on Ancient as well. That was one of the 2 maps that was played. I'm sure it was Red Canids with Phelps and Henny still, but it's still the same cause. Maybe Nithon just knows how to get one over this team.
GBB still alive. Red Canids start to make their way through middle, but as Nathan makes a step, Xera makes a kill.
That was nice.
Selva. They drop players here. The HUD needs to be swapped around as well.
It does.
And it probably will. Right now, though, what's not probably going to happen is Selva getting out of this round with a win. Oh. Almost, but no cigar yet. Drop is singing that staying alive. And Selva, yeah, again, left without too many answers, right? Can't do a lot in this scenario. 3v5, no space taken. You're just hoping for a lucky shot, and there it was. Tomate takes drop down, Slash comes into the B-bomb site, and now, seemingly, from a 5v3 that was almost unwinnable, we turn into a retake scenario. Bomb planted.
That's so low HP, though, and now it's only GBB with the AWP. Canids has done well to get 2. I believe that second one was just through the corner of the cave wall there, or maybe through the wood. Great work from him. And GBB is forced to play this defensive line. Reminder, of course, it is Red Canids on CT side. Look at the names rather than the team names. Wallbang? Unlucky.
She's gonna try.
he had to try it once at least, and then look for the best. But it is cleaned up by Red Canids, and they'll be back into the lead again.
Would have been crazy if he connected it though. He left it down to the last second as well, you know, just in case there was someone else to defuse after him. Respect it, but it's still Red Canids on 16. I'm looking right now to see if this mix of players, technicality here for the X-Solid lineup, is working with the coach as well. Because I presume not, right? It wouldn't make a lot of sense to have a coach into a mix, but they do. They have Flasky here from their solid days. They're still working like an org. They're still scrimming like an org, most likely. They still have their schedules here. That's why we get to see them put up such a good fight, yet we haven't seen those tactical pauses being called out at all. Maybe they don't need them. Venom Xera overrun, the flash is forcing it towards the back of the bomb site. Still moves through with the reload. Drop connects the flash and allows Venom Xera to get out with one, but it's Koez to actually come in and clean up alongside Drop. And suddenly, Selva have messed it up big time.
That's a great hold from Red Canids. They just tried to push through there on a timing, but the counter flashes from Red Canids were really, really good. And, you know, sure, the A1S spray only got 1 and a bit of damage. You know, with an M4A4 there with a higher fire rate, maybe you get more than the 1. But it didn't matter. They just had so many players there ready to defend the site. And if they can get a 3-0 in overtime, that might prove to be the difference.
Indeed, let's see it live though. 17-15 and starting to run out of options on this T side for Selva. Can already tell that they're starting to play a bit more passively, and I love this from Ponter. It's a double up from Kawez. Flash was holding the angle. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, but it's still enough to kind of almost break formation here, or at least that's what Red Canids are hoping for. And it doesn't. Selva moving to the same bomb site with no worries whatsoever. Great lineup from GBB as well to smoke down CT. And still hold off on middle. Venom Xera. Oh, he did something in that smoke. What's going on? It's Destiny.
How is he still here, by the way?
I don't know.
Like, they've just kind of just left him. And obviously he's got a kill, so they know he could be around the position, but Tomato's going to have to go aggressive. Needs 2, doesn't get 2. If Cold Zero goes down, maybe it's possible. GBB's going for something crazy, though. He's going back through Donut, back through Red Room. That could actually be the play that wins this round. It was being looked at for a split second, actually, by Cold. He was aware of the possibility, and Canids will manage to get one more, but he needs to go for a hold. He's not going to commit to it. Nighthon knows he can just hold his ground, win the round, and make sure to at least get one on team side in overtime. That keeps them in this map.
Does indeed. It was a great smoke as well thrown out by Callers. I thought for a second, right, that's the round done. 3v2 with a smoke down on the upper. What is GBB about to do? And boy, oh boy, did he pull through in a big way indeed. Great timing on the flank. The fact that Venom Zero still gets alive out there as well, yeah, is quite a bit crazy, but at the end of the day, didn't influence the outcome of the round apparently. 17-16, and we swap halves, maybe for one last time out here on Ancient. As it will be Red Canids on T side.
I would have loved to know what would have happened there if, because the only way Canids can win that round, it's not by killing Nighthon, it's by holding the defuse. Like, if he held the defuse, would Nighthon have come through at the correct timing to deny it? Or would have, Canids been able to, like, just wiggle his crosshair a little bit and avoid the Glock that would have been charging through at him? Who knows? Who knows? Either way, he was able to get away with it.
Can't know anymore, but
yeah,
I'm sure they're not really dwelling on that so far. They want the game to be over first. For now, we don't really know when the game's gonna end, because it's 17-16, it's overtime too. And we should be getting into that second half as well. Hearing a lot of movement in chat though. Hopefully just a small delay.
I think some of the ticks are like the chat bot, like updating how many seconds it is until the game gets back underway again. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why we have such a long gap between like every single half in CCT and Thunderpick though. I don't know why there's like, it's obviously like just a server setting that we have in like the config that takes a very long time to reset between the end of the first half, the beginning of overtime, each overtime half. Does take quite a while. I'm not sure why.
I think it might be to offset like the bathroom breaks, the like eating breaks. So many players were just sending out because someone needed to go to the bathroom, right? You can't really do too much about that. So they were like, okay, you guys are gonna have to do that. Well, we're gonna have to throw in like a halftime quick break. I do wish it was transmitted to us as well, though.
Well, I'm sure they'll be speaking in Portuguese, right? So we wouldn't be able to understand it anyway, unfortunately.
Well, not them specifically. I was talking about the admins, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
GBB, you're still standing in the flames, but even if you're up on top of there, still went down to 5 HP. That's how Venom Zero takes him out. Slash too scared to actually push through in that instance. And it's just up to Tomate to hold up the line here. Very weird encounter down towards Speedway.
I've managed to get away with the 5v4, but Ponto obviously 2 HP now. These rounds have gotten away from Red Canids a couple of times in this opening map already. Drop gonna force his way possibly into a donut, but Slash is ahead of the Molotov. Is he ready for that? Oh, he wasn't. Slash has done okay in this game. He's in a couple of big moments. He's up to 20 kills. It's all right, but the aim has been a bit shaky on a couple of occasions. That gifts Red Canids a 5v3. Again, just need to be so careful though with 2 players, pretty wounded. M0's 1 bullet from an M4 away from dying as well. How is he going to search the A bomb site? There are 2 players here. If he realizes it, okay, he's only seen 1. Does that send them in toward B now? It should. The site is open, but they are, of course, wary of at least 1 player being here.
Oh, it's a good incendiary as well. Nighthon sees nothing to allow him to correct his shot. Still gets out with a frag, though, and alive. That's the crazy part. GBB out of the fight and is just dropped now here alongside Ponter. The only ones that are semi-healthy. Well, Cold Zero is the only one healthy. There's Nathan taking out one. Cold Zero good for two. It's an Opper's duel, but Drop has got it. Red Canids on map point again. Third one this game.
Yeah, another couple of chances coming through. I mean, here, the player that seals around is Cold. It's not the AWP this time, it's him on the rifle. And I'll tell you what, that second kill is some of the Cold of old. That is a kill you wouldn't necessarily expect to get every single time. It's the perfect reaction, perfect spray. Helped up by his teammate on that trading player from Cave. They gives Red Canids a chance to get this one done. Well, of course, possibly another 2 maps to come, but they're in a good position. Of course, group play in Thunderpick is very brutal, very cutthroat, and you get a couple of chances. Of course, with BESTIA in their group as well, you'd expect BESTIA to probably be the team to qualify alongside them, but SELVA are an upset team for sure. GBB going for a swing, gets 1, but not 2. And again, Red Canids have control of B.
Oh, indeed they do. Ponter takes care of another, leaves us in this 3v3. Tamati has learned his lesson. You know, he's holding in the angle, but he can't do it forever, so the timing goes bad. On the move, he gets taken out. Ponter connects the headshot, and Cold Zera shows indeed what he is made of. Past, present, and hopefully future. Nathan knife out, leaves it out. It's gonna be the 19 on the board by Red Canids here on their enemy's map pick. As the second overtime indeed was the last. That is how the first map goes down.
That was quite a struggle. That really was for Red Canids. They probably should have got it done in regulation, but SELVA really made a game for it, and it shows, right? I mean, SELVA, as I said, historically with the Team Solid roster in ESL Challenge League this year, they have beat them twice, slightly different rosters with Red Canids having, Phelps and Henny, but still, they've had good results against the team in the past. So to be able to get a win there is a good one to grind over the line. And with Nuke coming up at Tro, that's a tough one for SELVA, knowing their recent results on it.
Indeed, it is going to be a tough result, and it's going to be even tougher when you factor in the fact that SELVA haven't been winning anything for the past 9 weeks. So they were hoping for something to change. They still will, but Nuke is definitely not going to be looking fun, and it's up next after a 15-minute break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the second map of the best of three. Already, we got off to a very, not a strenuous effort, but a good effort out here, map number 1 for Red Canids to push over the line and get themselves on map point and series point here on this nuke, which should probably be the case. It is going to be their own map pick coming up to Cedar Creek. Not a lot of hopes coming out here for Selva, but Travis, is there anything green on the pastures here for Selva looking on into map number 2?
I mean, see, the thing is that the one, the two maps they won against Red Canids historically when they had their old rosters were Ancient and Mirage, right? They really did need Ancient. They only won 1 in 7 on Nuke, and it includes losses against much like lower tier opposition, and also opposition which they're not actually taking close at all. Like, we're talking in more recent games, like sort of pre-player break, like back in June and May and June, like W7M, Sharks, Bounty Hunters in the previous ECT, 13-4, 13-3, 39. Then they're not getting close, right, on Nuke. And Red Canids aren't necessarily all that right now. I've talked about that at length pretty much, but they're finding these wins against these teams. They're taking, the losses are usually quite close, so I'm not too hopeful for Selva, I'm afraid. It should be, from this group, it should almost certainly be a Bestia Red Canids qualification, you would think.
Yeah. Well, right now, you also have to remember Bounty Hunters managed to beat them literally in the previous iteration of this tournament on Series 1, right, on Nuke as well, 13-4. So definitely, the grass isn't that green on Selva's pastures, but I will say there have been some good-looking chances for some of these players. GBB was looking really damn nice on map number 1 out here. Nathan was having his moments as well. Destiny had a couple of good runs through smokes. So if maybe Tomate and Slash come up to the fight and actually help out the side of Selva, there is a point to be made onto Nuke, as we're going to get there, that they could take the map. But Red Canids right now, definitely the clear favorites, and the clear favorites to take this entire best of 3 2-0. We're still getting ahead of ourselves, though. Map isn't still yet even set up right now, and Red Canids, they might be getting it over their head too. They're thinking, okay, this is our own map pick, this is Nuke, this is a map that Selva really struggle on as well. We should be done. We should be easy packing up for home. And whenever you're jumping into a game with that sort of mentality, it can always fall apart quickly on the server. So we don't really know what to expect. We can't really say for sure. What we can say for sure is that Cold Sarah had a really good performance. Kawas as well helped out. Venom Zera too even stepped up towards the end, even though in regulations he was almost not there. So we know that these players can perform. We know that they've got something in them. And right now, I would even say, let's actually do something that we don't usually do. Let's check the scoreboards from the previous map. Talk a little bit more about what we can actually quite expect on the next map and off Nuke. Because Ancient was, I'd say, a bit all over the place in terms of strategy-wise. Macro-wise, we got to see some good flashes from both teams, but that was about it. Team and play-wise, we got to see some decent pushes, some quick rotates coming through were missing. I'd say we didn't get to see that many quick rotates. And just overall, I feel like the team structure was a little bit better for Red Canids, but it was still not anything to make us go, wow, they actually thought of that, or wow, they played that well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things that I think are quite noticeable for Red Canids. It was mostly their good flanks in the first half, but it didn't really get them a clean half at all. It was still a 7-5. It was pretty close. I think as we can see with the numbers here, I think GBB had a good game, which is not necessarily always the player that steps up for this Selva and Solid roster. I think GBB is okay, but often it can be Tomate and Nithon. That's the one main thing that Selva don't have compared to Red Canids right now, is they don't necessarily have the consistent firepower that Red Canids have been showing. Canids is an obvious example of someone coming from playing lots of tier 1 events with Pain, dropping down a tier. You expect him to look really good, especially in South America still, and he does look really good. You've got Cold actually looking good on the AWP and the rifle. He had one particularly really important round at the end in overtime where he, I think Ponta was like 2 HP, dropped the AWP to Ponta, took the AK, and he got 2 really, really nice kills playing on the corner of the brickwork on B in the afterplant. So, yeah, I think that probably was one of the biggest rounds of the game for him. And, Drop, he wasn't, as I say, he's not necessarily always the guy you look to for frags in this team.
Yeah.
You kind of expected maybe a little bit more from Venom Zera, but Drop actually was pretty solid overall as the in-game leader, and they had that one really important call. I think it was it toward the end of regulation? I think it was, where they walked through mid with him and coldzera in a 2v3 and managed to win out that 2v3 on toward A when they went through Donut and perfectly split the defense. So it's things like that which make the difference over the course of a series, and just being able to edge out SELVA on Ancient is a good start, and it really should be easier on Nuke, but I've seen crazier things happen.
We have seen crazier things happen, and I do want to shift our attention as well towards the early game of that first map as well to prepare us for Nuke, which was a lot of retakes, right? It was very heavy on that for Red Canids when they were playing that CT side. So knowing that they're going to start off T side, whatever the first half will be, if it's anywhere close to an 8-4, 7-5, 6-6 split, Red Canids are going to be very confident moving on into that second side of the map onto Nuke to say, okay, we can completely take these guys over if we just play our own damn game. And right now, as we jump into this Nuke, we're gonna get to see what's gonna happen out here. First half could dictate the entirety of this best of 3 for SELVA.
It could indeed. We need to see if they can get a good start, especially on CT Nuke, as you kind of touched on as well. So let's see what we've got for them. Venom Zera, coldzera, Cowes, Ponta, and Drop on Red Canids should be getting this game done in 2, but we shall see. Odds, of course, have widened a lot as well after that win for Red Canids on map 1 eventually.
Yeah, what we do have for SELVA are really high odds, and it's moments like these where a team is really tested. It's not just about the best of 3, it's about the entirety of the system here for SELVA. The core has been dropped on over from Solid. We don't know what's going on with that organization. They've all gone away and picked up Slash and along the way, but now you're moving in and you're not finding a single best of 3 to put to your name. It's really tough on the morale. It's really tough on these guys is just way into the future. And if SELVA can come through all of this and overcome all of this, I think they will make for a really scary roster if they can face all of these adversities. But that's a really big if right now in the South American scene, as Red Canids are not in that spot necessarily. Even though they're on the downturn as well, they're not in that spot. They're definitely the favorites coming in through here, and the favorites to do a little bit better in this upcoming season.
Oh, coldzera just hit the double goosh there on Tomate. That's rough. Blunt can instantly come through. They're going to try and deny it from single. And actually, Destiny has managed to kill Venom Zera. So that's changed the position of the plant. Cow is under a bit of pressure here from GBB as well. Damage being done. They're trying to get a double peek. With the doors being open, there are 2 players in there to try and clear them out. And Drop will come in and help out. I'm surprised they didn't try and force those double doors closed. But maybe because Drop was there as well, they just wouldn't be closed. And he kind of just forced them back open again. This is the kill I was talking about, right? I mean, it almost got 2 there as coldzera tried to get that plant down, but Ponta charged through to make sure it was safe, and then Drop, as I said, also had a door to play with, and then get a second kill to secure it comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, in all reality, Destiny was the only one that had a shot at changing the course of that round, because Cowes is the one playing it really well. He just baits in the dualies out there from double door to not peek in further, to not allow him to actually find anything to work with, because if he had, then it turns into a 3v3, which, it's a decent position, can take down Drop from double doors as well, and suddenly everything changes. So well played there for Cowes too, even though he doesn't get any kills. Drop helps him out, and it is that pistol round going to T side already. Not off to an amazing start. SELVA have to grit their teeth and see that 2-0 on the screen already with the map down. The full buy should be the ones they're going to be fighting for.
Yeah, only knife on with a deagle here. Red Canids trying to get a cleaner map now, of course, after the struggle that was map 1. Reminder, of course, this is a tournament with these groups in play as well. It's not like a regular Swiss stage. Group A and Group B. Of course, as well, they've quite cutthroat. 4 teams, of course, do get invited straight to the quarters as well. Those high-tier playoff invites are FURIA FE, Sharks, Fluxo, and ODDIK. We've seen Imperial make it through the first series of Thunderpick World Championship in South America. And you'd expect it to be the likes of a 9Z or a BESTIA to make it through this one as well. 9Z, of course, have been kind of disconnected from the scene for a little while now when it comes to like invites and big events because they've made changes that have kind of lost their core, and obviously bringing Lucan back after however long, still playing with bringing Adam S back into the fold as well. And the only player that's like one of the originals on 9Z now is Max, obviously, with DGT going off to Pain.
Yeah, that was crazy. You know, the DGT move right after he moves. What was it? A couple of days or a couple of weeks right after he moves in towards Pain, they make it to Austin. They make it all that deep run to beat FURIA even. It was absolutely insane. And I was saying so many times, like, it's insane that DGT just gets dropped in there and he makes so much work. But it was brilliant to see.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that sort of old 9Z roster when they had Davideus as well, of course, and now DGT and Davideus sort of reunited on that roster. And yeah, it's looking great. There's an interesting round here coming in for SELVA because they're going for this MP9 half buy, which is proving to be a lot more popular. I think in the recent meta, MP9's just being so strong and knowing you can get a full buyout in the next round anyway. Committing to the MP9s, allowing Red Canids to, technically allowing them to get a 3-0, but it's all around you need to take with plenty of due care and attention if you are Red Canids. We've already lost one. I know, of course, that Karis is down toward control room, so are they going to reposition here, SELVA, to try and put pressure on him?
No, FURIA made this buy so many times already for a reason, and that's how they got. That's not the only reason they got so far up as they did, but the good reason as to why they did. They influenced the meta with the MP9 buys, and now let's see if SELVA have got something to show for it. GBB already takes care of 2 in from single door, which is huge right now for SELVA. It allows Red Canids to force their way in and to try to get that bomb plant, and they're just walking in one by one towards these MP9s. 5 seconds left to go, and Canids is just chasing a goose that is not gonna give him the satisfaction of the kill. There it is, SELVA up to the first on their eco, right?
Yeah, the MP9 half buy works again, and yeah, Red Canids say they actually do a pretty good job in the round overall of clearing out the site here. Colder gets that kill, they get a good trade on Slash, but it's the fact there were 2 more here. Why would you ever expect there still to be 2 more on B? One in the corner and GBB getting a cheeky kill, and then Destiny lurking in late towards single, and that caught off the next. That made the difference.
Did indeed. Now, back pause out quickly here for Red Canids. Again, the only ones throwing these out, giving themselves a moment to breathe and figure out the next round. T side here is going to take any rounds they're going to be given. And in all reality here for Red Canids, the minimum aim they've got their sights on is going to be 4 on the board here for T side. And they can still go decently confident into the second half on that CT side and say we can make this work. They're already halfway there. Now it's going to be a full investment, a force buy. Running on down towards the B-bomb site again. This time Tomate, the one to hold. 13 bullets left in the mag after a quick spray. That grenade does great damage on Venom Zera.
Big 1 for 1. Tomate's going to try and get away, but he should just get caught. And he might just decide to stand and fight, and he does. He realizes that's probably the better option, and he does well to find one more kill. But it's always going to be traded. That does open up the B-bomb site again, and Drop is confident to try and clear out double. You know, there is a risk of there someone being down towards Secret straight away. He's going to smoke that off now with Slash there too. That is a pretty critical smoke, because it doesn't just block out one player, it blocks out 2, and because of that they immediately try and reposition, and they might just say, let's just fall back.
Indeed they are. Pulling in the plug early to keep up their economy out here. Not a bad call, but one that shows that they don't really have that much confidence in themselves to pull through these sort of rounds. One that might still overall give them a good chance for success in the next though. 3-1, Red Canids already amassing a bit of a lead. And that's still the difference that Valve are not going to change even if years pass. Or the economy difference, right? The T side just lost a couple of extra players, but they got a bomb plan down. They had a worse economy. They still managed to make this buy work entirely. Whereas SELVA, with 3 guns saved, with still utility in the play, they won't get a full-on full buy, and their economy will still look worse than the T sides.
Lost something there, and it was a smoke. To find it again, finding underneath the little bit of the step there underneath the ladder. Be all important, obviously. So SELVA now down to this buy. The AWP of Nithon with the saved weaponry they had. They could drop some weapons over, of course. Canids willing to take a heads-up fight into Wood Garage. The risk of the AWP possibly being there. Marte will once again play ramp as he should. Little gap there being held to see a foot, and as soon as he does, he chucks the incendiary and falls back to a different angle. Properly cleared by Venom Zero though. What a shot. He's not going to overpeek into Wood Hell straight away either, knowing that Nithon could be there. So recovery into the 4v4 after Canids did get caught outside.
There you go, Cold Sarah. Would have had a timing on the Ven player. GBB though is gonna go back up, and the 1v1 later, GBB is the one to come out on top. Could spam through the hut as well, but doesn't want to lose his bullets. Now I think he's going to jump through. 1v1, and it's destiny to fall. There you go, Venom Zera, great round out here. They don't want to save the AWP, interestingly enough. They don't even get a bomb plan off. And Red Canids, 4-1, are looking really damn good.
Good spacing there at the end to guarantee those trades, and a good recovery in the round. Fortunately, Slash has dropped from the server, so hopefully we'll get him back ASAP. Quick pause before we get back underway.
Okay. Then let's talk some CS outside of the South American scene, shall we? How do you feel about Zwei?
I feel about Zwei. Very good player. Probably one of the main shining lights of Nemiga, and during his time on that team. Nemiga definitely fell off, so it was a surprise when they made the Austin Major for me. I think that they're actually on better form online before Shanghai than they were before Austin. But clearly, when they got on LAN and got confidence and knew how to play around each other, they looked really, really good. And Leah was just being a troll, and it was all hilarious and brilliant, right? But it was obvious that at some point Zwei was gonna probably have to be moved on. Because of how good we know he can be. Spirit is a big jump up, I will say. It's sad that obviously Magix has to be moved on, but there's no way he doesn't get another chance in the scene, being only 22, obviously. He spent 5 or 6 years on Spirit, and still only 22, just a long-time servant of that team. Great to see new blood in the team with Zwei, but I am, of course, a little bit sad for Magix. But it was time. I think it was time. And bringing in a player like Zwei, who Donk himself has touted as a player to watch for the future, probably one of the better options. Will it make them on par with Vitality and make them win things again? That is another step, and I'm not sure they've got that step even with the change. So we'll see, but I like Zwei a lot, and I think he's going to be probably in a top team for a good while. I don't think he's going to crumble at all.
Okay. It's a really well thought out answer that I feel like a lot of people aren't really trying to take your side on, because again, of course, tier 2, tier 3 player coming through, what is he doing at Spirit? Well, it's true, yes, it's a big step up. I also think that Zwei can pull through and show himself, not necessarily in a Donk fashion, but maybe in a Zontix fashion, where he comes through and a lot of people are saying, well, okay, he's picked up because of the role, he's picked up because there were no other better players. I feel like there were players up to his degree, But with the role that he actually fills out here instead of Magic's, it's going to be interesting. I also don't know, even though I've casted Amigo quite a couple of times, I don't think I've cast him enough with on playoffs or on moments that I could see them in LAN, or how they actually react to a team environment. So I don't know if Zoe is that sort of, not necessarily charismatic, but outspoken player to lift up the spirits for Spirit, because that's definitely needed. Chopper is pulling through a lot of the heavyweight by himself these days, so it would be nice to have another voice to kind of be that player to lift up a couple of spirits.
Yeah, I mean, Donk does interviews, but doesn't really say much. Zontix usually gives the best answers in interviews. Other than that, it was Magic's, right, who was the big interviewee, I suppose. So, yeah, we'll see how that works. But either way, I think it's a cool pickup, and it's good to see a player like that get an upgrade to one of the S tier teams in the scene. So, not the first time Spirit had done it. Obviously, they took all the players from their academy originally. We know that. When they still had the Art Frost, Zontix, Donk core to join up with Chopper and Magic's. Kind of have to go and pick up Shiro when he's on the market after that, right? I mean, even though Art Frost got an MVP from a tournament they won, you have to kind of make that call pretty much every time. Art Frost is getting another chance coming in toward Fissure as well, isn't he? Being called up by BetBoom on loan from Paravision. So
yeah,
good opportunity to see if he's still got what it takes to perform at a good level again. Looking forward to that. We're back underway. Slash is back in the server. We can start waffling about the game instead, rather than the some changes in the scene.
Yeah. Here we are, 4-1. It's a big step up here for T-side Red Canids, but Nathan says no more, please. Half investment coming through from Selva. It's going to be proving to be a bit aggressive here at the beginning of the round. We'll see how it continues. It's 5-7s and SMGs to hold on the line. Hold off the line. The Red Canids walking through, trying to find them bit by bit. You'll never expect Nathan to be the second player here. Yeah, there you go. Brings a lot of damage, runs out of bullets before he can find the second. Cold leaves himself in this 2v3 where drop is quite a ways back. It's really just Cold playing by himself here.
Yeah, I really appreciate the double up there from Selva. That's one thing you just never expect in a month of Sundays, that there's going to be two playing off each other in that corner. And it was very rough for Nithon, but thankfully the second player swung and he was low HP, so one bullet was enough to take him down. Did do enough damage to Cold to make him a bit squishier though, so it's okay. Got himself 2 in the end overall. GBB's in a really good position as well here to catch one player off guard. If they go through the right-hand side as GBB looks here, he should get a kill. If he picks on timing like that, it should be totally fine. Coldzera will not be able to get that one, and he's held onto the line toward B perfectly. It couldn't have been worse for Red Canids there, as Coldzera, I think, ran out of bullets, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a great round to win if you're Selva. They've won 2 rounds in this game so far. One was with MP9s, and the second one with MP9s and 5-7s.
Here for Selva, just invest in those MP9s and hope for the best, because so far, that's what's been working. And you also have to wonder, why has that been working? I would have loved to have seen a Selva tackle timeout after that win. To be like, okay guys, why did this work again? Because it wasn't an overplay from Red Canids' side. It was that double up, as you say, in towards Ram that allowed them to find the advantage and then keep it up with the pistols as well. So they got to go for more plays like that. They've got to keep Red Canids guessing. Not necessarily into a round like this. A round like this is just going to be something for Red Canids to hope for an extra kill or two, maybe even a bomb plant if they get lucky. That's around about it. Should still be Selva up to 3.
Oh, okay. Disney only gets 1. The Orpus missed a shot, but should be okay. Everyone's been picked up, though. Hang on. Okay, now it's all good. No, it's all good. There's a second player coming in to help out, and Slash will recover that M4 after getting 2 kills with the MP9. So, 2 get their thirds. And Red Canids' money was pretty terrible, so they are unable to get a perfect buyout in the round after. Still a couple of Galils in play. But they won't be unhappy with the damage in that previous round, considering the weaponry they did take into it.
I've also been seeing a noticeable amount of teams. Remember back in like 2021, maybe 2020, we got to see a lot of teams running a force buy with a Macton still in there, trying to be a bit more aggressive. I have not seen that almost at all, especially into the South American region here for T-side teams.
They usually take 9s, right? They
Yeah.
go for Mac 10s.
Mac 10 does have its bonus as well, right? Compared to a Tech 9, you might say, yeah, the price difference is there, but even for a half investment, I'd say if you have just one Mac 10 running around and getting enough space, having that extra amount of bullets could save you sometimes. But that is very situational, of course, so I guess that's why a lot of people aren't using it anymore.
Important round for Red Canids here. 4 on T-side is okay, but to start the way they did and only get 4 or 5, they'd be pretty disappointed with. And the chance SELVA could take complete control of the economy coming in here. They've already got our buy in arrears because of winning a couple of rounds, of course, on an eco. And drop will be stopped by Slash. They now know that Ponto has made a push and a position toward that door position, and they will be able to hop their way down. And Venomzera did kill Nighton. This is going to be the important frag, and Destiny did just try and look to find him, but it didn't work. And as you say, they had space elsewhere, and that's going to work out for the round win.
Yeah, see, this was a very smart round coming through from Red Canids. It's a standard to a certain degree. You throw all your flashes, all your smokes, all your setup in towards A, try to get the players in there, and then fake it in towards B. But the difference was, were those two players actually selling the fight in towards A, peeking on in, Slash going in and finding the kill onto drop, actually even sold it even more for SELVA. So they weren't completely ready, and then Nighton just gets sideswept by a double push from Cold and Venomzera down on B to secure the round, get the bomb plan down, and leave us up to 5-3. And see, now we get to see the attack pulse coming through from SELVA. Long time coming, but we'll see if it actually is going to help out with anything.
Really big round for Red Canids. I think it's always awkward when you're Destiny, right? In that situation where you feel like you're forced to make a play in toward lobby and you're forced to try and go for a push, knowing that your space has been taken by your opponents elsewhere and you need a kill back to get a retake possibility at all. But knowing your opponent is still probably there, like holding for that possibility, and Ponto was ready for it. So decision for Red Canids to be in now. 5-3, chance to break the money on the CT side again.
Yeah, it's scary for Nighton to invest into the AWP here, especially knowing that he is going to play this ramp angle. So far, whenever Red Canids have wanted to go there, it's been quite explosive, quite quick. Back to 3 scoreline as well, as you say, right? Could break the economy here for SELVA, and suddenly from 5, which is still seemingly retakeable, you could turn it up to 7 for Red Canids. From which SELVA are really going to be looking down the barrel of a best of 3 loss here to start off this Group A. He did push though. Got himself into secret. Could find a lineup even. Oh, does even get 1!
Wow.
How?
That's, I mean, pretty crazy that he missed it like that, honestly.
No, but how are they both alive? They've both been tagged by DWP.
Yeah.
The guys get shot in the leg and drop right behind him in the chest?
That's the only possible outcome, right? Because so often collaterals, chest through chest, are 2 kills, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's feels bad if you're Nighton.
Wow. Yeah, Gaben really against him today. Destiny's gonna pick up the AWP though. GBB trades it out though. Good for 2 through the smoke. And that might have just saved a round. Looks like it. Cold trying to make his way back. 10 seconds left to plan, but look at their HP values. That's not a lot to work with. They're dropping down on B though. They've got the entire bomb site.
There is time as well. 5 seconds for the plant. Just about got it. So this health is crazy. You haven't even got really a 50 health player barely. between 3 players. The Drop still found one more kill, and
No!
Cowards is in a position that Tomate doesn't expect whatsoever. So far up toward ramp, knowing it was a late rotate down toward B, why would you expect that? And now Slash is like, oh my god, I have to save, and we know that we've done so much damage to them. That is a round that SELVA will look back on and say, well, what did we do to deserve that? That should be ours every day of the week.
Not only would Nathan cry looking back at the VOD, but I feel like the entirety of SELVA indeed would as well. And oh my god, you know, this is just the extra disrespect on top, because Drop knows that he's got cash for this. He wants the frag. He doesn't want to leave Slash to save away that AWP. At the end of the day, he does. Yeah, it's the only logical conclusion. He got leg shotted, and somehow Kawis doesn't go down either. Drop doesn't go down either. 6-3, man. Out of a round which we didn't really expect to get up there. Now Red Canids are putting our theory to reality. From 5-3, now it could turn up to 7. And from that point onwards, SELVA would just be working for scraps.
I'm just about to watch the replay of that Nighton shot on the stream again. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It is the angle. It's like it's the worst it's the only possible angle that sort of thing can happen, right? When you're coming up secret stairs and you have like a lower angle and you're kind of shooting up in a way. Like gone through his crotch into the chest of the second player, not killed him. Pretty crazy.
Damn. Talk about bad luck, right?
Yeah.
Talk about bad luck.
Sometimes it's not your day.
Yeah, sometimes your opponent's having just a really good day. Love that one he actually said, by the way, in the moment. It was...
Oh, that's actually...
legendary call.
Giga smart from Drop there. They actually don't know Slash is here, but Drop's actually the bomb carrier. So he gets that one kill, realizes there's a possibility he could get pushed with more players coming in from ramp, and gets that bomb out of there toward T-Roof straight away. Hilariously, he goes back in toward lobby. There's a slight risk, but I think they're going to be okay now. It's only a USP remaining. AK's been found, but they know where he is. They can drop down toward B. Even if they don't kill him, they probably should anyway. Could be a trade. There's no risk. And Ponto will decide, look, I'm not taking any gamble here whatsoever. I'm going down toward B. I'm getting the bomb planted. I'm not losing a silly round here. And, yeah, awkward for Drop. Quite amusing that he had no idea about those players pushing in through, those extra players pushing in through lobby and hut. Well, smart to begin with, trying to get that bomb out of there cleanly. But, again, there's no gamble.
Damn.
Mate will just be allowed to get away.
Hates his ankles. Broken twice already.
I think he fell there, but actually didn't take any... Wasn't he 16 HP before? I think we heard the sound cue for breaking ankles, but I think he didn't lose one HP.
This is a very interesting map for bug finds, I guess. Well, bugs. For interesting moments. Still, though, my theory comes out true. It's 7-3. And from this point onwards, I'm not smoking any more copium here for SELVA. I mean, could have been a round, could have been a half, could have been a map here if their CT side panned out differently. But since it's not, Red Canids really are flying through this first map. Well, they tried to fly through the first map. It got close. It wasn't easy, but they've gone over that hill. They managed to actually hike up it and become the victors. And now they're just looking to clean up their prize, which is going to be a best-of-3 win. GBB pulls early outside, and in from Garage, Nathan breathes a little bit of life into this round, but it's not all of it over.
Smoke. No, there's an issue, and Drop has put so many bullets through that smoke into Garage that he's not ready for Destiny re-swinging. So, yeah, complete gamble doesn't pay off. Probably a gamble to put so many bullets in like that was never going to pay off, to be fair. Now, Ponta's in a good position all the way through ramp. I don't think they know he was there, but now they're aware of the possibility after him taking so long to get through. Might get one kill here, but any more than that seems unlikely. Hoping that the Heaven player overpeaks. Chance for 2. That's the only way back in.
Mate is looking for the Hell player, right? So this is nice. But I love the trigger discipline here from Ponter. It's so smart. It's so well behaved. 35 seconds. This is a Ponter one before. I want to see it. He's behind all of them. Knows where the bomb is dropped as well. Sees Destiny. Still holds the line here. There's no world in which Destiny checks back either.
He just needs 2 somehow, and he needs maybe a possibility at 3 even. Destiny did just look back for a split second there. Now I think with 18 seconds, there's no chance of winning the round. It's just about damage to the CT economy going into the final round of the half, maybe. Oh. Here's 2 running away. No need to save the AK. He should go for a kill. There we go.
Destiny probably being like, what? How? What? Where? How'd he find me? What are you doing to Mate? Trolling me, bro. He was in fact not. 7-4. And we go into the last round of the first half yet again with sort of the same lineup. Well, with sort of the same conclusion to the first half as we did on Ancient, right? 7-5 for the T side. If it turns 7-5, of course. Sorry, I'm looking ahead in the script. Can't help it.
That's fine. We've all done it.
Yeah. Let's see.
7 on T is still good, but 8 would be even better.
I mean, already this is the point where I'd be expecting a little bit of overconfidence to come through, and there it is. Good wide peaks coming out here from Red Canids, focusing just on the flashes to get them by. And it looks like my script was wrong. It's a 4v2 into a retake here. That GBB and Tamate can't really hope to do a lot in. They're both coming in through garage. They're both coming in through outside. Main is not that easy to retake from. You don't have eyes in the back of your head either. So that is going to be an 8-4 split indeed, in which Red Canids on T-side nuke managed to make a little bit of mush out of Selva.
Yeah, that just really shows what should be the Red Canids result, I think. Now going on towards CT side, I'm expecting them to close this one out pretty comfortably, especially if they find a way to take the pistol. I wouldn't count Selva out, but I think Red Canids have been just a tiny bit better today. Not by much. Not by much. Especially on map 1. But yeah, it deserves to be mentioned that Selva never had an opportunity to actually win that map 1. It was always Red Canids having the map points first. I think it was, what, 12-10? And then in the end, the 2 where they had it, like, what was it, 18-16? And they closed out 19-16. So yeah, they always were the team that had the map points first.
And here is our complimentary halftime break. As, yeah, the only real world in which I could see Selva making a comeback would be where Red Canids become overconfident, but I just don't see it under drop right now. Like, yes, he's a young, aggressive IGL, but he's been seeing how the pace of the game has been going. He's been seeing the game's not just been given away to them. And Selva did put up a really good fight onto the first map. I don't feel like that's going to be enough to get them overconfident. Should just be a normal, by-the-book walk towards the finish line here for Red Canids.
And sadly, it would be another loss in a row for Selva, right? I mean, you have to go back quite a way to like pre-player break matches, obviously, since they, if I want to make this loss streak even longer, but you know, recent games, which are 3 recent games, XW7M, 2-game Bounty Hunters, losing 0-2, 0-2, 1-2, and then back pre-player break, losing to Players, America, W7M, before I think they were XW7M. And then Fluxo in a BO5 final in ESL Challenge League. I think I had a chance to cover that game, and that was obviously Fluxo coming through the upper bracket with a map advantage, and Fluxo made no mistake in the next 2 maps of Mirage and Ancient. It was a 13-6, 13-7. So, yeah, totally comfortable for them on that day, and shows that Selva / Solid are not really in a position perform against these sort of rosters at the moment. Red Canids win this pistol. I think they are well set.
I think so indeed. Let's just see it live in front of our very eyes. As Red Canids realize this is going to be a full LB hit. You get to see the flanks already underway, but the players already inside of the bomb site. Good Molotov towards the back of the ramp too. Destiny takes care of both of them to find them here at the entrance of window. Should be a free bomb plant as well. 3v5 on the retake with no defuse kit. Good luck, have fun. It's a game still here to be played.
One tap back for Venom Zera. But with no kit in play, makes this one pretty impossible. Venom Zera might just try and force his way out now. Canids has won his duel though. And they are playing quite defensive here, are SELVA. Sure, the bomb plant's in a good position for them. All three toward double door. It's pretty much in the open, and yeah, I mean, Cold is already committing to the save, so Canids is going to go and join him. Cold can buy a helmet for 350, I believe, in the next round. So, chance for a good force buy.
Okay. Here we are, 8-5, a force buy coming through from Red Canids on their CT side. It's cold on the scout, baby. That is something you always like to see. Something that's definitely going to be a bit of a blast from the past.
Didn't even buy the helmet, yeah, I just wanted the scout only, fair enough.
And we shall see if this is going to be turning any heads. Cold, oh, that timing on the peak actually doesn't allow him to see the players jumping right in front of him.
Slightly strange there to hold the angle where you can't see them running out. I mean, he kind of got timing by how they ran out just straight out toward outside, to be fair, with kind of no care in the world. But yeah, kind of frustrating to invest into that scout and only get one tag. But there we are. Can't get it right every time.
Hey, even one tag is better than no tag, right? Interesting crosshair placement there from Haunter. He wants to look both lobby and entrance at the same time. I don't think your eyes really do that. So
no. Not going cross-eyed, we're going invert, like the opposite of cross-eyed.
Yeah, I can do that. I know there's some people that can, but
I
really
cannot.
wonder. I really wonder if they can see out of both eyes like clearly, or if one of them just goes blurry while you're paying attention to the other. I don't know.
But for me, it's a case of it just being double vision, I think, and you can't really see much anyway. Because I've always, like, when I was young, I had like an operation on my eyes to like cure like a lazy eye. There's a better name for it rather than just lazy eye, but
yeah,
I still kind of need glasses for it now to keep the muscles strong. But you know, on the computer, it's not an issue because I'm close up to the screen and it doesn't it doesn't strain my eyes really, actually. But long range, watching like major in an arena, for example, that can tire my eyes out and make my eyes still turn a little bit, so need the glasses for that. Need stronger glasses for that, I think. So it's tough. It's fine. For my regular life, just walking around and at home, I don't have too many issues.
I don't know, man. Getting glasses is an adventure in of itself. I never liked the idea.
Contacts. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm scared of contacts. I can't do that.
Me too, dude. I don't know. Not for me.
I know people that can literally just plop them in there, and I'm looking at them like they're psychopaths.
I know. It's not for me. Cole should get one kill here. Oh, he's got two actually, and Canids has found a frag with the 5-7, and suddenly, on what was actually a full eco here, and Nithon's just jumped into Cole. That makes him do more damage to him, and Canids is there to trade it. What a crazy round for Red Canids to win, and that's going to be a heartbreaker for SELVA. They've not built up much money at all. They have an okay buy coming in here still with only one pistol, but that keeps the gap at 3 for Red Canids. Crazy.
What a crazy round to find your first CT side round in as well, right? Because this is what gets the gears turning. This is what is going to get Red Canids up to a potential, you know, stroll in rounds, up to a potential momentum. SELVA have already had quite a couple of rounds where they're going to look back at the bot and they're going to be sad looking back at it. That's gonna be one of them. Just adding up to the tally. Never fun. Drop on outside duty now. This is interesting. Cold has moved away with his AWP in towards the ramp. He might be needed there because Destiny's already made the cross to the smokes. And SELVA are itching for a run out of trophy room.
The round that matters, and Cold's gone down to GBB. That's pretty big. Look at the damage done to drop in toward Hell. He can't get away. It's honestly, you do have a couple of players here, and Cowies is going to choose to fight with Ponta as well, and they could just win the round straight up. Oh, he's done so much damage, and Cowies will surely call that to Ponta. SELVA will do the right thing here and fall back away, because they should assume that Venom Zero has rotated down to help out toward B2. Venom Zero is going to be making a lot of noise, and he needs to win this duel towards Destiny somehow. Destiny's not been able to stop him from working his way up the vent, and he was the one player that was healthy. So all of a sudden, it's Tomate and Slash with 19 HP between them, trying to win a 2v2, and now it's incredibly unlikely for Slash. He's trying to and go through the smoke toward Hutto. That could be the one thing that works out for him, because now they have no idea where he could be. Unfortunately, there are defuse kits available, and Venom Zero is just going to hold it, and somehow Slash has got away with the AWP to save it on T-Roof. What a crazy back and forth round.
Oh my lord, Cowies, you savior. Right, this is it right here. He finds the headshot and then seemingly 2 more kills with all that damage, but at that distance, Cowies isn't even sure himself if he found all that damage or not, right? Can't see the blood spatters, can't be sure that the bullet's connected. So he's telling his team they might be low, they might not. We don't have the time to communicate all of this in a complete dogfight. So the fact that Ponter does manage to find that kill onto the Heaven player on Tomate kind of ends the round off right then and there. But still, a nice attempt coming through from SELVA, but one that perhaps they should have gotten more out of. That was a forced investment. Cold goes down, drop as well, and they make a 3v5 work for Canids.
Yeah, that could be the round that really puts a nail in the coffin for SELVA in this particular series. Of course, they have somehow, thanks to Slash, been able to keep that up for Nython. But it's only Deagle, Tech 9, P250 around that. You know, eco rounds is where SELVA have made their little bit of magic work before. Remember the 5.7s and the MP9s of the first half. Maybe now can be another time where that magic can be worked. Good grenades though being thrown out, and it's Nython on this AWP trying to catch off drop. Timing's great though. Oh, Nython has got the right idea. Slash is going to try to get past. Will he be able to do so? Indeed he does. Canids not yet up to a kill, but good on the information gathering there. Ponter only takes out 1 as GBB trades him out. 4v3 now. And a great grenade leaves Tomate down to 1. Wow, how's he got away with that?
And because of that, they're gonna save, yeah. They think it's not really approachable. They don't know about how much damage they've dealt. Wow. My oh my. You think this is an overlook coming through from drop?
Well, I think they're just playing the safe game here, you know? Like, overall,
yeah.
I think they're playing the safe game. Because it's like, they could go for that still. And they could probably find a way to do more damage to the team money. I mean, they don't have to, you know, worry too much about future, but I think here, when you haven't built up so much on CT side, and you know you have the ability to fall back and save, when you've still got what will be a 3-round lead, you're only 3 away from winning, I think it's a fine decision to save. It's annoying, but it's fine.
Yeah. Again, truth be told, had we been in their positions without the X-ray, we'd probably make that call as well more than half the time. Just to indeed try to play that safe game. So, was a bit of a unilateral, retake attempt as well. All of them coming in through a ramp doesn't always yield to the best results. So, all in all, a save that does get made, and that could change the pace of the game still in favor of Red Canids. Another tech pause, though, coming through. Hopefully, just a quick one. GBB undeniably, by the way, the savior of SELVA on map number 1 that almost got them to a success. Here on this map, he's still there, just not as much, not really a carry force anymore. SELVA are working as a unit. But it is interesting how he's the one being thrown into the fight. He's the one that is entry fragging more than half the time. And he's still actually finding quite good success when it comes down to connecting opening frags, to getting a path open here for the SELVA teammates, and them trying to work up to it, half the time not having enough players to do so.
Frustrating timing for a tech pause here, because it's big round coming through. If Red Canids win it, I feel like the game's kind of done. But if SELVA win it and hurt that CT money causing an eco, suddenly it could be 10-9 and it could be game on.
Yeah.
It was SELVA calling for this technical pause, I believe. We're back underway now, thankfully.
There we go. Should be just fine right now. Round number 18. Definitely got a little bit closer here for SELVA, but they're still a ways away from connecting any copium here for me to believe in a comeback attempt here. Red Canids should still have it under lock and key. Let's just see how they'll be playing these upcoming rounds. In all reality, there is no need to get over aggressive. There is no need to try anything experimental here for if you're Red Canids. A good standard game, and you'll win at the end of the day. Oh, look at this again! Drop, ambitious. He's gonna nab himself a spot in the graveyard. Oh.
Now it's rough. Now it's very rough. Like Ponta, just rotating back down to a B, quite clearly just in conversation with the team there. Where do I rotate to? Do we bother rotating at all? Do we just try and hope that one of our players goes above and beyond in a certain position? Is SELVA doing the right thing here by just pausing outside, right? Don't need to go into a push anywhere. Don't want to take any one-by-one gambles. Don't even need to go as a group anywhere. Just wait to see what Red Canids do. Wait to see what they search for. Ponta's found their M4 to upgrade his MP9. Now, Venom Zero knows where one player is at least defaulting, but there's so much control of the map they've got now. Cold might have got Tomate locked in, but it would only be one kill back in response, and he's missed it anyway. Thankfully made up for it, but good information of where Cold is, and now SELVA should be able to maneuver into a site.
V4, 10 seconds. There's that bomb going down, and there's the round going out like a light. 10-8. We look at economy, we see Red Canids still playing the CT side, will be half forced into investing alongside the AK and the A1S saved away from this round. But I don't know how much good this is going to be doing them. They still have to attempt the next round either way. They're too close to not try anything. We'll go into the next round looking at SELVA on a really good save. Not having to worry about economy, playing that T side up as well. If this drags on for a little bit longer, Travis, we could see the same thing that happened on Ancient happen here as well.
I really think so too. That's not beyond the realms of possibility. SELVA again making a game close that should not be. Red Canids is just not able to win the important rounds. It just puts SELVA out of the game. You keep giving them a sniff.
Okay. Well, I do respect the approach here, being called out by drop, no force investment coming through. Playing with the AK and with the A1S, but now that Venom Zero finds a kill, maybe you wish you did, right? Nathan being taken out, it's a 4v5, and yet Red Canids can't really act on that. They've gotten information, people are outside, and drop just has to wait to connect on a cheeky kill. Just die for information. And look at how this is being played out as well, right, Ponter? Playing up in towards B, trying to hold up ramp, and you've got Venom Zero, who's already found the frag, just hold up into A. While waiting for someone to make a move, and that's the first move made. Tomate takes out drop. Kind of makes SELVA move back, it looks like.
Yeah, that's just a good protocol there from SELVA to have Tomate come late outside, because there's always a risk of you getting like tracked and traced by a couple of players that maybe were in garage that could have maybe caught you. But Venom Zero is in a very good position here. Is Tomate going to be aware of the timing? He's not. Venom Zero checks it. That's huge. We've seen Red Canids win a round like this already, and it was with less, don't forget. It was with USPs and 5.7s, and that was pretty much it. We've got an AK on Venom Zero. We've got the M4 still on Ponta. Cold and Cowes will have to try and bait for them somehow. Make a sound cue toward Heaven, maybe, and try and remove that possibility. But Cowes has been found. Will that matter? Will that matter? You've got the pinch to come through now because Ponta's about to deal with one coming in from Heaven, and Venom Zero is doing incredible work. And look at that. GBB caught in main as Cold Zero provides the fake, provides the distraction, and Red Canids won another low investment round.
An AK, an A1S, and that opening frag has so much weight behind it. Really well played from Venom Zero and Ponter. They played amazingly. Timing goes up in their favor too. And the protocols as well, right? The USPs getting themselves traded out. Venom Zero gets to stay alive only because of Cowes falling down first there. GBB getting caught off as well by Cold, as you say. And SELVA absolutely decimated. There was a big game changer in that as well, which was Red Canids could take their time. The save consisted of 2 defuse kits as well, so they didn't have to worry about that. And now look at where we are, 11-8, 2 away from finality on this best of 3. And SELVA look to be spread out.
And they hold on to this game somehow. Is that going to be the straw that breaks the SELVA back?
Could be. Here's the good information being taken out. GBB. How call is there close to Hut as he continues, goes for more. Big grenade on top of hold and drop. As Ponter's the one coming up the vent, he needs to find at least one.
Bomb has been planted.
There's really just no way. This is a tight-knit setup on the defense of this bomb. They need to get out of Heaven some way, somehow. Tomate might be caught unexpectedly out here from vent, but he does expect the player to push up. He held up just enough bullets for the deny. And there it is. 11-9. The game still goes on.
That was I'm going to be honest with you, that was a really, really bad A defense from Red Canids. Like, it felt like they didn't know where to position themselves. Like, Cowes, when obviously he had an idea of where he wanted to play, and that Molotov kind of ruined his plan. But before that, he looked like he didn't know whether he wanted to play near door, play near the corner of hut, play behind the site silo. Like, look really, really uncomfortable, Cowers. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if he's changed role from Pain as to where he would play on this map. Maybe he has. Maybe that's why he looks a bit more uncomfortable. But, yeah, that was not a good look. They just didn't have any proper crossfires or any player peeking off each other properly there to hold on to the site. And SELVA exploited it. Whether they're aware they could do that more or not, we'll see. They are within 2 rounds again.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Even if it was just about Canids swapping roles out there, it wouldn't make any sense for the second player that fell to GBB as well to have been in the position that he was, right? So it was a moment where they overlooked their protocols, maybe, where they're in a bit of disarray, lost the first one, lost the second way too quick. Now we're into round number 21. A round that can definitely change the tide of this entire game for one team or the other. Haunter.
What are we doing here,
really
King?
big gamble.
He's playing with Cold, sure, but surely you just get punished there, and he will. Hang on, GBB's disconnected. That could be a nightmare. Because Cole's been able to trade him, so that actually gives Red Canids a 4v3.
But wait, he's disconnected before any damage was taken, so is this round going to be replayed? I doubt it.
I doubt it now, yeah. Because they would have had to call it, right? And you can't call it because a kill just came through immediately after it happened. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, now because of that, Cold is just going to keep playing his game. 17-11, by the way. And that's Red Canids in a really unfortunate turn of events here for SELVA to get the map point. Damn.
That's a real shame because GBB, you know, like, not have the best of games, but just being alive in that scenario makes a big difference. Maybe Cole would have won the round anyway with how he traded that first kill and then checked outside for the second. But, yeah, I think, you know, Venom Zero, maybe they don't feel forced to push in toward Hut and give Venom Zero a free kill if that disconnection didn't happen. So, very unfortunate. Here is his trade kill I was talking about, by the way. He's able to reposition for another. Here's that kill from Venom Zero that kind of just puts a nail in the coffin. Was able to react for the second. And, yeah, GBB's not even back in the server yet either. So, gives Red Canids a chance at 12-9 to close this one out 2-0.
Right. Well. 12-9. And another 3 extra map points this time, though. Best of 3 points as well. Series points here for Red Canids. It looks like the favorites were a favorite for a reason. Who would have thought? Still, unfortunate here for SELVA. I mean, you gotta give it to them, man. They didn't go down without a fight. And it definitely went better than most of their best of 3s do as of recently. But no one's going to pay attention to how it went. They're all going to pay attention to did they win, and the answer is probably going to be no. The loss streak might continue here, which is, again, another big hit here to SELVA's morale.
They've got good players. I can't deny that. I mean, like, you know, Nython, Tomate, Destiny, GBB. I mean, that core 4, you know, they played together for a very long time. Especially Nython and, you know, Destiny know each other for a very long time. Nython, of course, was a teammate of Cold Zero for a little while on Red Canids. And this current Red Canids is by no means all that at all. But Cold's playing okay at this level on the AWP. I think he's doing what's necessary of him. You've got Drop, who's got, you know, obviously tier 1 in-game leading experience. You've got Kawes, who's got even more recent playing experience in tier 1 from Pain. You've got Venom Zero, who is a talented player, just maybe not on great form right now. And Ponta, slotting in okay. I will give him that. And it's proving to be an okay sort of composition right now. But it's just not the composition that's would get them results against the next level in South America, right? Because if you look at the VRS, for example, in South America overall, in the Americas overall, I must know the regions have been changing and everything. No, they're not in a great position. They're behind Marsborn, for goodness sake, right? Like, they're behind lots of American teams. Boss, Sharks, Fluxo, Bestia, all ahead of them. ODDIK are ahead of them by quite a long way, by 10 positions. So they've got a long way to go to get back anywhere near that. There's a reason why ODDIK are a playoff invite over Red Canids, right? So there's a lot to figure out. I don't think they're anywhere near yet, but at least they've got the pieces that have experience necessary.
Yeah. Here we are, though, SELVA trying something a bit different, running through their own incendiary to get there. Ramp is going to be opened up at some point after Ponter takes care of 2 on that FAMAS. We're going back to B, and it's Venom Zera here to hold. Alongside him, of course, Cold. Here to play together. And let's see that Cold Venom in play. Nathan has got the angle, misses the shot. Nathan, you're not allowed to do that. It's too dangerous, too late in the game.
Oh,
here comes the smoke to deny an entire position. And a spam through a smoke, sure, might pull Venom Zero off the bomb plant and buff defuse for just a little bit. But drop is an unknown factor right now, and he's taking his sweet time. Red Canids, they're one step away from pulling the plug.
They are now. Just looking to try and kill them. Yeah, just go for the exit kills. Try and make no one survive to the bomb.
No, drop is going.
Yeah, no chance, I'm afraid. They're going to get all the kills, though. No one's going to survive in this round. All 10 players are going to die. And that's... I don't think that's better for either team, honestly. Red Canids, doing damage to the T side is fine, but they've overall got worse money than SELVA. So, honestly, once they got smoked off there in double door, their smoke was okay to block off Nithon, but so much damage was done to Venom Zera. Once they got smoked off by Slash, I believe it was, on site, they probably should have just fallen back and committed to saving with 3. Because they've got, look at the buy they have in this round. They're going to have 2 terrible buys in a row to end off this regulation. Unless they win this one, obviously, which they've won a few before. But, you know what I mean? This is really rough.
It is. It is really rough, but it's also something that's testing both Red Canids and SELVA round after round, and so far, it's been giving us some really good results. So I want to see it in perpetuity here for this map to see how it's going to continue and which team is going to break first. For now, it still looks like that's going to be SELVA, but you don't know where the game can take you. And as you say, the low buy coming through right now for Red Canids. The forced investment could still prove to be quite challenging here for SELVA. And Cold's back to his scout. Let's see if this time he holds an angle where he can actually see the enemy.
True. SELVA, if they lose to this one as well, they're going to be just beating themselves up. Because if you really think about it, in their minds, they'll be thinking to themselves, oh god, we've actually should have just won this map in regulation. We've lost to 2 really bad buys from Red Canids. That would be a real painful one for them. And they are taking their time here, rightfully so, just trying to gauge what Red Canids are doing, seeing if they go aggressive somewhere, but it's making me nervous again, knowing what's gone before.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade. That's going to be the second coming through out here for SELVA, but Cold does manage to find one. Well, his ulti was good for it, but Drop is still left alive. It's a 2v2. It's still very doable here as Ponter on the flank. He's all the way out here on Hut, and it's the timing around about there for the Galil player. Nathan falls. So 1v2, and Slash has not been having a good time at all in his best of 3. He's left here. That's the last man to stand, and Drop puts him in the grave. That's Red Canids on 13, and that is how the ball keeps rolling in favor of Red Canids' side. And now SELVA are sadly not going to break through from the curse of these losses.
Well, look, it wasn't... I'll be honest with you, it wasn't the cleanest win in the world for Red Canids. There were some real rough-looking rounds from them, and, maybe that's be expected when you're playing a team that has beaten you a couple of times in the past. It was rough either way, but SELVA will be so upset. 3 rounds against low investment purchases. The 2 previously were worse than that last one. That round was actually quite, a difficult round somewhat. FAMAS, MP9s, they're losable, those ones. But previously they had, 1 rifle and USPs. The other one was 2 5.7s and 3 USPs. It was not a great look, I'm afraid. And it's an important win for Red Canids overall. They needed that one desperately, considering their recent form, and knowing that SELVA's form is not a team they should be losing to in any stretch of the imagination. So, big win for them. It wasn't pretty, but they got over the line, and they'll have stuff to learn from it.
Indeed so, but this is how the best of 3 is in fact going to end. It's only the second map being played out here. We didn't get all the way to the decider, but it definitely feels like we have, because it was a long fight, and it was one that we definitely went all the way with 2 overtimes, and then out here to end off to 13-10. But with that being said, I hope you guys have enjoyed. Me and Travis are going to pass the baton to the next set of casters out here for the rest of the day, because there's still more best of 3s to be played up, because next is going to be BESTIA up against the X roster of W7M, which we have been talking about as well during the course of this best of 3. So we'll see what those guys are going to have to pull through, and I hope, again, that you guys have enjoyed. Keep on watching, because Thunderpick has got more to give you.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship South American Qualifier number 2. I am your caster. Yeah, not host. Usually I'm a host. But caster here today for you alongside Why Not. And we got honestly some fun games on the down the pipeline right here. Bestia taking on XW7M, and then the winner of that going on to play Red Canids. Tony, I'm actually pretty excited for a couple of these just to see kind of a litmus test of where these teams are at. Now we're getting closer and closer to the reinvigoration of Counter-Strike post-major.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of truths that need to be told for some of these guys, and that's kind of been the case for a while now in, at least the camp of Red Canids. But as far as, Bestia now are concerned, they're the guys who have kind of pushed themselves into the front lines of South American Counter-Strike, while a lot of teams fall back. Obviously, the missing of the major to which they had qualified for would have been a great step in that direction. So, again, not really to, doubt them in that capacity to take on better and bigger competition internationally, but also that they can remain one of the top dogs as far as Tier 2 South American Counter-Strike is concerned.
Yeah, now the thing is they can't scrape by. They don't have the MRQ to kind of rest on their laurels. They're going to have to do it via the invite. So whatever kind of gymnastics that they caused in the kind of before times, they're going to have to do even more so this time around. And this is the bracket that you have for us. We have a different format this time around for the qualifiers. It's GSL groups all the way through. And as you see on your screens, Red Canids taking down SELVA in that opening match not too long ago, and they await the winner of Bestia, and I'm going to call him XW7M. I don't know if that, because frankly, I don't know if I can pronounce that completely.
Well, listen, we were doing a little bit of research on the name because we just barely had realized it before the pre-show had gone live, and maybe we'll slip in unemployed somewhere down the line because that's what it is meant to directly translate to. But these guys are unemployed. They found themselves now orgless. They find themselves still competing in a top 4 finish at this tournament in Thunderpick, and that's a pretty big place to be, I would say, if they are going to be on the hunt for whether it be, a team together again as all 5, or maybe try to find themselves homes and organizations elsewhere separately. But either way, this would be probably the biggest win for them in recent history to say that that is a culpable reality that they may be able to achieve. These W7M guys, especially I would say a name like Joda, definitely have enough left in the tank individually to be able to find themselves in competition with higher levels of, again, regional play and maybe international. I mean, there was that really weird rumor that Joda was on the short list for Wildcard at a time. So
right.
It's a little wacky in the current state of CS across the board. But if these guys can continue to put themselves as names individually on the map, then I don't foresee that they can't find another little wacky offer down the line.
Yeah, they nabbed a win not too long ago against Imperial. This was yesterday, a 13-5, 16-13 win against that new-look Imperial, who obviously were our champions of the first close qualifier here at Thunderpick. And that alone gives me a little bit of excitement about this team. And as you mentioned, you look down the line of these players that you have here. Joda obviously having a little bit left in the tank. Barton, a guy that I thought was criminally underrated in those initial legacy rosters when he was brought back. I was actually very excited, especially with how much he was able to do with how little he was provided from both Lux and or Nakis. And I think Urbano, I think SHG, these guys have shown that they have flashes of good rounds here and there, but I need more consistency out of them, and that'll be, I think, where I kind of rest my expectations from this team, is how am I going to get more out of the rest of this squad beyond the more tenured names when I look at Joda and Barton, and that's really the crux of this roster and their ceiling, I'd say.
Yeah, sure. I think that when we discuss a player like Barton, who is, I guess, effectively the second, and depending on how you look at Joda's career, maybe even the first most experienced player on this team, it's a guy who's spoken to probably so many players and names and so many different legendary Counter-Strike figures that hasn't really translated a whole lot of that knowledge or potential. And I would say that it's still definitely there, as you say. Criminally underrated, I can get along with, but also, credit where credit is due, but also criticism where it's the same. He's a player who's been given the resources and been given the time and been given the core players that surrounded him to where he hasn't really necessarily needed to be the one to step up in a way as far as getting kills would be concerned. When he's at his peak, you can tell. But when he's at his floor, you can also very, very well tell. And that's something I think that he's going to look to have to shake off if he finds himself falling down a rung from a legacy to an XW7M and onward.
Absolutely, and I mean the last thing I have to mention is the fact that Horvey is the coach of this team, ex Wildcard coach. So that's actually pretty exciting to kind of see if he can push this team's development a little bit quicker down the track. But we'll go and take a look at our opponents of this best of 3, and that is Bestia on the other end. And we've spoken about the narratives of this team. I guess now we can kind of get into the nitty-gritty of who we're actually excited about. And they're running back the exact 5-man roster that quote unquote qualified towards that Austin major. And honestly, I liked what I saw from as far as the team composition goes. Taking a chance on Cassin and basically getting rid of that Noxy AWP was one that I think fairly wasn't necessarily the most successful project in the world, but you could definitely see an uptick in firepower in that sense. And I still felt as though Toma and Luchov had the impact that they've shown in multiple seasons now. For me, I still feel a little concerned about Timo. I feel as though I've seen some good stuff out of him in flashes, but of course with the roles that he's been dealt, I'm not exactly sure where I land on him just yet. And I think this season is that kind of catalyst for where we land on him, personally at least.
Yeah, to kind of take like a zoom out as well before I zone in on your points, is that the options that this team would have if they were to want to make any sort of bold or brazen move is practically just looking sideways at 9Z and Bounty Hunters and hoping that you can find a player as a roll for roll or firepower upgrade even further beyond. And I think that it's pretty good to see that they're trying to build something of their own before maybe, throwing it out the window in the formula now to where Noxy going onto the rifle, like you say, honestly opens up a lot of opportunities for them to where you can kind of tell they're a little more focused in the mid to late round. I think that's a really big plus, having him in a rifler role, as well as having a player in Kaysen who can pick up the AWP and make up for maybe a lack in individualism from Noxy, which frankly, I don't really think has been the case. I don't think Noxy has been any more of a liability rifle IGL that you could probably have hoped for as far as his calling is concerned. He's not like a loose style IGL, he's experienced, he knows his pieces, he knows the game, and he's also going to be trying to put a focus on crunching his opponents without just letting things run free. And I hope that in due time, this roster can work. And at its core, I think it definitely can. Again, looking towards those sideways pieces down the line, though, who are also maybe a little bit struggling or a little bit uneasy on how their formulas are. This would be the team in Bestia to say, again, yes, we are better than you. Yes, if we do want your players, we will come knocking on your door to get them. And yes, you will give them to us. But right now, the name of the game is to win, and the name of the game is to win with this 5. And so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the clear MO for them is that they want to be at the tippy top of South America, and they're not going to necessarily settle for second best or fourth best or however many spots South America has this time around. But you've got some stiff competition and confident competition when you think about the runs that Legacy and Pain had in the major not too long ago, that they're coming back into the region and they're going to completely, I think in terms of confidence at least, blow these teams out of the water. And so for Bestia, it's about win now and it's about going deep. And I think a third, fourth placement for them in that previous qualifier is not acceptable to their standards, I'd imagine, right? Because for them, it's recuperating all that lost time that they had over the last month. It's trying to get back to Budapest as quickly as possible. And this match should be a cakewalk for them if we want to start that conversation moving forward.
And you know what? Like, say what you will about the South American in general buyouts, right? Like, say what you will about all that. But as far as management is concerned, I was recently revealed, at least reported or rumored by somebody in the scene, that Tomasin's buyout was something north or south of $700,000. And frankly, I think that's probably kind of a wise decision from them as an organization if they do want to build a name for themselves, if they do want to build, a legacy for their organization, because there is not going to be another Tomasin in the near future to them to be able to, springboard off of and utilize and maybe even attract players to their team as opposed to becoming a feeder roster. So Tomasin being that guy, we need to see him be that guy and continue to be that guy in his prime years, because he's 21 years old, obviously not young, not necessarily even close to old or out of his prime or even approaching that. He's only just now getting started, you would think. So if he can just continue to grow and learn under this roster, if he can feed into his teammates and allow them the room to join at him at his side, especially somebody like Timo is a little bit more of an unknown to a Luchov, for example, then I'm excited. I definitely do want to see him at some point in his career make a name for himself higher and higher. But again, this is a good start, and from an organizational perspective, I think that is actually pretty wise of them to lock him down as opposed to, say, a Quesarado.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll jump into the veto here and see where we want to end up in this best of 3. We've got Train and Mirage instantly out of the table, with the following maps being Nuke and Dust 2. And of course, with a mixed team like W7M, XW7M rather, it's going to be tough to really establish your foothold. Clear to me that Inferno and Train and Nuke are the ones that they've played the most often. Bestia will always love themselves a bit of Nuke. I think this is where Noxy feels really comfortable in the mid to late round. I'm surprised that they actually get Inferno off the table even with XW7M's win rate on that map. I actually do like how Noxy approaches that map, but Ancient is not a bad shout to close out the series.
I think this is going to be a really big testament to the level that Bestia have moving forward, because I think this should be a statement game in my mind. I think this should be a game that, at least in their minds as well, I can only assume they look at this veto and are pretty happy about it. They're probably smiling ear to ear that they start with a nuke, and talking about quote unquote like the mixiness of this XW7M team in comparison. I think that nuke is going to be a real hard one. I think if the boys come out swinging, if they're on their tip-top game rather, and they're abusing them on outer, if their T side just feels a little more aggressive than can be combated, that's where I start to worry about the future on a Dust 2, where they can sit pretty with the momentum they may have built on their choice and just get case in that AWP and call it a smooth sail, because that's worrisome. And I don't even know if I predict that we're going all 3 personally.
No, I don't think so either. And I think that Bestia 17% on Dust 2 is very deceptive. I think this is a roster that has actually opted in for Dust 2 quite a bit over the last season. And I think, again, I trust Noxy in a lot of these circumstances, who's developed into such a fine caller, I'd say, in those mid to late rounds, now that he doesn't have to kind of operate 2 difficult roles in both calling and opping. And I think that's lent itself to him having a little bit more room in the kind of ends of these rounds, that I think XW7M, it's going to come down to, I mean, I hate to say the individuals, I don't want to be that kind of guy, but we're into the T side of Bestia here on map 1 of this opening best of 3.
I mean, listen, frankly, talk about the individuals they're going to have to rely on. Joda is one of those guys that we were talking about that has some more left in his wheelhouse, but I mean, already 9 HP, already tanked down. Tomas can't take down the vent. Oh my god, he's jumping and he can't quite hit the ladder rung, but eventually lands his 2 feet square, but Noxy's got the cutoff. It seems like they've got an idea of it.
Headshots galore as the bomb goes down, but look at the amount of inks done onto the CT side. Just one player with max health or close to it, but Levi still finds another headshot, pushes in a Luchov, and there's the double kill. That's the kill that should break open this round, and SHZ can't even convert. Luchov gets off the reload, and it's just Urbano down into double, alone with no time, and it's the ace for Luchov. Caught in no man's land, but he stands and delivers.
That first round, feel good moment, talking about the unbridled aggression. If one guy is able to do it like that, then maybe, just maybe, may be able to just walk through unscathed. Levy, the only one to frag, is seen and said. They're going to need someone else to step up by his side. This AK-47 given over to Kaysen of all players is an interesting prospect. Saving up for the AWP, not quite. Willing to take himself onto the fully automatic rifle first and foremost to try and crack open a sight and use these SMGs in order to make the space behind and in front as well.
I think his rifling is fairly okay.
That's pretty good.
On this T side, just having that mobility would be nice. 4 MAC-10s to supplement this. But it's a completely turtled approach from the T side. A couple players on top of Marshmallow and just a hunkering down in the lobby in case of a late round crunch. But no such thing from the CT side. And with that, time for Bestia to start making some moves. Timo start moving into the mini position, or at least trying to. And Joda actually capitalizes. That's the go button down ramp side. And this B bomb side should be open for business.
Oxy may get a couple extra bucks here. Seen actually in recent games that Noxy is willing to go for the double AWP setup and call that, knowing that he's proficient on the weapon more so than the rifle. There are instances where that can be reliable, but unreliable. Tucked position from the IGL. Finds him dead to the floor and finds maybe this round dead to rights for the unemployed, who can now run them through. They can use their numbers game, and a flashbang goes a little wider than Muchov. Payson also only minimally blinded, but everyone will fall as the entrance from the top side of the ramp is also sublime. Everybody gets the kills required, and they lose honest and truthfully minimal numbers to what could very well have come down to a 1v1 wire, but no, the only wires are being cut, and the round is over with a defusal, and it's 1-1.
A bit odd there from Bestia because, I mean, theoretically, they play that mid round pretty well. You put a feeler outside, you let him play around the outside smokes. If he does get into mini, you have the A split available since you have lobby control, and yet still, after the go button is pushed onto the ramp side, that's that clear from Urbano to get rid of the lurking Noxy. And from there on out, it's just solid fundamentals, making sure that trades are available when they clear the control stairs. And just making sure that they can isolate these players one by one. That's just good, solid Counter-Strike there from the unemployed. And
there's one thing it comes down to for me, though, at the end of all that, is that, yes, it all was well and good, but Noxy can't be falling asleep at the wheel like that. Like, that kill alone pretty much locks them out for at least another 10 seconds, in addition to the fact that they already came down to about 3 in the defuse. That stinks, but you're right. No, you're absolutely right on every point you hit.
And now Bestia have to suffer the consequences. They do get the bomb down, so it's definitely a bit more of a potent buy. Oh, that's a knife to the back of Timo, and you don't like to see that. Another
GG.
bit? Never seen that before, but either way, it's a 4-man rush into the ram side, trying to push off Levi on this scout, and he absolutely will, but Barton still gets a fadeaway shot in, and Levi gets a fadeaway P250 shot as well. As long as he stays alive, things look pretty good. It's still a 3v4. Bomb will hit the dirt, but still a favorable retake situation for XW7M.
It's always a scary prospect as a T side. Like, these positions, sure, they're good, but again, numbers down, it always gets so awkward trying to play around this pillar, around this silo, and needing Noxy to get into a duel and win one. Again, falling short and leaving Damasin with it all to do, and again, surrounded, a siege of that bomb site from up, down, left, right, and the bullets landing right in the center of his chest, with Barton the one to send them spiraling. That is another retake, very cleanly done by the guys of XW7M, and that is the most important part moving forward down the line for their economy.
It's very interesting to see how willing they are to give up ramp control and just play the B-bomb side retakes effectively. I mean, they're able to get a player down vent regularly. They're able to take care of secret stairs. And more importantly, they're able to retain or retake ramp control in those post-plant situations that you're converging on all ends. There's just 1v1s all across the shop, and Bestia are not able to win their duels, especially with the undermanned weaponry on that end. And now it's another awkward purchase for Bestia. Luchov does get rid of Levi on the ramp side, and AWP is recoverable, which does throw this round into disarray. But Urbano is getting a little bit more information. Perhaps an early rotation downstairs could come of this.
Pretty confident, though, just kind of chilling in groups, in clumps, to where trades, if necessary, are within reach. I think that case in AWP is going to have to be a lot faster than accurate, to be frank. Speed will be relied upon with Barton and SHZ both near the heaven, with one player towards this Asian event, ready to swing off. SHZ will drop down, it will be heard. Kaysen flies up the ladder and can't do a thing to stop Noxy getting blown to smithereens. The HE right on the mark and money, and Kaysen just doing his best to find any sort of an angle to find Barton, and he is actually going to be able to spot him. The head barely covered by the AC unit, and they're breathing not so easy now, even still with 25 seconds left to get this bomb into the B site, where one defender will look to stop them at Astralis.
Now, of course, it's got to be Joda in this situation. It's a one and done position, but in a round situation like this, one kill would seal the round, and he's caught him. He's caught the bomb planner, and Urbano is there for the rotation as well. Wonderful work there from the CT side, and it just does feel like Bestia in these mid rounds shockingly don't look as comfortable as you'd expect. Kassan taking just a little too much time, as you mentioned, had to be a little bit pacier in that situation, but just doesn't take an engagement, is more of a lurking player in that circumstance, which you never really want to see on a sniper rifle in that kind of circumstance. And instead you've got these players trying to inch their way out of the hut side, giving a free kill over to SHC. Even still, Joda holding his ground, a very patient player in that in his own right. Has seen a lot of Counter-Strike in his day. And with that, an instant tac timeout being called after guns purchased for Bestia. And rightfully so, because it doesn't necessarily feel like they've found the avenue in. I mean, if they want to maintain ramp control in these kinds of situations, they've got to find a way to actually do something with it. Be able to hold into it on kind of 40-second, 30-second marks. But I feel as though XW7M have the idea as to what to do if they do lose ramp control, which is a bigger issue for Bestia.
A little bit of time now to at least talk things over, perhaps. T-side now once again without the most beautiful of buys, and that's gotta hurt after winning a pistol round on a map specifically like Nuke, where that is supposed to open up, you know, avenues of opportunity to just be the thumb hold right over the top of your defensive counterparts, whose decisions heavily rely on being able to, say, get an AWP in or have a Molotov in order to stop a rush, a smoke in order to enact a retake, a flash for early to mid-round aggressions. And now, given all of those resources, you can see that they're just stuffing them with their utility for the time being, almost inviting them to go for a late-round execution without any map control outer. Very odd.
Very odd that they would not show any outside presence, but it's the inner sight that's the point of attack. Bestia hits 180 from Timo, headshot converted. Tomo gets another trade in, but Levi still standing strong with that AWP. I say that he gets toppled by his counterpart Luchov with another, and it's all up to Barton to try and clutch up in the 1-on-3, but Bestia with a smooth A-side execution.
One for the books, perhaps, as far as Nuke is concerned. Can get themselves an upgrade or two here and there. Everyone with AKs by the finish. And this is kind of what I was talking about, actually, literally seconds ago, is that it's the CTs who are usually the ones who have to make the most awkward decisions as far as buys are concerned to get what they need. Do you give in to the AWP this round? Yes, they do. It's a glass cannon. Utility looking decent enough with that being the case. The spread of fully automatic rifles also efficient. SMG at the lead. Tomasin, the man, the myth. Fire burns him, flash misses the wall, and it'll actually potentially have gotten one of these players killed because the op has full vision. The rifle can swing off the side of the silo, and Kaysen, that one missed flash costs you not only your teammate's life, but the chance at playing for a clutch as the numbers overwhelm, and BESTIA fall flat once more.
A little bit of a ring rust situation there for Bestia. Some botched utility, but some stellar shooting there from Urbano. Couple of very impactful kills. Levi standing the test of time in the back of silo, getting those shots off. He looks fairly decent here to start things off. And with that, Bestia not showing that same level of poise that they kind of ended their first half of the season with. Having to battle back here, scrounging up a buy, lackluster utility, outside smokes available, and guns found, but this first phase is going to have to be impactful. Otherwise, they'll be essentially just stranded in no man's land here.
Something that they're not entirely unfamiliar with. Joda just gets his vision back seconds after Luchov wanted to make the lurk. Doesn't turn his attention over towards that mini side. And for good reason, he had gotten at least the corner close left and right. And Joda walks in a little later on. Doubles up and may actually look to get boosted towards heaven or send his teammate. Alternatively, no, he'll take that responsibility. SHZ, his token spot atop the silo in the site. A lot of elevation to which Bestia need to be in tune with. But speaking of which, that also sets them so much higher on the bomb site to rotation to be. So maybe what seconds that could come to really haunt them with Barton only having an SMG. Levy not that far off with the entirely opposite spectrum of weapon, AWP to take the range duels, but they're already out. They're already in, and the sight holder and anchor has been dispatched of as Levy looks to activate it. Kaysen, who's posted on his angle, and this is about as good as it'll get following an early round kill from Joda. They've gotten themselves a bomb plant and should be a save forced.
I'm liking these entries from Timo, very fearless in these opening gambits, and once he does get that kill, if he does get that kill, it feels like smooth sailing when you've got some prime traders in Toma and Luchov that can really kind of knock out, blow their opponents in some of these situations. And now in a man advantage situation for Bestia, XW7M will tuck tail. Great response there from the T side. They're still dead set on this B bomb side. They're dead set on getting downstairs as many times as possible and really putting pressure in those retake scenarios. It's up to XW7M to see if they have a response in that sense. Do you send an extra player down in rotation? Do you fall for the bait after you lose potential ramp or secret stairs control? We'll take a timeout to discuss.
Time and time again, we look back on these timeouts and we say, kind of has to be the time to take it when you have a support system like, say, Bestia, right? Like, they've got obviously a coach. They've been on LAN situations before, and so too have the guys on the other side. So I think very rarely will you get competition like this where they're willing to take timeouts as frequently. And to kick off a series where it's as tight as it is with Bestia being the team who has chosen this map, I do like to see them taking a bit of a step back to get into the minds of their opponents as well as to keep their own heads squared on straight. Because while they do hold a lead, it doesn't necessarily secure you jack on Nuke. This T side, it's still very tight. And the race to tie at 6-6 needs to be won by the organization list if they want to have a chance at taking it.
Nothing really to speak of as far as the CT side is concerned here to start things out. No deep outside control being shown. Levi still showing some pressure outside in the CT spawn position. And a feign of ramp pressure there from Bestia, but honestly kind of lackluster. Nobody really biting. And with that, they turn their attention back to this A bomb site. A little bit of utility being tossed in, and SHZ going to have to be up to bat here on this topside anchor position.
Oh, speaking... Oh! I'm needing to be solid and stable. Urbano with a triple. What a hold. Kaysen spiraling down into the lower bomb site, not in panic, but in desperation. I can't believe a 4K in total. Urbano does it all. Kaysen will escape the line of sights of the ramp player as well as from single. They now need to know that surely he's gone in this direction. The audio crew has been heard, or you would have thought the bomb is being stuck. Oh. Joda, he's losing teammates left and right, but he's got coverage and not bodies, but in infrastructure and ace for Kaysen. But even so, it'll matter not. As far as the round win is concerned, they'll take that, but the money's still very much so down in the dumps for both teams.
Little bit of an overcook there from Bestia. I feel like you have that upper execution coming through. You have no real information of what's going on downstairs. You go into the waiting arms of Urbano, but Cassin nearly makes a round out of it, man. I mean, I think he's assuming that once he gets those 2 kills, he scares Joda off the defuse. Doesn't actually take the bite, but it's this upper execution once again, just upper pop. what have you, with a couple of flashes. Well-placed trades are solid, and Cassin will confirm the 2-on-2. Another player stuck in mini here, and Joe to the spams just off the mark. And Barton will make his appearance in heaven. It's just a matter of timing as Cassin turns away. And the bomb still doesn't hit the dirt. Re-smoke up in the mini, so again, it's on to Barton to see if he can kind of open things up here, but these fake bomb plants are causing a little bit of concern for me, but Cassin will still find his man. And Barton manages to get down safely, but Cassin has a chance to reorient his crosshair, and Bestia will scrap their way to a 4.
The roles have been reversed a little bit there. Kaysen, you're off flash duty. Go kill. Join the pack. Noxy, whilst not having a frag, becomes the support piece that actually does escalate the situation inside the site. And it works to perfection. I like to see that, and I like to see the fact that Kaysen is 13-4 without even opping. His rifling is really what's gotten them the most work done. I mean, his mid-round trades and posts, those are impactful, sure, but that round there, all the more so. 5-7s across the board. The CTs are feeling the pressure now in knowing that their money is unlikely to recover on the double. They force themselves down. Levy budgeting enough to where that next save round, should they logically lose out here, they'll get that sniper rifle. And no! Levy! Tomasin, thick traded places. Tomasin turns around, about faces the footsteps, but he's being encroached upon. Everyone is launched into his angle, and the AK-47 is procured. It's Noxy who looks to sniff things out, but spacing a little awkward. Doesn't want to lose his head here, but one elevates themselves. Noxy pumps the brakes, and Levy now exits lobby entirely.
A little bit of risky here to retake lobby in this circumstance, but they won't actually be punished. I say that Levi swings out of the hut and finds himself a quick double. Completely tosses this round into chaos, and Urbano will find one more with the scooped up AK. Dink found on a Timo makes this clutch nigh impossible. How the tables have turned here, Tony. You say that the round is unwinnable, or less than ideally winnable.
Yeah.
And it just gets flipped on its head. Timo will abscond to the CT spawn, and 2 AKs. I'm assuming a third can also be recovered for Joda eventually. And this completely flips the script of what this half was looking out to be.
That's my bad, chat. I apologize.
Counter-terrorists win.
Timo, 14 HP. Again, being that low HP players, gotta stink. They do no wrong as far as getting themselves that control. I think Luchov a little overzealous there, following Noxy being caught off, and Kaysen being nowhere even in sight for what I thought he was going to be on his teammate's rear end as far as trades were concerned. He kind of needed to be, so not everybody necessarily fully on the same page in that moment, and you can see what it does. No need to save for the AWP. He'll take an AK-47 and knowing that his opponents are going to be down in the dumps and that Timo's got nada to be able to drop over. What do you possibly have cooked up for that last round of the half, your Bestia? Because I think an 8-4 is ideal, like really ideal for XW7M, and I think anything less is actually really scary. I think that's kind of a worry for me, knowing what Kaysen's been capable of on both the rifle and the AWP. That's usually momentum. He does not let up, and honest and truthfully, very much so specific to nuke sometimes. Is that especially true?
A double eco scenario for Bestia. They're gonna have to get real scrappy like they've won in a couple of rounds in this first half, but Noxy already going down spells a little bit of doom and gloom. The spam is pretty solid there from Barton. And Levi's there with the rotation. Toma gets 2 kills, but still feels a bit like a consolation prize at the end of the day. An ace clutch required, and he's being encroached upon from all avenues. Cut off to return back into the lobby. And I believe you still have a player on the A side, Joda, to defend this B bomb site. And at this point, damage is more so the priority here for Toma. You can get this fake plan, maybe goad out a rotation, goad out a fight. That would be nice, but Joda will actually face forward. Toma gonna try to get this down, and he does, which will be good for the finances moving forward, but either way, XW7M get themselves that 7th round, and they get closer and closer to that ideal 8-4 half finish.
More pretty solid rifling work coming out from separate teams' offers, this time being Levy just floating around the map with the AK-47 he had been given. And now in the last, he does get his sniper rifle, but what he doesn't get is very much competition on the other side of it. He's going to love that. And Joda's going to love the fact that he's being so very accurate in these moments where there is a split second where the players are being seen, a smoke that he can spam through on a feeling and on a timing. If you give it to Joda, he'll take it and he'll run with it. A 3rd kill, and the outside is his today because this half is looking to be finished off even if they do get down with that bomb.
He still got that swagger, Tony. He still has the dog in him.
Oof.
Casson still gets a kill downstairs, and Timo is here available as well, but they've swarmed this B bomb site, and a double face there from the CT side leads the unemployed to an 8-4 lead here. And, you know, I'm not saying that in an offensive way at this point. I think, honestly, it's just it's a commendation of their efforts.
Oh, yeah. Sign these guys, they're saying. Making a bit of a ruckus in the first map. And honest and truthfully, maybe I'm definitely in the minority of people who, when I read that report about Wildcard and I saw Joda's name, I was actually kind of happy or kind of excited. Not that Stanislaw got benched. I think that was inherently a womp womp. But when I saw Joda's name being brought into the conversation, I was like, yeah, he's back. And
I do think this guy, he's got to get scooped up at some point by some roster. I still think about how solid he was with Imperial and having to be told you got to be the IGL at some point and not being able to do that and then being discarded like that. It's a bummer that he couldn't claw his way back, but maybe this is the time to showcase that he can do that. And clearly with his performance here on the defense, you start to see those flashes of brilliance from the days of yesterday. Now, the hard part. Can they close out this solid defensive half and steal away Bestia's map pick? Shock the Thunderpick scene with the map victory.
A 0 kill half, I just realized. Oh boy. We won't hold it against you, Noxy, if you win the series, but that's got to be the only stipulation here, pal. We've got them already now having to fend off an A-site hit. More of the dual Berettas being shined off from Tomasin being given time to stay alive and maybe even take further fights, but Lucia will finish his meal. And Kaysen, he may get everything on this as Joda's being a bit blocked by his teammate amidst the vent. SHZ eventually gets the hell out of the way and opens up gangway for that bomb to be planted on B, sits inside the vent, awaits Kaysen's arrival, and finishes the job to leave Timo with 2 guns and 2 players to find, and very low HP on the both of them. One at the silo, the other at the door, and neither that great of a threat to Timo, so it would seem a tap to the bomb would elicit the duel, I would only assume. He closes the door, and if there is to be some sneaky business, it's going to have to be a little loud. SHZ is going to need to either A, bite the bait, or realize that maybe sometimes pros do fake, and when they do, he may have just gotten himself the ticket home. SHG swings the door, Timo exposed, and the clutch is finished off, but it was scary through and through.
I mean, SHG on that first tap as well just completely assumes that Timo is not sticking that bomb, and rightfully so. Got a little dicey there in the 2v2 trying to get down the vent. But SHG with a very necessary 2-piece there. Executing the rotation down to the lower site as well as the one-on-one. And now, as you can see with the Thunderpick odds, things get a little interesting. A force buy up from Bestia to potentially balloon this lead up to 11 rounds. If, of course, the T-side can capitalize on this situation. But Bestia are well and truly on the ropes at this point, Tony.
Noxie's going to play with the SMG up close to the doorway on a bit of an off angle, while Tomasin ensures nobody sneaks their way through squeaky door. A Molotov to top hut, no utility whatsoever for the defenders to lock them out. So Molly after Molly, sound cue after sound cue. Noxie fully blinded, regains vision after having peppered in damage without vision, making it look a little awkward even so with damage from the scout tags. Another USP to be pulled, and another 1v2 that someone's going to have to finish, and although it might not be Timo to go for it this time, Jonah reads the situation for the vent drop, and Kaysen with the 1 versus 3 in the matter of seconds, and the scout is really what gets it all started. 19-8, this guy is electric.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Noxie's 0-11, you can just point to Casa and say he's got all the kills, man. He's doing some fantastic work right now on basically any weapon you throw in his hands. A scout, an AK, an M4, an OP, he's doing it all. And with that, a lifeline given over to the Argentinian squad. Awkward purchase here for the T-side as now they're in double eco territory themselves, and they'll go charging into the ramp, into Timo's waiting arms. Barton finds one, but Timo trying to capitalize and find himself a triple, make it a quad kill. What a sequence there from Timo, stepping up when it matters most. And now Bestia get themselves a 6th round on the board as they inch ever closer and try to shut down this momentous occasion building from the T-side.
Ooh, I need to breathe for a second even. Seems now W7M, XW7M are gonna just take a breath themselves and not go too deep into their pockets. AK-47's just within reach. Pretty loud rotation down through lower for Kaysen if anybody was closer to that hut wall, but not the case. They didn't really have anything to sail with, so it's going to be easy and free pickings from that point forward. P250 also wishful thinking with Timo, perfect weapon for the job, frankly, and they've made a good amount of money to just slide away into their reserves. This is a really solid and true bonus round as far as Counter-Strike is concerned, because typically people think bonus rounds are just after the gun round that you have guns still. But no, bonus rounds are when you have money that you don't have to upgrade in any capacity and you can afford to run it out with what you've got. And that's what they've got here.
Don't feel like I see too many of these bonus rounds all too often with the nature of MR12, but Bestia have got themselves a little bit of a cushion in the sense that the deficit is not that big anymore. And so they'll go crunching into the lobby position, which is nice to have as far as info is concerned. You know that they're actually turning their attention to the outside smoke wall. Blown open smoke goes Cassin. The spam is just off the mark, but the Tech-9 completes. And that's the opening 5v4 for the Opera. And he clotheslines Joda as well, upgrade into the AK-47. And Bestia are revving to the life off the back of some heroics here from Cassin.
Yeah, it doesn't stop though. I mean, it's almost like you expect it to come their way at some given point in these rounds that Kaysen will have his name enter the feed. And Timo, he's just feeling a little bit brazen there, and SHZ hits his scroll wheel key, but plot armor seems to keep him alive for at least 1 kill longer. All right, whatever. Not the greatest thing to happen, but also very much so not that much of a worry. Can chill out and wait for him to play into your hand, or God forbid that he wants to save, you can go for that too, no sweat off your brow.
looks like that's what it's going to be. Moving back over to the T spawn. And Bestia have themselves a 1 bonus round. And cutting the lead down to just 1. This means that all that good fortune that XW7M were able to build on that CT side has kind of washed away. And the favorites now storm back convincingly off the back of their Brazilian opper. Look at that, man. All those upgrades as well. Truly a nightmare scenario for the offense.
Oof. When it looks good, it looks good, man. But also at that same time, when it comes down to talking about this team later down the line, it kind of does seem that we're going to need to continue to further the narrative that Kaysen is a player that this team now lives and dies on, in addition to Tomas, and sometimes even more so. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but when I'm talking up Noxy as an in-game leader who makes decent calls and decisions, which honestly he did shape up towards the end of the half, but also a relatively reliable rifler, both of those things weren't really in full swing this map. And relying on Kaysen for the win, like a win is a win, but that's something they're going to need to look back on this map as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm completely with you there.
There he is.
There's got to be extra win conditions, and that is an extra one right there. Toma, who's been fairly quiet as far as this map is concerned, trying to rev up towards the tail end here. SHG finds an entry over into this upper bomb site, and he gets another one, tries to push Toma to the back of the site, and now it's just SHG who's gonna have to step up massively as to swing back over to heaven and can't convert. Bestia still hold on. They retain 2 AKs, and as you can see at the top of your screen, we are very close to a full-blown storm for Bestia. And blink and you miss it. Thunderpick odds very swiftly tilting back over to that CT side.
I know. Could be one of those instances where one good swing round from a player like Joda won't break the economy of his opponents, but it'll probably instill a little bit extra confidence now if they were to take a lead at double digits before their adversaries. That almost feels like a win condition in this moment from somebody on W7M, given that they have given everything in order to remain competitive in this round. SHZ obviously taking a little bit of a hit as far as the AK2 Galil relegation is concerned. Not really that big of a deal in my opinion. I think the Galil is actually pretty good. But
hey, I'm with you.
But when your opponents have AKs, that's when. If we're Galil
then you
versus
blame the
M4
Galil
conversation, then it's different. But yeah.
Yeah.
I will say though, I've not yet bought into the FAMAS and I still hate it. I still don't like it.
I've not been using it as much as I usually do, and then I picked it back up, and I got a decent clip with it, and now I'm like, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I've bought into it.
No, it's okay.
Just because of one clip, you know.
No, it's all right.
As an anchor, times are hard.
Oh yeah.
Times are hard.
As an anchor, I could really use a Galil. I'd kill for a Galil as an anchor player sometimes. That extra
I'm
5
tossing that every
any other
time,
weapon,
unfortunately.
dude, I'd kill. But either way, we're back in. FAMAS, not a question. Galil put to the test. We walk it up towards the upper bomb site with the AWP, perhaps. See where Kaysen looks to go, because his rifling, again, is really what's been doing it for me. But now he's being given that big green. Noxy's on the board, baby. Is that a good omen?
You'd like to
Holy
think, but
crap!
yeah, Lutrov has just been eviscerated, and Joda goes storming down the secret stairs. Kassin's still there for the rotation, but I think you'll hear Joda leaving, and they'll try to rotate back upstairs quickly as the T side want to execute onto this upper bomb site. But yeah, 3 players have gotten back in time, and they should be able to deal with this if they want to go through with this execution. And Cassin's getting frisky. He's getting curious into the lobby. This is a matter of mere moments, and Toma has found himself one. Once that execution comes down, he catches a player on the ladder but doesn't pull the trigger. Cassin instead has to pick up the pieces. And as he falls, Toma has to rise. 2v2, flash in his face, but he still takes out Urbano, switches over to the AWP, and Tomazin's got himself a quad. There's the highlight that you wanted, Tony.
Oh my god, it's so good, man. This guy's so good. We've been missing AWPers that didn't even enter the conversation in, well, Brazil primarily, but, you know, I guess to a grander scheme, South America, that can bridge the gap between top and everything beneath at a tier 2 level. I think Kaysen may just be that guy at some point. Fast shots, Tomasin hitting multi-frags in moments like that. Teemo's there sometimes. That's all we can ask of bro. And actually needing probably now to be here more than ever. An HE lob deep. Right on him to get that much damage, but again, it's Kaysen to find his one.
Now Timo has a little bit of a farm simulator here. Gets himself a double. Gun trying to be recovered, and that smoke will obscure Cassin's vision. SHZ will take more damage than he'd like, and Levi just gets blown out of the server through the smoke, and it's just SHZ. 2 HP to his name, but still fragging. 1v4 required. All 5 kills in the round necessary. And unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to find it. Smoked off of the lobby end. Has to go downstairs. Or up heaven.
Or up heaven. This is an option. It's an option that he will take. Jump, I think, goes unheard. Noxy only periodically turning about face to see what's going on, and he might have just missed it. Nope, he caught the question mark probably on his radar after the fact, maybe not seeing him with his eyes. 9 to 11. He did what they could with what they had. Looks at least okay to get a kill or two here and there. What could have been a complete shutdown at the ramp, frankly. 3rd kill would have been very, very nice for them, but they're still all good.
Ah, things you don't want to see.
They're not all
on a
good.
Mac 10.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought they had 5 AKs.
Not what you want to see, but they're going to have to make do with what they've got. Outside smokes coming through. And Noxy all of a sudden on 2 kills now, Tony. And he's nading for himself. He's nading the smokes open to fight. Look at him.
Heck yeah, dude. I'm with it. He's one of the players that you'd probably poke at to have outlier games that really do set your team ablaze. This time he hasn't really even been called upon once. I mean, as far as like needing Luchov to do anything, I feel like that hasn't been the case. I don't really think there's been a time where I could point the finger at him and be like, what are you doing, man? Noxy goes down though here. Luchov now actually kind of has to be the man. What a fadeaway shot! An absolute dinger onto the only outside player without an AK-47 in Jonah, and then Levy immediately following Kaysen as quick as you'd like. Second, I thought was on the mark and the money, but he and Tomasin shoulder to shoulder should be enough to finish this round and put them on the map point. Oh my lord, Luchov.
Yeah, that's the swagger that you're trying to look for from Bestia. You got players hitting some incredible shots all across the shop. Luchov to start things off, but I mean, it's that fadeaway shot that was brilliant. This flick over from Cassin, a necessary one, and then playing off the contact for Toma. Brilliant work there, securing map point in style. And yes, you've got guns out for the T side, but it's a little too late at this point. Especially now that Luchov is getting kills completely blind.
That'll do it. Everybody being given a bit of the action. Everybody giving their time to shine and taking it on top of it. But now, very little options remain with only one smoke, one flash, and one molly. Maybe a pop through the smoke from Barton with the rest of his teammates heading through the secret steps. They want to converge onto B in some capacity, but Barton, I feel like the round really hinges on his ability to get a kill and maybe even get out and try to poke and prod in other directions. These three now grouped up have only Kaysen to deal with in a really weird spot for him to stick. And there's Barton's kill. It's Mawson's the back, though.
Yeah, and then they're going to take that map control right back. It's all the Kaysen, a rare miss from him, though, and that might cost them the round. I mean, he's had a hell of a game. That could have been kill number 30, but to no avail. Thomas are going to be ahead of this and only finds one. 2v2 to ensue. And this fight here on the double doors could be everything. Damage going back both ways, but damn, bullets not connecting. Finally, Timo will strike. He knows where Urbano is, and he nails the shot on 1 HP. And that'll do it, folks. BESTIA with a come-from-behind win here on their own map pick of Nuke. It gave them a little bit of time to really rev things up here, Tony, but after they actually did rev up, they looked like a force to be reckoned with here on Nuke.
Dude, I mean, it was necessary, wasn't it? There was no other way that BESTIA could do this without everyone pulling out all of the stops. So many moments of individuals hitting shots, not necessarily in succession of 3 or 4 kills, other than Kaysen, but 2 kills at a clip that are absolutely stunning. Beautifully done from the guys who need to step up in moments required in order to make up from some of the slack on the bottom sides. But honest and truthfully, has to be a bit of a stinger for the boys of XW7M. With that having been the case, it feels like every time that they were dying in those scenarios, you're like, what was I to do?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think fundamentally they still had some solid pack plays. I mean, they were getting into these right positions, but I think just the cohesiveness of BESTIA showcases why they were in that conversation of going to the Austin Major in the first place. It's the chemistry between these 5-man units that they have. It's from the good work that Kaysen can show you, and you know, these late round situations from players like Tomazin. So all in all, very exciting work there on the back half from BESTIA. And now they've put themselves in pole position to have a meeting with Cold Zero and crew with Red Canids on that upper bracket Group A meeting. But we're going to take a little bit of a short break, and when we come back, we have Dust 2 waiting in the wings here for our opening best of 3 between BESTIA and XW7M.
what an
we're
effort
back here
from,
at.
my
Oh,
bad.
yeah.
Sorry, chat.
We're back to the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 South American qualifier, and it's Bestia taking on XW7M. And yeah, what a start to this best of 3, I'd say, Tony, because you didn't necessarily see the cream of the crop out of Bestia in terms of their T-sided rounds, but they stormed back off the back of a couple of individually brilliant rounds and just some nice chemistry that kind of makes us love Bestia in the first place.
Yeah, we were both so excited to talk. We just got into it as quick as possible. So, I mean, like looking at what they'd been able to deliver over on Nuke, their map pick, it was getting a little bit dicey there in the first half. Like you said, that T side wasn't exactly what it needed to be to instill hope within us, but there were, plans in place clearly in order to rectify that with guys like Kaysen dragging them from positions where maybe otherwise they wouldn't have been able to even come close to a victory, even pulling away with a 1 versus 3 clutch on a lesser buy round towards the ends of the entirety of that map. That one, probably one of the most important, if not maybe the most important to securing that win from the back foot, as you would say, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine that it took them that much time to kind of rev up there, and now you've got Dust 2, a map where you would like to be a little bit sharper if you want to at least handle XW7M in the sense that these guys are going to have a little bit more of an easier time in the mid to late rounds. They'll understand the kind of flow chart of how to play these games out a little bit more, and I think for that, you really just got to lock things down. I think Timo on that long side, he's been a sore point for me at times, but I think he did a very good job in how he held together on the ramp side of things on Nuke. So I have a little bit more leeway to give him, and I think the way the Bestia side will handle middle now, I feel a little bit more relieved with, especially if Kassen's having the series he has so far, and Toma as well, kind of on that back end, also showing some signs of life as well.
Yeah, signs of life, finger on the pulse and trying to ensure that they're still in this game with us here and giving a couple of guys some opportunities. You can see that they actually were able to walk away with them without all too much panic. I mean, not the most difficult 4K spray in the world for Urbano and events on that CT side. It was a matter of just looking up and holding mouse 1 effectively. But for everybody else, it felt like we were getting snappy Joda, somebody that we really, really need to be online for a map like Dust 2, where a lot of these angles are reliant on you taking and committing to your fights. And also in the mid round, ensuring that Bestia aren't going to maybe feel a little bit, welcomed to make their mid-round aggressions, welcomed to walk through long doors or try and go for a push-up through count walker down through mid. And these are things that XW7M, having been a core for at least as relatively long as they have, should also be able to counteract and realize, as you say, that flow chart of how Counter-Strike is to be played. They do have, at least that foundation that's been built, at least what has been brought forth in probably the most competitive team you're going to see. That is Orgulus right now, as far as that's concerned, in my opinion, in South America. But that's something that they need to be 100% on top of the ball of and not letting them get walked over on the defensive.
I look at this roster and I don't necessarily know who I'd point fingers at with the loss there. I think Joda was pretty serviceable on that offensive end. You spoke about Urbano having a couple of key moments in his own right, but I mean, to me, I saw flashes from Levi, but both Barton and SHZ were kind of negligible on this roster to start things off. Maybe you look towards there. I'm not exactly sure. But what do you think here, Tony?
I think a lot of their issues on the T side really did come when it very, very heavily leaned and relied on the fact that somebody was going to be able to bypass lines of sight. And I think that in that game plan and in that game structure, you can rely on somebody like Joda to probably snatch a good kill. And you could probably rely on Olivia to at least post on a good angle and Urbano to be supportive enough. But SHZ and Barton being those kind of in-betweeners, kind of being the players that aren't really forced into openings. The tradability wasn't 100% there when it needed to be most. And when they weren't getting opening kills, falling upon a Barton or an SHZ, again, didn't really feel like they can combat Kaysen's speed on his AWP. Or, honestly, the positioning of the other players of Bestia. Not even necessarily that they were hitting the most wicked shots in the world, but when they were hitting those wicked shots, a lot of the time, it was the same people being hit by them, it felt like, to almost no fault of their own.
I also think that there were moments in that map of Nuke, where on the T side specifically, where I saw that they had small windows to actually capitalize on open sites, but they would take just a tad too long to actually commit to those site hits. I'm talking like the upper execution, where Toma is basically on an island and Kassan is still trying to charge up the ladder there. you still should be able to get into mini fast enough. You still should be able to get into that hut position as fast as possible. And I do think they were just slightly off kilter just a little bit against a roster like Bestia, where, you know, you have a defense that can get together. Yeah, I definitely think that there's a little bit of that fear that kind of settles in. And that was the biggest issue that I had when Joda was calling way back when. I'm not sure if he's the caller on this roster specifically, but I'm starting to see a lot of those like lingering ideas still be there for this roster specifically. We'll see what they can do here though on Dust 2 as they kickstart things off on this offense.
Yeah, I do wonder if that is by design. I wonder if that fear or that willingness to, or that unwillingness to be the one to make a potential mistake is in their minds. And right now, topside mid, oh my god, just creamed. There's not even a second between the kills, it feels like, between SHC finding he's just thrown the smoke and then realizing that he's amidst the 1 versus 5. An insurmountable one at that.
Lovely work from Timo,
This is exactly what I was talking about with them just feeling no fear to run them down on CT. I don't like to see it this early for the sake of XW7M, but I do like to see it.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, it's fun for us as viewers when you get to see Luchov just thrown Chain off and said, go get your kills in lower.
Yeah.
Collected those easy. Timo off the catwalk, a long-range dual Beretta kill. Don't see that every day, but Bestia get basically the dream start that they're looking for and automatically put the hurt onto XW7M. 5-player lean over to that B bomb site, and they'll go with that conga line down into the lower position as well.
I do love a good death ball. But on Dust 2, it's probably the most potent thing to run is just get your numbers together with pistols, a flash, and a smoke, and try to isolate these duels. And they've done so well in theory, but, you know, Kaysen being up close and personal with his teammate, peppering damage down a linear angle, which is not difficult to hold for, really sees them fall a little bit flat. In execution, it looked okay. In idea, it looked fine, but I think maybe they needed to just pump the brakes for half a second after throwing the utility just to ensure that they don't get spammed in. But that's
one thing interestingly. Oh, yeah, of course. One thing interestingly enough that I don't necessarily know if I love on this map from Bestia CT side is that they like to put Toma on the B bomb site as an anchor. It does feel like it limits his playmaking potential, and it puts a lot of onus on Luchov to kind of be that aggro rifler to kind of break open spaces. But we'll see how much of an impact he's able to have in this map as a whole. I wish that we could have like maybe a swap between Timo and him on long and the B bomb site, but so far so good for them. Just keep an eye on that as far as that role clash goes as this game continues to develop.
I do wonder though if that's almost like a necessity for him to be as proficient of a player and aimer as he is to kind of like completely shut them out of that side of the map, because I think that the give and take of that is that you can lean on somebody like Kaysen to really fill that as far as impact is concerned, right? Like he's an upper who you can rely on to get 2, maybe even 3 kills in dangerous scenarios. Like that's kind of his bread and butter. But I don't disagree with you inherently. I just think that should that switch actually happen, I would actually probably abuse that B site a little more, knowing that it's not Tomas in there.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that is inherently just the push and pull of this map as a whole. And now we get Kassan out on that AWP straight away, going toe-to-toe with Levi. Nothing shown just yet. Cat control established for that T side as Kassan moves back over to the middle position. It's an undermanned A bomb site in this position.
Decent. Spots one across the door. A dangerous game they play, but one where they need to be swift about it because the walk would have been lethal with his scope trained upon them. Indecision for split seconds. Soon harnessed into a mid-B split, so it would look like Joda turns attention as soon as that nade hits off of the wall. So You can see his presence of mind is still very much there. A crab walk around. Boston uncleared. He's got the first, already having bypass. And Joda knows not of his position in the slightest, and Kaysen can cover his cross. This one is so very well played from Tomasin, and honestly, so very interestingly played from the communication lines of BESTIA across the board.
Oh, Toma, man. When you give him that stand and deliver kind of moment, he delivers every time with just complete ease. I mean, this 90-degree flick is magical, but it's the way he handles the remaining players out the doors and never overextends. I mean, too many of these youngsters just give them that extra kill, but there's that restraint in him that makes him as exciting as ever.
It was like a hold your breath moment for us, honestly. And held it, we did, and so did Toma. Now, catwalk to play. SHZ given the AK. Yet to frag our 3 players on the team right now, so a good installation of confidence into a player even like SHZ, given that last map wasn't exactly beautiful from them individually, would be really nice. HE goes well set. Flashbang's a little bit better placed, I would say, from XW7M, though, and a whiffed spray from Noxy with half full vision. Kaysen, what an adjustment! Oh my lord, the cross is given over thanks to the smoke, and it may actually finish the job onto one more of these defenders, and Kaysen's being given a lot of responsibility now. He's long lurking, is eventually probably going to have to start ticking in the back of his mind, but no, both players confirmed. Joda heard or seen just amidst one of these 2 smokes moments go by, and his teammate may be susceptible to the frag, and no, Joda's not at all ready for it. Barton, he has the bomb planted for him, but now the weapon for the job. That was still a little scary. They get that bomb plant, they get some cash, they get a little bit of that exact confidence I'm talking about with SHC on the double, but now they're going to need to convert it into actual kinetic energy.
Yeah, a little bit of worry here for me as far as W7M is concerned, XW7M rather. And it's the sluggishness that I feel to some extent. I think the actual bite of some of these rounds, I mean, in that round there, totally fine with what they had on offer, but I do need to see a little bit more gumption in their lurks. I do think that they're a little too slow. And that's a nice little nade there that sets up Caston for an opening 5v4. This CT side is looking sublime, to say the least. And now you've got Luchov getting curious into the lower position. He's going to swat 4 heads, but he can't even topple 1. SHZ with that instant trade back, and we're into the 4v4. And Bestia now tasked with figuring out how to play this man-even situation.
Bursting out on the AK-47 is a good look for at least finding Timo, bringing back that man disadvantage, and honestly keeping them questioning. But if there were ever 3 players you would want at the same time, it's the Brain and the IGL, the Brawn and the Rifler and the AWP, trying to triangulate what's going on quite literally with one player in mid at the long range, one in tunnels and clear, and Noxy just trying to dictate what the round may look like from a... It's a long walk, it's smoked, soon it'll fade, and the jig will be up, especially considering Tomasin has seen and heard nothing outside B tunnels or in mid.
And now you've got a alarm system installed with Noxy shoulder peeking here and basically alerting his trusty sidekick in Casson. And there's even a flash prime to let Noxy let that rifle sing, and he'll get his first. Cross smoke is through, but the jig is up, and the T side will be found out. They'll nade open the smoke just for good measure, and Noxy finally having a little bit more of something to say individually here on Dust 2. And Levi will back away as 7 seconds are left on the clock, and Bestia will continue to keep this clean sheet alive and have 6 rounds to the good here on Dust 2.
Time out. Hold up the T, coach. I don't even know if I think they still do have a coach, actually. Pretty sure that
yeah, Horvey.
Oh yeah, you were mentioning that earlier on. I forgot that they brought him along with him. I'm a little shocked he actually decided to go along for the ride, but I think he realizes there's potential, but right now we're not exactly seeing it in motion. Horvey himself whilst maybe not having the most deep coaching career beyond Wildcard, was very, very integrated in the Brazilian scene. He has been everywhere. Maybe not for very long at a clip, but everywhere. Immortals, Ints, Team 1, Imperial, the old one. Ints, I think. Kick, he was even playing in the Portuguese scene for a while there.
Nice.
Dude's been around the block.
Kick is a deep cut. Now, what can he bestow upon his youngsters on the T side? Whatever it is, it's not being received very well. The CT side's doing a phenomenal job at holding this man advantage in their own favor. As yes, Luchov goes down, but he's that player that you can continuously let off the leash and give chances for players like Caston to continue putting on the hurt. And he's just having a absolute shooting gallery in the middle of the map. And I mean, this just feels like an absolute whitewash. I mean, yes, it said read 7-0 at the top of your screens, but it feels even more of a beatdown than the 7-0 could potentially say, if you get what I mean.
If you get what I'm saying, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah. Oh, man. I can just, like, tell based on watching the game that you can feel what they're feeling. You know, like, like you've been there. And it's not a fun feeling. It's like a get me out of this pug kind of feeling.
Yes, yes. You've got the console up. You've got QUIT already pre-written in that console. I know it. And look at that. Thunderpick odds just skyrocketing to 10 odds for XW7M.
That would be the time where I'd put in the bet. Like,
I mean, what a bet if you did win that, right? I mean,
yeah.
Holy hell.
And then looking at the lack of firepower, you can actually tell on the top of your screen, I just realized I said the word firepower, and there's a cool little HUD element you can utilize to get a read. Tech 9s, again, previously stated, they can work. I've seen it done a million times over. And to be honest with you, it would be very in character for this to be the kind of round that Bestia drop. As the first in a long stretch, I mean. From a 7-0, if they were to lose one of those rounds, it'd be that kind of round. Teemo, nope, not a miss nade, ladies and gentlemen. A nade that bounces off the wall in order to only expose the catwalk side of the smoke as opposed to the lower end where somebody may be residing. That was intentional.
Still doesn't get the info he was looking for. A bit deceptive in that sense.
Sure.
But the T side, very stalwart on holding on to lower control. They were so incessantly focused on dealing with Luchov, but Luchov isn't there anymore. He's gone. He's here to deal with this mid-pressure. Crisscross smokes come out once again, and they've been able to deploy them and get that mid-control effectively, but they've not been able to deploy a timely B split. That kill from Urbano might make things a little bit easier. Toma absconds the B bomb site, tries to flush out Joda here, and they do. And they'll get SHG to boot. Luchov will chime in with one more, and it's all up to Barton. Clothesline from behind by Toma. And this power duo of Toma and Luchov singing on this B bomb site.
That good old 1-2 punch. Or maybe the good old 1-2 kick in the groin, kick in the teeth. As soon as they hit the floor, they don't stop shooting Bestia. I keep switching my pronunciation of it, and I don't know why. Bestia?
I've been doing Bestia for a while. Anyways.
I'll fix it, but I don't know if they'll be able to fix what's gone wrong right now. Because, again, the shutout shut down it long. They have guns, Paladin. They had guns. They had the tools of destruction, of mass destruction even. There's a full belt of utility on Urbano at a 2 versus 5 at a minute and 25.
You got 3 players on 1 death apiece.
Good God.
And Timo saying, you know what, I'll give them something to chew on here. One death taken, but a beautiful little jiggle there from Cassin. And Noxy will capitalize, keep this clean sheet alive. We march ever closer to that dreaded scoreline that I will not name.
Good move.
But unfortunately, there's like nothing to celebrate. There's just literally nothing to celebrate. Like, what is that? What is that? What?
An hour break between games?
Hey, listen, man, I'm gonna get some lunch.
There you go. Hold the phone. Or you pick up and call. Place the order. Hot and ready. Our 5 players on catwalk for the taking. Kaysen now, who walks it back from CT spawn and hearing all of this going down. And they've got a lineup of players here who are ready for that. I think Kaysen actually, once they walk it up, oh, this could be dangerous, or it could be everything. A nade pulled in hand, 1 cent from the CTs, and now they have to know that the op is close. He's got to duck away. He realizes this, a dangerous maneuver, but one which will pan out.
It just lives to tell the tale. He'll be able to stand and fight here with this AWP. Noxy gun goes dry, but that's where Cassin can strike jump up from Noxy. That's a little overzealous. But Cassin's still here to hit every single shot. He actually hits that one as well. I thought Timo is there from the long side. Luchov to chime in as well. Bestia are a force to be reckoned with. 17-2, Tony.
Yeah. This is going to be one to remember if you're Kaysen. Everybody on the team better be saying thank you, Kaysen.
Thank you, Kaysen.
Yeah, they all got to give him the props needed, but looking to see whether or not he'll be able to continue that over into the next map. I think that'll actually probably be coldzera's first test against relatively solidified Opper, to be honest with you.
That's a good point. I think that head-to-head will either be a fairly interesting one or a very lopsided one.
Yeah, of course. coldzera is, of course, a 2-time major champion.
Of course. That is what I was alluding to. Once again, mid-smoke through, cat control established. This has been something that has been very successful for the T side. They've been able to get into places where they shouldn't be. And yet every time, they have been demolished. And now you've got 3 nades sitting right here on the ramp that can just be nuked into the catwalk position. If they want to cat-XE again, they're going to get blown to smithereens.
Oh, so much damage from that molly on Urbano, too. 1 HE. Have another.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you thought I was finished? You thought it was over? And there's boom! I thought that was gonna be the kill onto him as well. Nice flash setup, dude. Wait, I'm stealing that one, but it won't matter. Noxy still dropped. A 3 versus 3.
Oh, hold on.
This is weird.
Very weird. And Luchov will just clothesline Levi. SAG chiming in, and the crunch is in from Barton. It's all up to Cassim, who's had a hell of a map. The no-scope connects. 15 seconds left. No smoke to cross. Barton's just going to have to send it over across to the cross, and he's just trying to get the bait out, but the swing is too far. Cassim capitalizes the 1v2, 19-2, 11-0 for Bestia.
These guys can just do no wrong. That was a really interesting setup, I have to say. Props to Noxy for everything going on in that round. He just requires a $600 additional investment from his teammates to give him their HEs, and his stat line is going to be looking really nice on Leadify as far as the utility is concerned. Flashes out long. It's been indescribable, the amount of times they've been shut out. But this time, given free reign by the fact that there's only one rifler really there, a full committal would have been on Wise, and despite being 11-0 up, they won't lose their fundamentals. Hasten, forget the fundamentals, it's all mechanical. This game, They pause it. Sure, they pump the brakes. Maybe. Smoke at the corner does allow for him to play around the other side of it, confirming no one has yet made their way through on the journey.
And they'll go back into the middle of the map. They're going to go back to Catwalk, and this time Timo's playing ahead. He wants a duel before they cat execute, and Cassin's there to chime in from the long side. It's just Joda and Barton, and make it just Barton. He's gonna try his hand at crossing it long, but again, man, it's not gonna happen. Cassin ends the half with 21 kills as BESTIA are just one round away from completing the perfect game here on Dust 2. It has been an absolute statement here from the Argentinian core.
Yeah, you know what? Harkening back to the pre-show, I said that this was the time to make a statement game, and lo and behold, that's what this is. The leaderboard may be a little bit misleading on Nuke, to be honest with you. That, I think, looks better than it actually was. But this, yeah, I mean, undeniable. This is where stats do tell an entire story. Paints a picture, the Mona Lisa, hang it on your wall, frame it on your fridge, whatever you so delight. It's an opening match into the tournament, and one hell of a good one at that.
Now, if I'm Red Canids on the other end of the bracket, I'm kind of getting a little worried here. But of course, that is a best of 3 that we will continue to big up in a little bit. We've still got to get through this one, and we'll see if there's any life left in XW7M, or if this will be that perfect game. 2 sets of util for both Noxy and Cassin. And, you know, I gotta say, what a selfless little guy here from Cassin. He decides to buy the utility and play no armor. He doesn't ask for, you know, a raid boss situation. He's here to really help out, and you know what? I appreciate that.
The long late take is something I think has fallen more and more into meta lately, and not even just pistol rounds. I think people are kind of over the, oh, we've got long spawns, let's go long. I think that's kind of fallen out of favor. And probably for good reason, seeing as now Urbano has to fall off in a way. He can call for that flash, that'll be pretty nice, but they've read it. They've not actually gone all too far up in the scaling. And Luchov in mid, despite being tested and dinked down, gushed up, actually pulls the rotation well enough, but SHD sticks his ground, sticks to the corner, needed more than one, needed to find the multi, and needed someone else to step up by his side after the fact, and all of it flushed away, and it's the 13-0, I'm saying it. Joda, if you want to prove me wrong, it would be generational, but the only thing right now that's generational is the amount of talent overwhelming from the side of BESTIA.
And we know we were looking for that big statement win from BESTIA, and we got it. It took a little bit of time to get there, and now you get to see why this roster qualified to the Austin Major in the first place. There is that firepower that is available across the board for this team. They have the potential depth in their map pool as well. And now it's a question of, can they have that level of consistency against the tippy top of South American Counter-Strike? And while we don't have that answer just yet in this season, we've got a little bit of a taste with the small sample size against the likes of Imperial. We've still got a ways to go, and this is that road to recovery here for this organization. And I'm excited as far as the opening chapter is concerned.
I want to say that 15-13 is where Kaysen ends on the best of 3.
Damn.
Oh my god, it's unbelievable, this guy. I mean, I don't know what the Map 2 HLTV rating in isolation is going to look like, but the previous was a 2.16. This being a 21 and I think 2 finish for him. This is maybe a career highlight as far as a best of 3 for Bro is concerned. And I want to see that more. I want to see that kind of momentum roll into a Cold Zera who's got to be quaking in his boots right now in his first real test as an AWP player on this roster, previously taking up those positions and roles. But not really ever showing us all too much of anything. But we have, again, as previously mentioned, a fat gap between that match and this one that we've just finished on Paladin.
Yes, we do, and that means that we'll send ourselves to an extended break. We'll get a little bit of rest on our voices and rest on your eyes, and we'll see you here for an exciting Group A winners match between Red Canids and BESTIA. You don't want to miss it. Back at it here at Thunderpick, and we've got a banger of a Group A winners match. I'm Paladin, joined with me as Why Not, and of course, the matchup in question, Bestia taking on Red Canids. And when we looked at the groups, we looked at who was actually involved here, Tony. It was pretty safe to say that this is what we were going to get. Now, how competitive this actual matchup is, that, obviously we'll find out soon enough. But of course, from a bird's eye view, to me, at least, it feels pretty lopsided.
Yeah, I guess to set up kind of a storyline to where these two teams had really come from. I mean, in history of the CCT tournaments, as well as a multitude of other, South American circuits, these guys have kind of come up at the same rate on two opposite sides of the spectrum, Argentinian and Brazilian. These guys, as organizations, I will say more specifically, have really grinded their way in order to become one of the more mainstay names that can, be included in conversation, to whereas maybe a couple of years ago when it came to South American Counter-Strike, that was never really something that we had between these guys. So now, Red Canids are a team that were where we feel BESTIA are now, like months ago, right? Like, we were really hoping to see them flourish. And the fact that you said that you think it is going to be a little bit more lopsided in one direction, a while back, it probably would have been in Red Canids' favor, potentially, maybe even like half a year ago.
Yeah, possibly. I definitely think that this is a roster that had once upon a time a very solid state of affairs for themselves, but now it just feels like such a hodgepodge roster where they are just trying to collect Brazilian players across free agency and just hope that some combination of that five will make do. This is the group stage. Before we get into that, just to double check how we got here, SELVA and XW7M will be in that losers match that goes on tomorrow, but one spot in the playoffs up for grabs tonight, with Red Canids taking on BESTIA. And again, I'll continue that conversation for the Red Canids, where I do feel as though you've got some interesting pieces in terms of some of these names. Like, of course, Venom Zero will always be somebody that I'm interested in. You have the continued development of Drop as a caller, and then you've got Kawaz, who I thought did a fair share of good work on Pain before a little bit of a fall off. But overall, when I see this five-man unit, Tony, I'm not impressed. I'm not excited, especially with that looming question of, can coldzera op at this stage in his career?
Yeah, I think I kind of not live and die on, but I kind of go down the line of players like you just did, and I look at mainly Ponter. I think Ponter, unfortunately, draws like the short end of the stick as far as name value would go in this roster, as well as just proven history as one of the older players in this team in general, actually, weirdly enough. And, coldzera being able to pick up that AWP late into his career, to be honest with you, I actually think it came to a point where this might be the better move for his career. I think that's really hard to say. I think that playing him in his preferred roles outside of the in-game leader role would have been maybe a little bit better should they've been able to lock down an AWPer. But again, really weird to me that, again, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but like Henny was somebody who I was like, yeah, I mean, that seems like a long-term piece, at least a medium-term piece for them to be able to build around that. And if they drop into the fold with a young Venom Zera and coldzera able to play out with, an entry fragger who's capable of taking space, that was the formula I expected. But all that's kind of been turned onto its head, and now I'm just a little bit more confused than anything else as to what the future trajectory of this team is to be, what the roles are to look like, and how Ponter can even manage to find himself in this mix of players and look like a standout.
Yeah, you bring up Henny, and that's the biggest question mark is, how can you lose a player of that caliber and not really have a solution other than let's try coldzera on a primary AWP? And I think we've gone down this path multiple times and we've gotten the same answer again and again. And I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love for Red Canids to be a force, but it still feels as though the roster construction here still has to go through quite a bit of development. And that means, specific players are going to have to fold into different roles once again and see if they've got an extra gear in themselves to make it work. And you switch the gear and you go over to BESTIA's roster and you look at that side of things and you say, this team has figured out what they want to do role-wise. I mean, we had these question marks that I at least wanted to bring up when we were on Dust 2, but I mean, they've got game plans on game plans for these maps, and it already looks like to me that like they've got just such a great foundation that they've built upon, that they've added in with Timo, that Luchov and Toma are still firing on all cylinders, but Cassin looks pretty comfortable. And I don't necessarily know if this foundation is going to be able to get shaken up by Red Canids.
Yeah, I think Red Canids are almost becoming a feeder team in terms of their future. Like these guys, I could see being pieces of rosters elsewhere. All 5 of them, almost, to be honest with you. And BESTIA are kind of in that same boat, but for a different reason. But the reason being is that they're actually showing that their players have the promise to move up in that capacity, as opposed to a team like Red Canids, who maybe down the line find themselves simply not reaching results, ending up benching the entirety of the team, or players just finding themselves stagnating, such as a Venomzera, who's given Red Canids and coldzera his time and his effort and a good chunk of his developmental stages of his career. And I frankly hope to see more from this specific Red Canids roster before I'm entirely out on it, because that's kind of where I was getting towards. I was slowly inching into the camp of, well, how can I believe in it anymore, seeing as I've been given so much false hope and false promises in teams past? And right now, this would be a good time to show signs of life with coldzera in the op role, with Ponter, who really hasn't been given all that much of time to compete against these levels of teams with consistency and players around him, rather, that can support him and supplement him, while Kawez is on a bit of a redemption arc of his own. And I think he's actually somebody that I do believe in.
Yeah, I think, again, given some tough roles there on that X-Pain roster, and I think now he's got a little bit more flair to him. He's got a little bit more space to do what he pleases, and of course, firepower will always be necessary for a roster like this as Drop continues to figure out what to do with his pieces. But we'll jump into the veto and then continue this conversation to see where this is actually going to head into. And I kind of alluded to Inferno in that first series, and we actually do get it here. And Mirage as a safety net of sorts for the Red Canids, as they don't necessarily want to opt in for the Dust 2. And I think this is good for Drop. You have players that are self-sufficient on this map altogether, but the looming figure that lies at the end of this series is Nuke. And I think that's where I kind of write all upset chances of the Red Canids to rest, and I say that BESTIA should be the team to go forward, especially from a role perspective, from a map perspective as well.
Yeah, looking at these maps, we were talking a little bit about the Inferno potential of the BESTIA team and what Noxy brings as an IGL to that, and now shifting out of the op position. I think it's going to be really interesting, to see what Cassin, having seen what he did on that last best of 3, can do rotating around this map, given a little bit of time off to cool perhaps, but even so, that is a undeniable display from him that has to translate into a map as linear as this, and not as necessarily free for oppers to do a whole hell of a lot, but certainly one where the linear angles provide you with a straight up shot to where it's either you hit it or you don't. He was hitting more than he wasn't, and Mirage and Opera's Paradise just the same. That op conversation is now layered with nuance, considering the fact that we've seen Kaysen today look as baller as he did, and coldzera not yet find that next step as far as teams are concerned that he can prove that he's ready for it. And Nuke, yeah, I mean, talk about, again, provability. We've seen it today. We've witnessed absolute destruction, practically dragging the team by its hair over the line in that earlier matchup, to where that pick of Mirage, I think, probably is where the Red Canids are just looking forward to showing what they have to offer, given that it is probably the best map for a coming team into what is a new core.
Yeah, I actually thought Red Canids with their previous lineup, when they had Phelps and Henny on their books, they actually looked pretty good for them. I think that was one of those maps that I thought Drop actually looked most comfortable in as a caller. But now with this roster, I think the self-sufficiency of certain players, i.e. the veterans of Phelps and Henny, is gone now. You have to handhold just a little bit, at least with Ponter, I'd say. With Kawez, I think you could still have that level of self-sufficiency. But yeah, I think trying to figure all of that out when you only have one map registered as a 5-man lineup is a bit questionable, and that's where I think you rely on BESTIA and the kind of foundations that they've built. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, that Mirage is going to have to be the map where Red Canids will have to nab it if we want any real series of a chance here. But I'm still very happy with what I've seen from BESTIA, that I fundamentally just take the roster in like every scenario. It's hard to create a scenario in which the Canids can find something to excite me about. And I think that really just comes down to like what Drop has done as a caller in this short period of time to rally any sort of cohesion from these guys, because you've not really had much of a turnaround time, and they've already had some frightening losses along the way that I'm not necessarily excited about. So a lot of pressure on them out the gates, I'd say, just to show some sort of cohesion, especially in a matchup like this.
I'm curious to get a hands-on understanding of what the CT side of Mirage is going to look like in particular for the Canids, to be honest with you, considering all the shifts and twists and turns to where Cold Zera has been effectively on CT side like a career-long positional player, right? And then you look at players like Drop, who was getting his beginnings as more of a supportive element in the mid-fights from Catwalk, trying to dictate a team from that position, and I don't know if he's even there anymore, like... So very awkward, I think, are so many different scenarios for what that setup's actually going to look like and whether or not they can prove, if you know what I mean. So if we can actually throw this to a head-to-head and see who we do have as the two that we're going to be clashing against one another, pinning against one another, Kawaz and Kaysen, probably not the player from Red Canids, you would say, if you just closed your eyes and picked one that would be the highest rated of them just this far. But honest and truthfully, probably the most understandable, given the fact that he makes the biggest drop as far as rosters are concerned from Pain now here. He needs to be in that boat. He needs to be able to hit the shots. And today, I guess more than ever, he's going to have to be one of the standouts.
Yeah, that Pain roster was a very cutthroat one, right? I mean, they've been making so many changes, trying to get the secret roster that could qualify and sneak into playoffs, but I don't think they've necessarily figured it out completely yet. There's still a work in progress there, but one of the discarded portions of that in Kawa is he's still got a lot to give in his career, and you could tell that mechanically he still had it in him, but of course positionally just couldn't keep up with the roles that he was given. And on this roster, he's going to have to be that guy as far as the Rifle Corps is concerned, and he's got the potential to do it, as you can see with the rating that we're seeing on our screens right now. And I think a similar story goes for Cassin, where the Rifle Corps has to be held by this AWP presence, who, when he's on his form, is absolutely electric.
Yeah, and you've been around for long enough as a caster in this space, as well as in specifically South America, to remember back, I'm sure, to when he was on FURIA Academy, because that was a point in time where, with the players that he was surrounded with, relatively, well, at least towards the end, before his pickup, relatively uninspiring as far as, like, future trajectory would go, in my opinion. But Kawaz was absolutely a standout. He was absolutely creaming all of the competition at a level such as this, right? Like, he was never really a doubt when it came to matchups of regional regards. And I think even back in that FURIA Academy team, he was playing against different iterations of Bestia and looking like, he could definitely hold his own. Again, not really with the supplementary pieces to surround him. It was basically just him giving the run, and it looked like he was ready for it. It looked like he was ready to take on that next stage. It looks like a Red Canids of that era could have maybe even looked to pick him up if it weren't for Pain swooping in at the time that he was going to be. And if we're going to see this kid try to make a career for himself and try and push himself back to a Pain or above, then he is going to be able to need to show that he has taken that experience and molded himself into a bigger and better player than he was even then.
Well, we'll see what Kawaz and a Red Canids can do against Bestia in just a little bit. We've got a little bit of a tech issue, just trying to get everybody on the server, but we'll be ready with this best of 3 very, very shortly. And we're live here on Inferno between Bestia and Red Canids in this upper bracket Group A winners matchup. Let's see if Red Canids have gotten their act together as the Argentinian side start off on the offense, creeping their way through ult and getting ready to explode on a bracket.
Spotting not much of anything in ult. Hearing not much of anything towards Banana. That smoke obviously going to be very telling that they're going to be finishing here. Otherwise, it would have been a wild run and a goose chase back to B with that pick just after the smoke had bloomed. He saw the jumping player, and Venomzera doesn't stop there. Shifts into the site and actually takes some of the heat off of Haunter, and he needs to find one. He needs to frag out, and when he does double down, he's bought enough time for Coward to get here with the dual Berettas, but it won't matter when Tomasa's got ammo left in the Glock. A clutch, a 1v2 in a matter of seconds, and he's even going to do a little bit of a kickflip with the corpse.
Oh, we've got a little bit of a scrappy affair on the cards here, Tony. I mean, it's a 4-stack on this A bomb site, and you'd think these crossfires would hold up, and then it swings back over the T side's favor. You think, okay, we've gotten every player out of the site dug out, and yet still Toma has to finish it off in a 1v2. It's a grueling affair across the board, but T side get the hot start. And an instant force buy on the other end. Look at this pace from Toma. Not necessarily the player that you would look at to be this pacey on an apps take, but he's going charging through, and it's a rinse and repeat here for Red Canids with a 4-stack again on this side of the map.
Oof. That's a good one from the flying SMG. Goldzera, tried and true to the sniper role, has picked up a scout, but in pit, that's a scary position to be in with that once you've been overrun. Good damage even still being popped through and pushed in to where maybe conversion with the pistol. Luchov, I believe, was just a split second away from swinging alongside Kaysen, who once more with the AK-47 gifted over has been given trust, and rightfully so. I like the idea from Red Canids that just want to bolster the defense once again, and it almost panned out because the game plan was about the same plan on the other end, but now comes the save. Now comes maybe a little bit of creativity with the nade stack. Or smoke down bottom mid with an HE stack behind it. That's very interesting. Didn't actually net them anything, but that's a cool concept. It probably scares some teams to at least sit behind it for a second or two.
And potentially eat the nades that come from behind that veil.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, not that much damage. And now, Bestia have themselves a 5v3, full banana control. Brackets if they so please once Noxy turns this corner. And Bestia should have themselves an easy 3rd round conversion.
Trying to
Interesting.
jump away is not going to... Oh, work out! Jeez! Kaysen. Another triple. Another multi in this day. And at this point, he's going for a tournament-wide world record of stats.
He's having a field day, man. Just an unreal sequence that we saw from him a couple hours ago. And now looking to keep that red-hot form against a Red Canids roster that's still trying to figure out the opping position. Goldzera will certainly have his work cut out for him here. Going for a mid-peak straight away, tossing a Molotov, giving it up. But keep an eye out in that head-to-head. That'll be one to really, really study as far as this map is concerned.
Emo just gets absolutely crapped on by that flashbang. But it was all part of the design. There were players there ready to swing by his side. He wasn't out on his own, on his lonesome. Cowez thought there was a world where he might have been able to find another, but Goldzera, knowing now that they had flushed halls, they'd gotten 2 kills of the 3 that were seen, and the 3rd was the traitor. He should be willing and ready to look towards lane side, but Drop's got no idea that Luchava snuck by his sight lines, and Goldzera, he's a little bit exposed right now, so once that smoke at Archway does fade, he's a dead man.
Oh, and Luchov, just a clean, surgical bit of entry work on the arch side of things. Goldzera, not long for this world, and neither is his captain. Ponter trying to hold on to this gun. Matoma is able to brandish that AK just quick enough. And nothing is saved over from the Canids. Very well done from BESTIA, just keeping up the pace on the A end of the map. Not letting any of the Canids really breathe, be it in apartments, be it on the bracket side of things. That these site holds aren't even able to really come to fruition.
Nice. See that Red Canids, at the very least, aren't going crazy as far as their economy management is concerned. I mean, really no misbuys in this game so far, and every time that they go for their buys, it looks like their positions are warranted for it. I mean, it's a really low bar to set right now, but as far as questioning Drop's leadership and the players around him making good decisions, they may not be like making wacky plays or hitting phenomenal shots at this point in time, but I do like to at least see that they haven't let this game so quickly spiral out of their control in that regard. So in due time, they'll get their second rifle round, and that's really where we're going to have to start to kick things up. Surgical, you said before, that's the word for the map control that they look to take now, knowing that they're playing up against weapons that are built for close range, if anything at all.
Just a wild swing out from Venom and Kawaz there. Casted and Timo deal with the problem. The pack rifling mentality working well here. That's a little overzealous. Luchov crossing the smoke there, but no harm, no foul. Timo's relieved the BESTIA side being. Bomb will go down. The Canids save 2 rifles. I think both parties will be happy with the end of this round. But at the end of it all, BESTIA get themselves up to 5. And they continue to pound this A bomb site.
Most steps and crosshair adjustments from BESTIA right now look like they're supported by such confidence. I really like to see that. Like, they're not, oh, jeez. It's matching, excuse me, the idea of what they're coming to expect on the other side, and you can really see that they're of mind and body as far as keyboard and mouse are connected, because you'll see so many a time, maybe they go, you know, swinging a little bit too wide and hold their D key for all that bit too long, and then they react with their mouse a little sooner, so their spray is just unadjustable. Chemo right here is pretty much the example of that I was talking about, when it looks really just controlled. You'll see that sometimes when pressure is on or panic is high, that'll happen a little bit more. But that is clearly not the case for them right now. And you want to take that and you want to run with it as far and as fast and as long as you can. Another round where they throw that bottom mid smoke, another round where they follow it with an HE, but this is a round where they have guns, a flash high, and alt mid actually does catch Tomas in, but Venom's there invested, and he's going for more. He's looking for the double up, finds it, and although he's been traded, his life is all the more important, having been sacrificed, because it's split the defense at 1-1, and the B site is where they want to finish.
Bolzera now up to bat. He's going to swing out, get his kill, back away.
Huge.
Very, very important kill to keep this round in limbo. Plant's out in the open. Can't have his plant denied. And now into the 2v2. Blank coming in from Ponter on the banana side of things, which means this Noxy head-to-head will be all the more important now that he's stuck in pool.
He's had a little bit of a struggle today, honestly, Paladin. He's had moments where they're sitters, practically. Fights that you can't be affording to drop, especially not in scenarios such as this. And exactly that, he'll fall, but leaves Kaysen, an ever-consistent player on rifler up. Only good for the first, but how much more could you have asked? He was in a position he couldn't have fallen away from in time. And although Ponter is on the bomb, I don't know if he's going to have it. It's tight.
Oh!
And he's going to barely, by the skin of his teeth, pull it through.
Oh! And after Toma's huge play on the underpass side of things, getting those 2 kills were so important. But shout out Coldzera for being very reserved in a situation like that, knowing that he had to make just enough of a play to swing it into 2v2, not jumping the gun through utility after getting said kill. And Cassin nearly getting the job done. Just a moments too much of kind of rejigging his crosshair there. And if you're the Canids, you're just happy that you're able to get one on the board. It doesn't matter about the money. It doesn't matter about how many players you kept alive. Just making sure that you can keep pace with this T side is the name of the game.
I was a little bit shocked that he didn't actually make the step back towards Dark and instead stepped forward to take that fight, though. If I can give like a minor critique in a moment where it came down to the wire on the defusal, I thought he would have played for the time, or at least attempted to. I think he definitely could have tried to, but he might have been caught on the fall. I don't know. It's kind of neither here nor there, and when you're casting and you're hitting your shots as you have been, I guess it does make some sense to try and keep the heat up. Dropping that smoke there, drop himself, making this one a pretty difficult round to claim banana control if you are on the opposite side. How do you justify throwing that utility without the numbers really there? Coldzera is up on an extremely strong angle, but two flashbangs actually set simultaneously. Very, very well set by Bestia. It's a good play because you can see it was meant to blind every angle an op could have been ready from. And Coldzera, this new into this role with this team, he may not be ready for things like that and may have been caught off guard on a wider angle in any other scenario.
In our side, very kind to Bestia so far in this map. And they'll try to go in, but the recrunch from Canids is fantastic.
All right.
A double kill for him means that this round is thrown completely into disarray for the T side. Oma has been looking for this kill onto the pit player for quite some time, but Cold will capitalize, and it's just Cassin and Luchov here. A shot goes awry, the op brings out 30 seconds left on the clock, and I'll be honest, I think a save is probably the best call. And now, avenues on their exit is what they're looking for.
Coldzera's just sat pretty in pit. Bro doesn't seem to want to leave pit. Despite him being the team's opper, he's there more often than not, it feels like. I mean, not like they're AWPs that don't play there often, but good lord, if he hasn't found a comfort space. Fine, though. Especially when it's starting to work out that everybody else is turning up to bat. Ridiculous from Canids to be able to find that double spray. Turn on the lights, that someone's now at least home. 5-2. Now would be the best conversion, the best time to slap down a Bestia call that's ballsy. Noxy investing in his stars. Investing in the future of their finances, but also effectively gambling in order to do it. A little bit unethical, but we do what we have to in this scene.
Well, back to brackets, old faithful for Bestia. This time Coldzera is giving a little bit more of a fight. He wants to take the duel straight up, and he hits the leg, but he has to fall away a little bit more. That's where his riflers can do some good work. Venom Zero with the triple kill to complete this round. It leaves Cassin again in a tough clutch, and he'll find himself one. Shave this one down to a 1-on-3, but bomb is still in Coldzera's grasp, in his sight lines. And with that, another forcible, not clutch, save here for Bestia. Cassin will have to hold on to this one despite his antics in round number 8. Feels like they're kind of running out of ideas, Bestia, at this point. Trying to repeatedly go for this brackets control, and although they are able to get it, the adaptations from the Red Canids have been stellar. I mean, the responses, the adaptation, the recrunches on the arch side of things, this time on the short side, the bait and switch from Pit and Balk. I think it's time to give a little bit more focus to the banana side of things and not put as much of a focus in terms of the personnel on the bracket side if I were Bestia.
Interesting. How often I'd say Bestia want to go for brackets control and actually utilize it pretty aggressively. Seems to be very integrated and entrenched in their gameplay, right? Or at least in the calls that are being made. And on a map like this, I think you can't really afford to neglect brackets for all too long, in all fairness, to counter. When Banana feels like the most obvious finishing point, you gotta really ensure that your opponents are second-guessing even still. Utility is the real big back issue when it comes to justifying it, but this is kind of one of those instances, actually, where the utility they have is only going to make for them to take Banana, execute, and then maybe a re-execute in the same spot. But they won't even get that far, maybe, it would seem, because Drop's going to drop them. Double up, though, for two separate players. The Up will drop the first, and Teemo's Tech 9. That looks about as good, too, and Cowas wants to get active before they plant. Good decision, seemingly, but maybe not when the trades are as quick and as shifty as Teemo can possibly be.
But they got to recover the bomb now at this point, and that's a bit overzealous from Timo. Maybe a jiggle could have been enough, but instead, he bites off a little bit more than he could chew. And Timo will recover the bomb. I think they were preemptively considering that he would just commit to that A bomb site, but he doesn't. That small little break in the action actually continues to give an open runway for Toma to clutch this one up. He's got a smoke molly as well. This is a real doable clutch here for the Argentinian, and we've seen him produce in these kind of situations before.
Now trying to walk it back on a timing with that Molotov stalling out the Canids for as long as it were. Honestly, might be better off for him to stay over towards Falls, but there's a smoke, there's a molly, there's a kit on both. Tomasin's going to need to isolate a duel first and foremost, but they've taken their sweet time. They've missed their smoke! No! It was meant to go deeper. It actually hurts them, but Tomasin's just going to be able to sit on this one for 10 seconds. They've not yet stuck it. Eventually they will, but coverage from Venom Zera necessary, or else that one was a done deal. I really thought that they might have spoofed it.
Yeah, when missed utility comes out like that in crunch time, sometimes that just frazzles you. It makes you a little nervous about what's coming ahead, but the game plan was still there. Venom Zera to hop up on top Grave and have Cold Zera defuse the bomb from the other side of the bomb site. Basically ensuring that even if there is a player short side, that the round is won. And another one of those scenarios where the Canids stand tall. It's not, these rounds aren't pretty that they're winning here, but they're doing just enough. They're having enough of a setup to get a man advantage. Enough chemistry to win out man advantage clutch scenarios. And with that, Bestia need that extra little oomph to get them over the line. I honestly think I would point my finger towards Noxy, and I'd say usually he is that guy that gets you a little bit of an injection here or there for an extra double or whatnot to give a little bit of breathing room for Bestia, but that has yet to really show up today altogether.
Yeah. Tech 9 gets a little bit hot and heavy in trying to run them through. That flashbang is going to be absolutely perfect. Cow has no problems there. He and Venom Zera are splitting the difference, and the last player actually being given even more freebies, perhaps. Cowas was low. He's had teammates who had elevated themselves. And you know what? I feel like I've been making a couple of good points today, at least in the pre-show as well as in the live game, that have actually come to life. And one of those is the money management for Red Canids, really just seeing them diff out Bestia in many a time that they've appropriately budgeted, knowing that the game can't go on forever with them at 0, but also trying to ensure they don't throw their chances away in one fell swoop. And that's kind of what we've seen, and I'm happy to see it, especially with Cold Zera's AWP looking, I would say, more than serviceable. Not, you know, insane or anything like that, but certainly playing the game in between as an experienced player would, and look at his experience shine through as he rotates to B, where the bomb looks to be stacked up. Yeah,
he's approaching it as an opper, not a rifler that has switched over to the opping role. Now, Luchov has still gotten himself a spicy entry over this B bomb site, but the kills are just not coming to build on top of that. Finally, Ponter falls, And Cold will continue his time in the sun here. The nade could be good to finish off Luchov, and it absolutely is. Bomb will hit the dirt, and we hit ourselves into a 3v3.
4 or 5 shots from the AWP in that round not to connect, but the HE will do it. We'll take that. Canids and Venomzera have been consistent. Multi-kills have started to flush. Smoke towards Banana. A full set of utility from Venomzera needs to be expunged to expel these players amidst the open now. Is Kaysen, but the smokes have not yet faded. They're going to go through with a flash release attempt to, as the HE is right atop the hopper, and no way back into that site. Done deal once more, and BESTIA find themselves at the very least a tie at the half as things were starting to spiral out of control.
You know, there's the firepower injection that you were looking for. Luchov to get you 2 necessary entries onto that B bomb site. He's been doing that on this organization for quite some time. And now just edging out Red Canids here, 6-5. Plenty of cash in the bank for this defense. And this time it's faster up the banana and drop caught behind a Molotov, and Cassin cannot catch the lineup behind the flames. So into the 4v4, and real question marks for BESTIA. Do they want to explode back onto the bracket scene, considering they spotted 2 on banana? Question, or the answer to them is yes. This time they're going to go walking through the smoke into coldzera's scope. That gives a freebie over to the vet. Even if Arch is lost, Canids will find another flash to boot. Timo hits the deck. This is a masterful round here from the Red Canids. It's all up to Noxy in the 1v4.
Yeah, and Canids has just been looking hot, so I don't even doubt that with the shadow advantage and a slight off angle, he may be able to clothesline him. Yep, there it is. Number 1 in the server is Cassin, but number 2 and 3 in Venomzera and Canids by the finish line. It's that 1-2 punch that's just delivered. I tried a nice crosshair, honestly, truthfully. It's a classic not a lot of people use anymore. But 6-6, 6-all. Canids are giving this one a pretty decent look, I would say. A good look into the offensive, though, now is shifting from the AWP primarily to an AK-47. This might actually be better for coldzera. Might actually spell a nice spot. But the flip side of that is that will he, with an AK-47, be able to combat a much more willingly aggressive Kaysen?
I think this is where we've seen the more exciting aspects of Cassin on that defense, where he's calling his own shots. He's getting a little bit more confidence in him to have those opening gambits. And for coldzera, I mean, I don't even think you really have to op in this circumstance. He could get away with doing 5 rifle for every round and then the next 12. We'll see what he elects to do. But for right now, 2 sets of util between drop and cold. And we'll see how this dead even Inferno concludes. Timo actually tasked with the dual Berettas, funnily enough, and a lot of utility across the board here for the CT side as well. Ooh, wow. And instantly the utility actually nets a positive. An airstrike on the logs. And BESTIA have themselves a manufactured 5v4.
Not a unclutchable scenario with the absolute pool of utility they still have, though, right now, the Canids. Like, one well-placed flash, get a fight. Another well-placed flash, get another fight. Block out 2 entire angles, play a post plant. I could see the vision. Luchov, although they may not get that kill with the flash, they've certainly given them room to scale. Timo, guns a-blazing. Right in. Could be something wild. The flash off of the wall actually does land in front of him, however, so once his teammates get the kill, then he'll activate. That should be the last of them. coldzera, something vintage, not quite. BESTIA back in the pistol round to find their lead.
Yep, that's more like it there from Bestia. Smart little gimmick there on the banana side of things to get themselves that opener. Still have aggression out on the A side with Cassin taking a duel there. And then it's just a death by 1,000 paper cuts, staying alive to reduel and reface on the car end. Get themselves a lead. They should confirm themselves that 8th round. Bestia get the start that they want.
Trying to send shots into that smoke. We're at the bottom side of Banana. Are a lot of waiting Glocks with one extraordinarily important flash. Told Zera he's been given the duty. Drop now the only player in this vicinity. I wonder how aggressive the CTs look to go, because honestly and truthfully, it's only against Glocks, but like a retake is going to be a little bit awkward even still if they lose numbers and there is a post plant to be had. But that's a long ways away. That's very much so not going to happen, right, Paladin?
You'd think. You'd think. That's about as much as you could expect out of the round like this. Bestia get themselves a clean round there. 8 the good for Bestia. And now, another one of those situations where they want to hold on to these MP9s for a little bit longer. Think aggression down the banana end. Maybe you want to start 3 there here this time around. But they'll opt in for a pretty stock standard setup altogether. Play it out like it is a gun round, or a traditional one at that. And instantly Luchov is pretty much denied any ability to face. If he does, it's going to be a real sketchy fight, and I don't think he's even aware of how close these guys can be, and he just gets his head ripped clean off.
Howez close up and personal, and they weren't ready for it, but they were ready to go for their next swing. Big move. Looked like it was one that may have panned out, but the trades from Red Canids a little bit quicker in kind, with drop being brought to the red. It could have gone the other direction perhaps, but BESTIA are going to have to live to fight another day. This Lamas and MP9 being saved does actually buffer them for another decent enough buy. I just wonder how far Ponter will go, being the closest to the hunt, and they look like they look to actually join him not long after. They've sent a 10 HP drop far enough away to where the bomb radius won't catch him, and to where also maybe he can be a lamb to the slaughter offered up in favor of Ponter to find the frags, but they've actually peeled off. They're not going any further beyond for it.
Very interesting how that round plays out for Bestia. Definitely felt as though a lack of communication, uncomfortable timings there across the board. Just a second off of what actually was happening in the round from the Canids. A second earlier, perhaps Luchov could get away with that jump spot. A second earlier, perhaps the util is already thrown and their guns are already out on first and CT. But instead, Bestia lose that opening gun round for the Canids side, and they'll purchase into round number 16. Cassin on the AWP. And we'll see what he can do with an Opolis Canids on the other end. How mobile does he get, and where is his first test?
Picking up with that utility granted by that save as mentioned. They can try to support Kyson as best as they can, but not really given the tools actually to work there. It seemed he went a little bit more for the dry approach, Paladin, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all, and it's Cowiz who doesn't stop. You've heard of Zywoo, but Cowiz, maybe not the same player, but very much so giving flashes of the aggression that can be seen that gets you banana control at the snap of a finger. And everybody is okay. They ain't coming back, not until next round at the very least, not until 8-all has been secured.
Very, very odd that that's the round drawn up from Bestia after the timeout.
I agree.
And now the Canids have been gifted an equalizing round off the back of a fantastic round there from Kawez. And now you're just stuck in the hole. If you're Bestia, you're going to be down a round essentially unless Toma can cause a real ruckus in the following. And with that, you've very swiftly given back the momentum. And I don't know, I feel like it's a very unorthodox Noxy call to go all in like that in a situation that you just saw there.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't get to see because it wasn't on our screen when it happened. It was a boost that got read by the player. Did he see the hip jutting out of the player on the bottom?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's a little more, nuanced and layered than what we were anticipating it to be, at least.
Right. Yeah.
I get, I mean, for what it was. Kawez still styling up a little bit as he was one of the more, forward players on the CT side. Not necessarily like walking in fights or anything, but like he was the first point of contact many a time, and now also showing that level of aggression on T side and successfully converting kills. I think it's really interesting because I actually wasn't pinning him to be the one who would be the aggressor on T side, frankly, at least not in an entry pack. But
yeah. And yet it's still working as successfully as it is. That being said, Kawez is down for the count in this round here, and it's an all-out gamble from Bestia as they swarm back into this A bomb site and have an opportunity to sneak one right underneath the noses of the Canids. Oh, but this is crazy. This is absolutely ridiculous. They just go walking straight through the smoke and gift over the man advantage back to the Canids. Toma still up to bat here, still has an opportunity to find a little bit of impact in this round here. Smoke off on the outside, and Coldzera cuts down the number of angles he has to duel, but Toma still strikes nonetheless. Still a little bit of a chance here as this rifle duo still has a chance to sing with the AK Deagle combo.
okay. Haunter looked like he was actually maybe able to isolate another duel beyond that, but Luchov slips out and just peeks from beneath. Down another in a round in conversion that's going to sting for the Canids, as successful as they've been. It seems that they actually live and die off the early round more so than anything else, because that is a bit of a fall from grace. And speaking of which, dude, I mean, I was giving them as much as I could earlier today as far as leeway was concerned when they were still winning, but we gotta get a little bit more out of Noxy right now if they're gonna take it over the line. Very similar to Nuke. It's a tale that I'd rather not tell again. And if it is going to end, I hope it's the same story for Bestia's sake now of the leading case and doing exactly what he does best. And there is going to be one from Luchov who's burnt out, stuck in the corner, can't leave, tries to get out with a smoke to Molly, eventually right around the bend and nobody able to swing. That is insane. There's no kill from Red Canids there.
Yeah, playing with fire literally there from Luchov. And now, with that 5v4, Luchov still has a chance to get a shot off, and they're going to re-aggress for brackets control. Flashes in, but the shots are good from Ponter and Drop. I mean, these re-aggressions have been very messy here from Bestia, and you wanted an Oxy clip, you're not going to get it. My bad. All good. Red Canids, 4v2. We're right back at 9s.
I'm a little speechless. I'm kind of.
I don't get it.
I don't know how, with all of the luck and also all the effort that was put into getting out with that man advantage, that the last two players alive are Kaysen and Luchov. I feel like they've done everything to set up their players on the opposite end to find success and to hold their own. But what the hell do I know? It's another round. Miraculously cracked open by the impressive efforts of the entry team. This time felt like Ponter was the one tearing them apart and finally actually entering the conversation.
Slow but steady climb back from the Canids. I mean, I'm not exactly seeing stellar play out of either roster. There's hiccups all over the shop, but the Canids are finding just a little bit more firepower to get them over the line. Kawa is providing that Ponter coming alive. A little bit of a firepower by committee situation for the T side. And for Bestia, it stops and starts. AWP back out for Kaysen, but we have a not live on our hands here, I believe.
I don't know. I guess, probably, right? Surely. Timo has damage taken.
I think that was a knife.
Before the drop. That still counts, though, I think.
Does it? Okay, yeah.
If it happened after the or before the timeout, I think. Well, drops an entry to a bomb site. He's got all brackets control. Knife out. This is incredible. I can't believe he's made his way into spawn. Okay. Practice, warm up.
Somehow Art is in the server, rolling it all the way back.
Howes can't believe his eyes. FURIA Academy. Spoken to the man so many a time, taking a page right out of his book. Well, I think we're probably going to need to throw this one to a break, I can only imagine, with Kawes having disconnected from the server. Technical timeout. Unless we have something we can yap about here. But, I mean, at the very least, 9-9 with the money being where it is. There is a bye next round for Bestia, but this one's going to feel a little bit like a breathe kind of round where it's like, okay, we're about to lose our lead. It's just going to happen. Take it in stride. Or no, I guess I kind of have to force. Oh, this is weird.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, this sucks.
I think you have to give away 11. And actually, the original buy had an AWP available for Kaysen, so it was like a couple MP9s that they were trying to make do with, and those two rifles. It's not the worst buy in the world, but it's pretty bad. A lot hinges on this one here.
Bad. Oh, it's bad. Off the rip smoke for top of mid. Ooh, okay. I was gonna say, this is gonna get a little bit weird with the utility back and forth exchange at Banana. Thought there might have been a moment where they wanted to fight after the fact. The flash is being set up, it looks like, from the player at Coffins and Kaysen. Or no, it's actually Noxy who doesn't have one. He's just low. He's got to leave his teammate to die. Get out of there, Luchov, surely.
He's been given the space to do it. But he still wants to duel. That's Luchov for you, always trying to find himself in the action, and yet still he'll find the impact. somehow, some way, Cowes hits the deck. And Luchov decides to take the MP9. That really throws a spanner into the works for the Red Canids default here. Casson still's got his eyes trained on brackets. And with that, what does drop do in this situation? You basically only have apartments control, and you're gonna have to brute force your way into brackets or banana no matter where you choose.
What?
Oh, okay.
How did that not hit? I thought that hit. Okay. Well, now they've got an anchor and an MP9 in Teemo, so do what you can. While you can. They're giving them so much time to rotate. They've all gotten here. They've got somebody at default by this point to be able to swing off the box. Teemo can play his life. He needs everybody else on scene. And when they arrive, he actually is the one to spring into action thanks to the diversion. What is this slowdown from the Canids? They've killed the offer.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing to wait for there if you're the Canids. And those are the growing pains that come with a new roster. Making sure that you're on the same page for committals like that, as I kind of mentioned there, you're in a very weird limbo position that you're gonna have to brute force your way into a position with how limited amount of time you have. You've got to commit after that. There is no turning back at that point. You don't have any other options. So, a very simple idea there, and a very simple death for Luchov. Very questionable move from him. And now a 4v5 for BESTIA to deal with.
Smoke at mid is really leaving Red Canids twiddling their thumbs. Emo pucks himself. Still 2 players on this A site. Needing to split 2-2 this time around. Not actually going for what's usually been a gamble stack in that direction. And no players lined up with that HE. Teemo will get away. Now they have to make one last play. A flashbang lobbed over to his teammate to maybe throw in front of him should this execution come. No, he's left. Teemo again needs to just do everything. And I don't know how much I believe in him.
I don't know if he's got it here. Molly into the pit, and now he's caught between so many different angles. He's gonna have to hit some absolute bangers, but he's lost his rotation all the way through, and Cowes gives him a wide swing to end all wide swings. It's a save call. It's BESTIA having to give up 10, and we just go dead even, step on step, all the way to what I think is round 24 at this point. I see it in the cards right now, Tony.
Say pretty confidently that Inferno is delivering a little bit more than I was expecting it to. On the side of the Canids.
I think from a lot more from the Canids and a lot less than I do from BESTIA. I think the CT sides are uninspiring. I think the T side calling has been less than desirable. It definitely feels like this roster is off kilter right now.
It's getting a little ridiculous to see how top heavy this team is at this point in time.
Yeah.
But you know, on this flip side of that, the reason why Canids look as good as they do, because it's pretty spread affair. It's pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, drop being their lowest at 9 and 12 is pretty cool when the top is only at 16, 16 or 16, 15? Yeah, or is it 16? I think it's 16.
That's 16, yeah.
I think I have a smudge on my monitor right there. But man, if they can keep at that rate. Inferno is a map built off of that idea, that every player is able to function simultaneously. I mean, cool if somebody has a pop-off, you know, but clearly it doesn't really do you a whole hell of a lot when 2 players are having a pop-off for BESTIA. Teemo and Luchov are doing where they can, what they can. And Noxy
is there.
Is is playing the game. He's a warm body on the server.
You know, sometimes I can do something. That's my analyst take. Anyways, Timo has his bracket set up with Toma here on the port side of things. A very feast or famine setup, and Toma will find himself one, but that's it. And a team kill's actually in the mix though, making this 2v2 still possible. A bait and switch from Noxy and Luchov thrusts the vet into a 1v2 in between both Luchov and Timo. He's got 1v1s on either end, and I don't know if Timo is aware that this wrap is possible, but he's gotten away just in the nick of time. What a hoodwink of a scenario here from Timo. And as soon as coldzera decides to try and plant this bomb, that's where Timo can converge. But this is the one bomb plant that would not allow Timo to have that impact off of the app side, and then he'll swing out regardless as coldzera is pulling out a Molotov. Bestia get themselves 11. And would you call that BM? I would call that BM.
Call it what you want. I call it rad. Call it cool. Cool guy syndrome he suffers from. Shooting the bodies of those who look to desecrate your chances at a playoff berth? Yeah.
Man, it feels like just so many errors on either end. Who can cut down on said errors is the real winner here. And we're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty. The important crunch time rounds. Mach 10 for Venom Zera. A Tech 9 for Ponter. A loss here would end your chances here on Inferno, and it would be a heartbreaking loss at that. That nade looked destined for greatness, but just off the mark. And now Timo, he's going to have his hands full. They're actually well ahead of this. Smoke comes in. Do they want to go ahead of that is the question. They've got a nade to blow it open if they so choose. But Timo may be in for a world of hurt, especially considering it's still 2 players alone on this A bomb site. Oh.
This is the perfect play for him to try and get a couple of bucks and also shred down some targets for the AK to have a greater effect. Losing his teammate, fly out of the sky. Another flick! Oh my god, he could have found another on either of the two if he had just trained his crosshair a little sooner. Cow is lucky to be alive in case, and knows that Cold is here, knows that they're in sight, the both of them, but knowing is only half of the battle. I very much so felt that there was more work to be done from the 2 players that were placed in halls for Bestia. I thought that they really did have a good thing going. That shot from Cowes is just a necessity, as quick as it was. The speed at which he had found it above all else.
Didn't really like the 3B approach there when they're sitting behind utility in that sense, that you would not at least consider the rotation back over to the arch side of things. Felt like they were just so in limbo that Bestia really had to have that all-in approach on one position of the map, and yes, it didn't work out in this circumstance, but could only imagine what it would have been like if you would have had that third arch rotation in. It's all coulda, woulda, shouldas, but now Bestia stare down the barrel of a double eco scenario. MP9, FAMAS, miscellaneous pistols. This is dire straits for the CT side, and a second lease on life for the Canids. A chance to steal away Inferno and really put a pause on the storyline that we had brewing in the pre-show. Maybe this team does have a little bit of something to give.
Dropping the first body. And it always just seems to be dropped when I say the word drop. Wasn't intentional, but no reaction? Maybe that actually makes them think they're being baited. Just sending a little extra utility. trying to elicit a flashbang play from their opponents, expose the idea, but when that doesn't come, confirmation from the Halls player and Ponter maybe to walk out to site and see if anyone is home. A minute left to do something like that. Wouldn't be unwise. Make their jobs a lot easier. Smoke towards lane, and now he's just selling a fake.
Still got time to pull the ripcord here. Ponter still getting a little bit of information, but Luchov, very important kill. At this point, 25 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to just leave Ponter at that late lurk to confirm the round, but it's a triple stack here on this B bomb side, and it gets eviscerated by Cowes. Venom Zera closes it out. Not point red Canids.
I thought Venom Zera just hit the most, like, wacky spray transfer in the world.
That got real dicey, man. I thought this one was going to spiral out of control, but
Leave it to
the
Cowes.
flash from Cole did some...
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought Venom Zera's spray transfer was crazy, hypothetically. Okay. Well, that's a very deserving way to find map point. Cowes, what a good match from him. I'm very happy to see him perform. A show, even.
Yeah, he's definitely got this refound flair to him. He's dug it up. And now, potentially giving away the uppercut to get Red Canids map number 1 here in this best of 3. Spot at the playoffs on the line, and they'll get themselves banana control as well. And if Luchov can't confirm this, this is going to be all she wrote. Smoke up. Will push back Cowes initially. And if you're Bestia, you're hoping that it goads them back into this porch setup again.
Cowes like, I got this, guys. Leave me be. And he's like, never mind, come back. Watch this. I need eyes on this. I need you to lay witness. No one else would believe what I'm about to do. Walks it up. Player at the pillar, player back sight. Fountain is going to be a hiding spot for Noxy to feel comfy and cozy. That second flash actually is perfect for him to go for this thing, but he takes a little bit too long to go for it and eventually meets his maker because of it. Cowes, now he's ascended, now he's accelerated, and to the back of the hole!
But Patience 5-7 is bringing us to overtime, and one clip is all he'll need to supersede every member of the Canids.
He's been really quiet for a majority of the CT side, but he turns into an absolute robot on that 5-7, goes charging through the CT smoke, and nails every head to a wall. Oh my goodness, I would love to see this replay here. Look at that, man. It is tore through 3 players. And now, all the good work that Cowes did has been ripped away. It's forgotten.
My stomach is upset and unsettled. It was gross. There is no feasible world that should be how that turns out. Noxy's going to overtime with 3 kills. I hate to sandbag on bro. I actually really like Noxy. But he needs to really make good off of the deliverance that Kaysen has brought him. Map after map. No, he can't keep getting away with this.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And we've done this all while Noxy is 3-18. Can you believe it?
drop. Close to the half wall. Not hearing initially that the shots were coming over the side. Not only the silence they went but the flashbang that had taken his audio away for moments. But when he reacts, it's too little, too late. They've escaped Luchov. I mean, he's the one who's always sticking around and about, as you mentioned. Always good for those fights. And Venomzera uses the arches. Kaysen doesn't want to throw his life away, so instead leaves his teammates to do some more of the work on their own.
Clean work there from Timo. He still has to be aware of this encroaching player, and that's what Cassin's open arms are for. Shuts down Ponter, shuts down this round for the Canids. Unless Drop and Cold can cook up something magical here on this B bomb side. Luchov is low. One well-placed smoke could allow for a bomb plant as well. But they're just going to go swinging into this just shortly. Drop hits the deck, and Cold Zera actually gets two. But that third player is the insurance policy. Noxy notches two. And that CT side rolls on now that they've got guns under their belts.
Ooh. That's everybody on Bestia for a second. My impression of that. HE's one atop the other. Cow is eating them both. The man swinging the bat all map long. Oh, there was a crossfire that Ponter only barely gets away from. That's so scary, and now he knows that it was set. I think he realizes just how lucky he is, but he also communicates that there's 4 on A, and Noxy's dead.
And Ponter will find one more kill on a Luchov there. This is an anticlimactic round to say so. And now Bestia will just hold on to whatever they have here. Actually, they're just going to go for it. Try to get through Church. Timo nails one. But that's all she wrote. Cowas and Drop to chime in. Cassin, he's done some ridiculous things in this game. This one is a bridge too far, I'd say.
It's some exits, man. Player in spawn. Peek me, peek me. Nah, Drop's already gone around the side.
That still gets an AWP out anyways, so not sure why he was playing for exits in the first place, but hey ho. Bit more of a slowdown now for Cowas on the banana end. The ideas of speeding up on banana have slowed down just generally from the tees. Waiting for that first engagement on that CT side. Luchov will play in forward with this 4-man setup on the bracket side of things.
Ollie, Nade, trying their best to keep them at bay for a moment or two longer. This very interesting stack just got out of its initial configuration in order to pull a player over towards the B site and letting one off the rooftop. And this bomb site again in Noxy's hands with nothing in his pockets but his hands. One flashbang from Tomas and one from Kaysen. Neither are here. Noxy. I'm not understanding.
There's no way they called that setup twice, right? I mean, that's crazy talk. Such an insane gamble to call at such a critical juncture of this game. 2v3 now, final round of the half. And this one is an open and shut case. Crossfire is established. And it's just Bestia continuing to shoot themselves in the foot here. Refusing to win the game, it feels like sometimes. And the Canids capitalizing on every chance given to them.
I can't even like criticize the fact that they're running the setup necessarily, like inherently, but someone has to realize Noxie is 5-20 and say, maybe we don't leave you there right now. You're not playing very well, unfortunately. You are my teammate and my friend, but I need to tell you this. Like, genuinely, it confuses me. I would not trust any of my teammates, the best ones I've ever had, running a 5-20 OT game to anchor my bomb site with no utility. Is that crazy?
No, that's not crazy. I don't think that's insane thing to say. I mean,
it's just,
yeah,
I mean, at some
the
point,
biggest thing there is that he doesn't have any utility. That's the biggest point, is that if you want to run that setup, by all means, I mean, do that. But I think you at least have to have another set of util there. He's not playing CT, he's playing Fountain. He doesn't have that extra belt.
Have Case.
There is no stall potential. Yeah, it's possible.
Just leave him there and have him just get one pick and play for the retake with the 2 flashbangs you have left. He can guarantee his life, more likely than not in comparison to Noxie, guarantee at least a kill. Like, I don't know. I don't like to be that guy, but my analytical brain is popping off right now, and it isn't happy. And I'm sure that Bestia are also not going to be very happy with the conclusion of this map, should they let it falter from here on out. But to at least try and deny, it's going to be that magical 15 to force another OT, and still very possible is it that they go and win it out at 16 to 14. But we're going to need to see them turn up with Luchov already turned down to 54.
Critical nade back the other way. Drop hits to 45. It's a little bit of feigning here on the banana end. It's always Arch. It's always been Arch for Bestia. And they will get eviscerated on that end. Noxie goes for a gamble play. Found out. And with that, Bestia will go back to banana. And now a smoke in their face there as well. I think you just have to go through it.
Yeah,
right?
45 seconds. You kind of have to make a bit of a desperate call. I mean, if you wait too long, it becomes choreographed and shot down. Red. Nothing that Drop needs to do from that point forward other than just stay alive. Doesn't even need to show skin. Eventually, he will even still, just because his teammates are spamming from the other aisle as well. And my friend, I think it may be cooked.
Unfortunately, from the very start of this map of Inferno to where we are right now, Bestia have been a shadow of what they usually perform like on this map. Fearless on the brackets end of the map to kickstart a 5-1 start, and failure to really evolve or adapt beyond said brackets takes. Hampered them on that T side. On the CT side, just a step behind every single call on the default. And despite that, Cassid found a way to push it into overtime in the first place, and yet still no evolution on this end.
Another reason why I'm not too big of a fan of this map, because it doesn't really make for much. I mean, sure, there's some obvious things in this game in particular we probably could have pointed to and have, but, you know, as far as what they've expended, as far as their strat book would be concerned, it's probably a little bit of Inferno fatigue settling in, perhaps, that's causing them to make some of these setup issues. But, you know, can only blame the map so much. Drop just in front of this smoke with a teammate behind. Dropping a second smoke and a Molotov, and look, another 40-second execute on the B-bomb site. Where have I seen this before? Another call being made 2 times over, and another call that may just fall flat onto its face. Unless, of course, there's a random shot to come through the smoke, and there it is. Okay, well, take the good with the bad.
I think you go for this if you're the Canids. Do it.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I think so. They haven't been investing in double ops or anything. They haven't lost a round yet. Somebody can drop to Cold Zera. It's fine.
Now as we'll get to the church. But they're already very fairly behind the timer at this point. Nate is good. Luchov and Toma will complete the round here.
Get him. Use the bomb. Like those 1.6 or source servers that have the option where you can guess the wire.
I didn't know this. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm almost. I mean, I never actually played either of those games on like actual servers, so I don't know if that's a real game feature. I highly doubt it. But yeah, it's like it shows that little sidebar on the left, like Gary's mod, and you have like a 1, 2, 3, 4 option to cut the wire, and it's like a 1 in 4 chance you instantly defuse the bomb.
That's so cool. Oh
It
my
is
god.
pretty cool. It is pretty cool. It's not an actual game feature, I don't think. But if it were,
There's no way.
No, I doubt it. I'm a youngin when it comes to those games. Sorry, guys. Wasn't my cup of tea, even when it was around. That'd be a cool feature to implement into like a funny little community server in this game once they're more populated. But nevertheless, jokes aside, funny gimmicks aside, it's gonna have to be some strong fundamental CS from BESTIA right now. Show us another overtime in the cards is worth their time and while, and ours as well.
What do they have left in the tank, BESTIA? And got Luchov. Still as brazen as ever here on the banana end. But met with fire, shrapnel, and smoke.
And flashes.
And flashes. And they're still just so hellbent when they've got an idea set upon them. They just want to commit to it again and again. 3 T rounds, 3 B bomb site finishes, and this time around, Drop and Pronto rise to the occasion. 2 kills between the 2 of them. And now, BESTIA, it's their final curtain call. Luchov, Timo can't find the job, and it's all up to Kassin. He hits a Tech 9 shot, switches back over to the A1S, but I'm pretty sure that gun is dry. He's got to switch back over the Tech 9, and it's just a matter of moments now before Venom Zera is here to close this one out. 16-14 reads the score, and Red Canids have shocked us here at the Thunderpick World Championship qualifiers as they take the first map against BESTIA.
It's a little bit of a shock from Red Canids in a good way. It's a shock from BESTIA in a very not so good way. And it's something that needs to turn very, very soon as we enter the map pick of the Brazilians. These guys, I mean, they've shown us that they've got themselves good firepower working along right now. It seems like everybody is firing in some moments in positions where maybe even Cowes, for example, shouldn't be getting more than 1, pumping out 3. This is, you know, everything being given from the boys on BESTIA, and everything being given from the boys of Red Canids, and everything being given from the boys of BESTIA in the notion of 4, unfortunately. We need to see the in-game leaders step up both individually and tactically for map number 2.
Yeah, it is truly unfortunate to see this level of performance from Noxy, regardless of whether or not he's opping or not. I still think that rifling is still fairly good for him as a player. Like, I've seen individually him being able to find enough impact on that rifle. But credit to Red Canids, credit to Cowes, man. I think Cowes had a fantastic game of Inferno here. Very measured in his aggression, but he knew when to push the tempo in his own regard and say, let me take the round into my own hands. I haven't seen that level of kind of taking the reins on his own regard in quite some time, actually. I don't think I've seen that since really his early days on Pain when he had a lot more space to him. And for that, I have to commend him with how he's turned things around here. So that is the bright spot that I would say for the Canids, and something that they've got to build upon on Mirage. I want to see this guy in Khan. I want to see this guy swinging out in middle, taking duels, because clearly he's got the pedigree to do it.
2 thumbs up for the Canids, and 1 thumb down as we go a map down for the side of Bestia. Another up ahead in Mirage in just a bit. We'll see if the Canids are comfy enough to close out.
A shocking turn of events here as Bestia fall on map number 1 on Inferno. Red Canids, this new look roster led by Cold Zero's Op and Drops Calling, looks to be good enough to get the job done here, Tony.
I'm pretty okay with that first outing against one of the better teams that they'll meet in the near future. I'm tentatively cool with the fact that Venom Zero was on the bottom of the board for that game, actually, and them taking it over the line. And unfortunately, the talking point that we've hammered home so many a time is that I'm not so okay with the fact that 5-22 is where Noxy finishes, when also he was looking like he was tactically dried out by the last 7 to 8 rounds, where a majority of those were actually just repeat calls. And, you know, that's where a lot of in-game leaders at the top level will certainly receive criticisms, namely somebody like Snacks was being given a lot of flack for something like that. And unfortunately, that doesn't really go to scale. As you go down, it only looks a little bit worse and worse as you go along that. And, you know, Shining Star, Cassin again, Tomasin just behind, and on the opposite side of the board, blowing them out of the water on a rapid climb was Kawaz.
Yeah, and I'm really happy with what I saw out of Kawaz today. I mean, it's, again, the reinvigoration after his time on Pain and showcasing that he's got still a lot more to give in his career. He's still a very young player that was molded and played alongside Big Uzera in a lot of different roles. And I think he's done a fairly good job in this lineup so far to showcase that he's got still that aggressive flair to him that we had on the early side of his career on Pain. So seeing that level out of him, obviously seeing the work he's done prior to this on the Red Canids roster also being stable, it's a recipe for success, and we're definitely going to need that level of Kawaz, if not more, from him here on Mirage as well. When you talk about the cohesion that Bestia rely upon, Mirage can still be something that they can rely pretty comfortably on, but obviously it's all up in the air at this point with how inconsistent it felt like on Inferno, where I didn't necessarily feel as though I got the level of Bestia that made me excited in that like XW7M game, for example.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And that may have been just a little bit of an outlier, that one game. But even still, a lot of the same was carried over into that map. A lot of the same as far as the players we were anticipating to show up onto the board. A lot of the same things we were anticipating as far as their levels of aggression. I would say one of the most consistent in comparison to their opponents, who really honestly invited a lot into their bomb site, I would say, of A and B, as opposed to a lot of the fights being forced at Banana as well as in brackets from Bestia on the flip side of that. And it didn't really ever seem to be that big of a deal, the game plan that was being installed on the CT side for me from their regard. But yeah, when you flip things around, it's just really, really awkward and weird to see that it's not really clicking. So looking in and looking ahead, we're seeing that they're still very warm, the players that we're hoping from the side of Bestia start to hit their shots. We're starting to see whether or not they will or not, but in due time, with these players connecting into the server, we will be taking a very, very small break as we wait for them to connect once more. Thank you for tuning in with us, and we'll be back in just a moment for Mirage.
Back into it. Quick little break. I believe a potty break. was in order, but we've got that all sorted. And we're right into map number 2. Red Canids pick of Mirage, and an opportunity to cause a sizable upset here in this qualifier, and for the Red Canids to steal away a playoff spot here in the upper bracket.
Some stealing going on. Would be a great set of debut matches and events for the Red Canids. A bit of a shocker for Bestia, but right now, maybe to be shocked in Khan's case in as he's tucked on the opposite side of the smoke. Well and truly cleared. Goodbye, and Venom Zera swiftly sends them spiraling in towards the site to where the players are off the backs of the wall looking to find frags. Unsuccessful as Teemo, and he needed to be one of the most, as now they could actually just go back to B, in which it looks like they have.
A little bit of a one-tap there from Luchov.
See you later.
Makes this possible at this point, but without advanced drop is into the market position, how you suss out Noxy, or how does Noxy suss out him, is another task all in and of itself. Luchov is there for the trade, and all of a sudden, this one feels a little topsy-turvy. Luchov caught between two players, but a little bit too slow there, and Ponter capitalizes, and the Red Canids get themselves a start that they were looking for.
Yeah, baby. What they were hoping to find is that everybody was slipping into some serious angles and making good on it. Even still, more work to be done. It's the T side of Mirage, so they themselves probably have to be aware of the fact that Bestia CT side is the better of the two that they have. See how they combat what's a force buy now. Tag and bag, as well as someone sacrificing for Tomasin to get an M4 in hand. So that could be something to come into play later on with a kill or two from a pistol. Anything can happen. The dream can still be alive. And they're stalling out, leaving two players in mid, just feigning that they're just going to try and get this pressure and maybe go for a later split. And if they do get one kill on either end, they can afford to reset and re-exit, rather not re-execute, but execute into B where the bomb is pulling itself back towards. But these deagles are potent at these distances. Holy Teemo, baby.
Love to see that, but they're still encroaching upon this B bomb site, trying to get that go button activated. Another shot connects, but Venom Zera lives to tell the tale. They continue to poke and prod on this B bomb site, but the pistols ring true, and then the scout finds its mark as well. It's all up to Ponter, and I will unfortunately say that he's not winning this one. Toma puts the final nail in the coffin, and upgrades galore. Plenty of Galils tossed over, and AK nabbed for Teemo as well. And it all starts with that headshot right there. Beautiful just convergence on these T-sided players. And that's exactly the response that you're looking for the CT side. It felt like they've just been largely asleep for this best of 3.
Okay, well, he cheat. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be a little bit more damaging than that, but it should just be wiped here. I mean, the pistol's in a CT round with a little bit more to go along with it. That's usually something that we could worry about as we did, but now I don't really have that much in terms of hopes. Ponter giving us something to work with a tap or two. Tech 9 looking lethal. Nothing more as Bestia can build up a repertoire financially, but not with their opponents, as they've got to be a little bit concerned with the future of their investments now, obviously having to take one back to save, but then the AKs are going to be in full swing. And clearly, the AK-47 in the hands of all 5 is more than good enough to combat what Bestia have on their defenses, historically speaking, but starting things off, Kaysen gets his sniper rifle and gets to shoot some fish in a barrel.
That's what you like to see. Luchov on an MP9 as well to get some cash up. But slow as you'd like from the Canids. Drop doesn't even have a gun. That's cool.
That's cool.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Just got it back. Bomb spotted.
Another one of these Glock rounds with nothing really to speak of for the Red Canids, and feeds in and plays into the money management leg up I said that they had over BESTIA in the last. That's kind of looking to resurge once again, and it worked out when they were on the back foot. So, oh, firing squad, we call that army in our team. All 5 players in one spot. That's our quick comm to let everybody know that the troops have arrived. They're at your front doorstep, and the Minutemen are doing some serious damage.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit, but surely with all that damage that's been done,
That's a lot of damage.
should be easy pickings. Cassin looking for those fish in said barrel. And now they come towards him, and he takes out his deagle actually, but Timo and Toma, they'll get it done. Bestia now look pretty good.
Double T team. The tag team, Timo, Toma. A lot of alliteration going on there.
It's no magics.
That can screw all the way off. What a great cast that would be.
Yeah.
We did at one point, I think, get Zeus versus Zeus. There was a day. I don't remember whether it was when he had come out of coaching to play for Immortals, or whether he was substituting for MIBR or
Liquid even, right? Yeah, it could have been Liquid, I think.
I think it was him subbing for MIBR at one of the majors they played in, and he didn't understand it for whatever reason. But
Right, yeah.
might have happened multiple times, and I just didn't witness it. But now, AWP for Kaysen's feeling all right. Certainly ready to take his next engagements, and nades have been really successful in the early round, it must be said.
That is an absolute dart onto Drop's legs. Almost max damage on that sense. But a very weird round from the T side. Still 4 players in spawn at this point. Going back to this A side. Toss a little bit of mid-util. And leaves Toma on an island. He'll have Luchov as a quick rotation, but this might just straight up be a contact play as they walk out of ramp.
Waiting for their cross. Luchov on a little bit of an off angle in case they were to cross the stairs, but he's called that hasn't happened just yet. But both of them are going to be torn apart following the proper pacing and spacing. I like to see that. And is that a shot that just completely rings through the smoke? No, it was actually over topside stairs that Kaysen had rotated in from. Finds himself a second as he swings on by, and Ponter's just missed a split second where he may have been able to catch Noxy, but Noxy pumps the brakes. Coldzera's got to be the one to have a say in this round, and his HP being where it is, his position being known, it makes Ponter's job all the more difficult. And Kaysen, although he'll miss his mark, gets his teammate somewhat killed. A tag through the side of that box. And do they think he's still in Palace? Kaysen, seemingly so. And even then, it's all good at the end because there's a kit on Noxy. And although my heart rate is elevated, so too will the round count of BESTIA be.
Whew, that was a real possible win there for the Canids, but Cassin with some beautiful shots again, not missing a beat. Today has been his day for pretty much every head-to-head he's been looking for. Already off to a flyer today. And BESTIA get themselves that 4th round that they're looking for. Retake finally successful. Starting to get players much more active. Defenses are looking different. They're looking varied. What you'd like to see.
Mr. B anchored from Austin. You were talking before about how his roles are kind of awkward and trying to get him actually activated and involved in rounds, and this is just another one of those instances that reinforces my thought process as to him being a real pillar of this bomb site, makes it a lot easier to operate elsewhere. Out the window goes his first, needs to make himself look like the anchor in this moment with a teammate by his side, pulled off from Catwalk. Pistols, not initially that much of a threat, but eventually dishing out damage to where now everybody thinks up, and Tomas's pulled the pistol, but it seems fine. And Dandy, until you appreciate the fact now that the bomb is in the middle of the site in case he can pull them apart if he would so please. Venom Zera finds a Galil, but it's not enough. A 1v1 and both are low.
Now it's just a game of timing here. Drop trying to triangulate Cassin. He's got to make the first bit of noise. He drops down, takes significant damage, just 2 HP to his name, but then he gets that Galil that Venom Zera dropped to him. And Drop will succeed, upgrades himself up, and it's just a bunch of pistols to get them over the line here for the Canids.
On the drop of a pin, things get that scary. Cows and Cold haven't even killed anyone yet. It's being anchored and held up at the same time. But it seems that the pulling is doing a little bit less than the pushing forwards that those three have been able to give into the early rounds of Mirage. Cold Zera's AWP, looking to actually have his teammate blow the smoke. It'll happen. No one will be spotted. A curious concept, actually, that I like quite a bit. I am sure it's happened many a time, and I just haven't really realized it in the meta right now, but it's something that I intend on stealing.
Yeah, it does feel like an inherent risk, but I believe in Cold Zera's opping. Smoke up from the CTs there, but they cannot catch Timo's traversal into the ladder room. Nate softens up at least 2 here temporarily. Barrel should be spotted, and it has, but kill not confirmed. Kawez does significant damage to Timo, and finally Timo has to leave, but he burns alive. Unfortunate situation, but the movement on that position is a little unruly. Boost up for Kawez, and he'll still not be able to find that necessary impact as Toma brings it back to a 4-on-4.
5-7, left-handed view model to try and swing off and away, and Luchov has done just that and found a second to go along with it on a micro adjustment to Ponto's desperation. He walks out Palace and says hello to the sniper scope trained upon him in case in point will bring us to 5, and Red Canids wither away after that win on pistols. And what presence of mind from so many members of that roster, actually, in order to bring it to that point. And commiseration shot, to be frank, nice from Cold Zera, but not enough.
Very odd sequence from the Canids. It just feels like their defaults don't really have a general movement. It is just players on islands trying to look for something. And that's my worry here as far as this T side is concerned is, what are you looking towards? What are you trying to take control of? Because right now, Bestia seem pretty okay with what they're doing right now. It doesn't matter what guns they have, they've just found solutions to get the job done. Granted, a lot of their solutions come in the form of Cassin, but you've got to find a way to speed things up a little bit more, be a bit more decisive in these defaults, and I think that's what they're thinking about here, just the simple A execution.
Molly under balcony does flush him forwards. Kawez, even still somewhat blind himself, has his teammate do the job for him. Still a flurry of frags, and honestly, Ponter doing so much as far as taking attention away from the rest. Again, a lot of that being shown. Distractions run. Asen was low, or maybe that actually could have been turned if another shot from the Glock had left the chamber and entered his chest, but these close little moments where 1 or 2 players are still left alive, it's kind of hard to breathe, but still coming out on top and above water are Bestia.
March back to map number 3 continues. It looks good so far. This time around, No Drop gets a favorable trade alongside Cowes. And the middle of the map completely opens up.
I wonder if that missed flash from Tomasin gets them killed. Because that was meant to support their fight in mid. I think they were dead just before it would have even popped, though. I think. But that's 2 times today now we've seen one of the BESTIA players miss a flashbang that proves crucial, if not. Which is a low rate, but you're looking for 0 of those.
They've been coming at some critical junctures, which is the more worrying aspect of it.
Yeah.
But now, that 5v or 3v4 that they're stuck in now, make that 2v4. This one should be a done deal, unless Cassin can have a little bit of a round here. He'll have one chance at a first shot, and he'll nail that one. But doesn't get offered up a second, which is the real issue here. It does allow Noxy to potentially get involved into the conversation, but at this point, with how, again, low HP Cassin is, he'll get blown to smithereens.
Not really a reasonable chance to grab that op until the round is about over. He's going to try his best to get closer and inch his way inwards as they're not exposing themselves to a potential clutch. That HE might have blown the op back towards them. I think it did. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, he's like, screw this. I'm out of here, dude. You can buy one another round. We're not going to be able to buy anyway. Cut off game. From Cowes, turns attention back towards top of mid to play to the boxes, so Noxy will be allowed to hold on. Inconsequential, frankly, unless we see some more miracles from the Pistols. Great transfers today from Cowes, man. Although he didn't get the first kill with the transfer, it still matters the accuracy in which he's able to bring his bullets right to the skull of the player bottom con. Molly for Catwalk behind from this smoke top mid to where Drop's just going to be set up to be a point of contact, which will not be followed up upon very heavily. Spam is looking pretty decent. 2 players there,
okay.
One being dealt with by the op and under, and there's one more on the other end, to which Kaysen says, I'll take the M4 now, thank you. It might not be the op that you would save, but I'll still get whatever you had.
Fallback looking likely here from the Canids. 2 kills go the way of coldzera. And a pump of the brakes from Drop. Why not? At this point, a lot of onus on Luchov in the connector here to synthesize some sort of information. But at this point, a congregation of these remaining 4 Ts should be enough to overpower. I am just slightly worried that they're heading towards this B-bomb site, towards Cassin, who has been on a tear this series. And you got a boosted site player as well. This is dicey.
One boosted to rule them all. Decent. Dinks up a player through the box in coldzera. He's still lethal with that specific weapon. Is Kaysen still ever accurate? Loses his teammate on that boost.
Still doing it on Lonesome. And again, he plays ring around the rosy to buy time, find frags, and find BESTIA a round from out of a hat.
Oh, that is a brutal round to lose if you're the Canids. And I'm not exactly sure how it falls apart in the fashion that it did. I mean, they got rid of the sightbox player, but it's Cassin that just stalls for time. They were really engaging in a fight 100%, and that cost them dearly. Icky's across the shop, bar this Mac 10 from Cowes, but they just want to brute force their way into this B-bomb site. It's going to be tough with Toma on the other end, but they're going to try their hand at it.
When in doubt, B-pop. Mac 10 separated from the AKs well and truly, and none of them are going to be dealing the damage required just yet, needing to desperately find one of the two bomb site players eventually dispatched of it, and then the double up. That's both players who would sit in the apartments eventually made themselves known. Noxy, what a move, what a call to make. Closera's on a reload, pulls his pistol, and great isolation of angles from Noxy. He's all on his own all of a sudden, and damage is good. But a round win is better. It looked so very easy for only a split second, but that crossfire is torn in two.
We've thrown both of these teams into the mud, and they're just looking to brawl, throw haymaker after haymaker. No rhyme or reason to some of these decisions, but all that it's creating is just entertaining Counter-Strike. Shots all over the shop, and the Canids scratching, kicking their way to a 5th round. And although it's not been pretty, Tony, 5 rounds on the T side is 5 rounds. Of course, if they can get there.
Trying to scope out the situation literally with Noxy and Kaysen, both with those scouts. Playing off of B pretty considerably with only really one in that area of the map, and utterly decimated goes Ponter. How do you can't even react. He goes for the Peeker's advantage swing out and double dinked. I mean, rate of fire before even one bullet leaves the AK. 3 have exited from the SMG. But I wonder what Drop looks to do in this timing. I wonder if he looks to activate before his teammates or wants to play for the late lurk. It seems like the former, and I'm actually happy with that, but he needs to be careful as to not be caught off by a timing of any of the other extremity members.
He needs to hold so many players' attention at this point. Noxy gives up one face. And I wonder if he's seen the enemy tag of the other to know that Cassin is also there. Or not Cassin. What am I kidding?
Nice
Cassin's
shot.
on the B bomb site. He's gone. And that means his B bomb site's potentially open for business, unless Timo's got another couple of 1Ds in him. Scout shots continue to land. And Noxy is not stopping at this point, continuing to fight forward. Luchov now arrives at the scene, and this has just got from bad to worse. How have they just gotten stuck in the apartments in that fashion? I couldn't tell you. Bestia make away with an absolute crime of an 8th round.
No window smoke? They do it dry, sure, but like this is the time where somebody's got to put that up, man. I mean, above all else, we're just jiggling into scouts. Oh, good lord. Bad feeling there, but Noxy, he's got to be feeling pretty good about himself with his finish at the bottom side of the board, sure, but tied at 8-8 and finding them double the round count of their opponents, that's all that you could ask for coming from the captain at this stage in the game. Well, with the turn of the half, Holdzera and Cow as 2 players who were giving their input and impact on the CT and primarily T for Cowez's sake, I would say. Or actually, no, I can't even say that. That's disingenuous. I think both sides he was really doing a hell of a job, but needing now to come back online. Show up or show out. Where, sure, maybe the T side of Kaysen was looking absolutely sublime on that last map. But on a map like Mirage, there's very many avenues and opportunities for him to be shut out. Hit your nades, brother.
Feels like Venom Zera's taking the mantle on the other end. A lot more willing to take those opening engagements and has done a fairly good job in that sense. But they'll need a lot more than just Venom Zera if they want to claw this one back. Bestia again opting in To go for a more utility-heavy approach here. Maybe just a small B execution. A couple of flashes will go a long way. And this time you've got dual Berettas on 2 players here to try and deal with the problem.
Berettas fire off on both ends of this pillar drop. Now, oh, I was going to say, oh, his teammate got the kill, but all good. Needing to do something to help out in that campaign. Canids will do it on his lonesome, though, and if one player can do it, then that's all right. There's been some chip damage peppered through. Finished by coldzera on the snapback. Not letting them plant even and getting them now stuck. In hindsight, maybe would have been better to just force it because they've been crawled in on from every position. Sight lines held. And Kaysen, I mean, at least he can isolate these players relatively easier than if they were to be in a clump, but they've given him room to move.
They have. Now Kasim will have an opportunity at a 1v1, but Venom will capitalize. And the Canids bounce back, going back to his anchor tendencies and finding a way to stall for time as Kawes puts in some serious work. And once coldzera and Venom Zera arrive, it is easy cleanup. Force back up from BESTIA on the other end. No bomb plant means a bit of a meager purchase, but this is an opportunity for Red Canids to really storm back into this game. And who knows, maybe have an opportunity at a couple punches at that playoff spot.
Timo just setting a warning shot, okay? Back up, B-Abs
Don't try
player.
that again, buddy.
Don't you dare. I'll tear you in two. And it worked for a second, but eventually curiosity won't kill the cat. But it'll certainly call it crawling as they see nothing any longer. Haunter communicates this, and the A site is looking still to be pretty sat forward. One under Balk, one close to default, and coldzera looking to play as supportively as he possibly can with a singular flash. He can throw it above his teammates, but that would require them to not be flooding up the connector as well. Overwhelmed and overrun. The ramp player takes a little long to get wide, in my opinion, and that really leaves a lot more freedom for that FAMAS to move. It can take down everyone encroaching upon coldzera's position as well as give him room to swing. So, big ups, big win in that moment just the same, and we want to see in future rounds that they are able to tear apart the setups in place by the Canids, whose CT side was looking pretty smooth in previous.
Looking much better from the Canids as far as chemistry is concerned. All the 3 players on that A bomb site playing off of each other very well. That is something that you haven't seen in a bit of time. They've all gone through the CT molly. You've not seen a CT molly do that much damage in your life. But the utility should be enough. 2 nade kills are there. Timo finds one more, but it's all a consolation. Upgrades available. Defuse found, but BESTIA could be pretty happy with how a full eco like that went.
Dude, I had fear instilled into my heart when the con player pulled a flash and the swing was coming from stairs. But you know, talking about that chemistry, somebody had his back. Or his front, more accurately. Won the gap, and dropping over what they can to get coldzera in prime position to pick up the sniper. Hassan's got his own. The default is not very spread. Very much so B-centric. The quote-unquote lurker and Luchov, I guess, is going to go over towards A main to see what's going on, but he's a little late to the party to where I think the Canids are going to be a little bit more comfortable with the idea that they should be leaning in towards that middle position, especially with a player under balcony listening in, ear to the wall.
Now she walks out. as it fades. And he's still pretty certain on trying to get some con control here. Gas and Molly's in through window. Has a chance to find an entry here. Yeah, nobody is Cat, interestingly enough. They're hoping that Kawes can see enough of a sightline, but he's been pushed off. Timo will instead find himself a quick double entry, try to bully his way into this A bomb site, but they completely discount jungle. Kawes finds a critical kill. Trigger discipline though. Trigger discipline from Ponter. He shuts down the bomb planter, but doesn't connect any bullets onto Timo, leaving into a 2-on-2, and Kawes still having an opportunity to find a little bit more impact.
Yeah, Coldzera's just really hoping that they may have swung back into his crosshair, but they're double fighting CT, and that's a great call. Coldzera's still sitting on his hands, but
Kawes, he is standing tall, hands on trigger, pulls them both, and finds a 3K as well as the tie game. Kawes once again proving with that A1S on the defense that he is more than ready to go for a multi, and he doesn't need any support, he doesn't need any cover, he doesn't need any flashes. All he'll need is the 20 bullets left in the clip.
Just very mobile here is Kawes. Instantly taking that jungle fight, moving over to that CT spawn, being ready to engage, and that's just a beautiful little sequence there. I know it might look like a textbook double kill that seems very easy to do, but
you do it.
The lead up into that, and then just the execution itself, you can't pull it off very many times.
Also, you know what? Props to Drop's calling right now in these setups and how they've been playing out, whilst also being able to be a sufficient piece to the puzzle. I will say I am pleasantly surprised pretty much across the board with the fundamentals of the team as of right now. Coldzera goes down. Op doesn't hit. Leaves now Drop with his low HP, forced to play for a retake in some fashion. A smoke, I believe, deeper than that to retake in a few moments, in addition to the HE that had softened his target. The ramp flank that they're trying to bait for as best as humanly possible, and Ponter now trading places with Kawes on opposite sides of the board.
Drop now has a chance. Oh, Luchov has slunk away. He might have spotted a barrel, and yeah, he's dead set on this. Nice. He'll find Luchov straight away. It's Kassin tucked away at the firebox. Head spotted, nade connects. The fuse should be imminent now with plenty of kits all around the shop, and Red Canids, as you mentioned, just fundamentally look very sound right now. I think it helps that you've got B anchors that have been in that position before. Drop doesn't have to learn that again. He's already figured that position out. And with that, it gives a lot of room to some of these newer players to have that space to take some engagements and start dueling a little bit more.
I'm used to getting burned for being tentatively excited about what I'm seeing with South American Counter-Strike, with the Red Canids being the #1 original offender of that. So I'm gonna say that I am tentatively happy and excited to see this iteration of this roster looking how it is. And, you know, although Coldzera might not be blowing me out of the water on the op roll, I think that's kind of like the least worrisome part of this project right now, if that's an issue that they have to fix down the line, whether it be in replacements or otherwise. You know what I mean?
If only Henny was on this team.
Dude. I don't know. I mean, he didn't really look great when he was on it, but at the same time, that team was effectively in shambles in some capacity, so.
Yeah, it's a
very legend respect.
Very weird scenario with that whole situation. But either way, Coldzera still nading for himself, still looking for engagements. Doesn't spot anyone. Takes a pot shot, gets the hell out of dodge. And instantly, Bestia looking to encroach upon this A bomb site. Just a walkout in Palace, but Coldzera, he'll nail that one. Nice rotation into the spawn, and another player showing his face on the Palace end in Timo, but Coldzera can't cock the gun back fast enough.
But no, the flashbang that he threw in order to hit ramp also pops right in front of the Palace balcony. He blinded that player, and he thought he was being run down on by Venom Zera on the balcony, but instead, that's why he exposes his position. And that is an all telltale sign to what may be to come. He heard him run back, but they've heard nothing else on any other side of the map to be able to leave this A site reasonably, you would think, but they were stuck in this 2-player setup. They thought that it was a comfortable one, but now questions as to whether or not they should rotate need to be answered soon. Venom Zera honestly needed that frag, and Noxie needs to stay alive with the jump, caught by Cowes.
Now Drop has another opportunity to stop the bomb plant, and Caston caught with head in hands. Toma now in a one-on-one. HP advantage firmly in the favor of the Brazilian captain, but Toma, he gets shifty, he gets crafty in these 1v1s. But with the bomb drop, it's such a precarious situation, it's just got to be a wide swing, and Drop confirms. He doesn't overcomplicate it. He confirms that 10th round, double digits hit now for the Brazilians, and they inch ever closer to playoffs here in the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers.
They were, nice shot, they were absolutely banking on the fact they got that bomb plant. At the minimum, this round, it's going to have to be either a half-buy fighting on 11, or it's going to have to be the full thing with really, really weak rifles as far as 2 or 3 players are concerned. Even a MAC-10 for Teemo, they're going for it, and they're sacrificing utility in order to make sure that at least 3 AKs are brought into this, and that could very well spell match, map, and series point if they can't convert here. I'm worried, I have to say.
Yeah, dire straits. It is a far cry of the Bestia that we were envisioning and witnessing in the last best of 3. And yes, you've still got flashes from Toma and Casson, but it's that thing that you mentioned that I kind of echo the sentiments of in this team being very top heavy, not having too much consistency out of your aggro rifler and Luchov, and not enough entry work from Timo either, but they're going to try their hand at this A bomb site for another time. But this time around, there is no Cold Zera. It's Venom, and it's Drop.
Angle on the edge of the smoke. Thought he might have had that. Really good spray, but never an easy one to finish off. Trying their damnedest now to just ensure that that damage is finished off on by somebody else, or otherwise Venom Zera will be the one to do it, popping his head up and down, left and right to the box, and an exposed player on the opposite side of missiles, only slightly, not fully obscured, and that's it. Oh my, clean sweep, 1 HP point of damage on the Canids. I can't believe it, man. No plant again.
Yeah, this is over. I don't see any sort of development here from Noxie, and that is a real worrying sign for the future, if I say so myself. I mean, absolutely no answers on this T side, and trying to create one out of something where the answer is never even there in the first place. That A bomb site has been stalwart for this entire half.
I find it especially weird considering how many a time Bestia have actually gotten mid control. The lack.
Well, they've frankly not even tried, if you think about it.
Well, yeah, no, they're giving it. But I mean, you know, but that is in and of itself a pretty good place to be as a caller when you know that that's happening consistently. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You've been conditioned to actually have it for so free that maybe they think you're allocating too many resources that allows Venom Zera to play under balcony as many times as he has. Maybe that's something to go along with that. And it's worked.
2 players spotted there in Khan. Dinks all over the shop, but Venom Zera is still standing tall. He has been a rock here. 23 kills and counting. Staying alive. But maybe there's still a little bit more to say in this round as Timo's Deagle sings. He hits the deck, and it's all up to Casson. Player spotted. And this should be an open and shut case as Venom continues to rack up the kills as the A anchor. What a performance from him. And this by committee affair from the Red Canids continues to reap some pretty nice rewards.
Haunter
Playing a somewhat dangerous game on the jump spot, considering how
Whoa!
close Tomasin is. That dink may spiral them to make a decision later on in the round to try and finish the job. And I wonder if that's where they're going to redirect the resources, because mid-control somewhat given, creeped out on by Catwalk, and that's it. Drops, spots one bottom con. Finished off, though, by the op that's been elevated. Dropping more numbers. This looks like the Canids may have just done it.
They absolutely look like that. Cowes finding a huge kill, relieving some of this mid pressure, but both Luchov and Kassan are still lurking around these smokes, and there's still that presence in the apartments. Ponter's got to be on his A game here. Still on a knife's edge, and Luchov does take care of the window player in coldzera. Spam's coming through, Cowes cutting down the space, and now they should know what's up. They should know who's left. Noxy takes a dink, and 30 seconds left on the clock. Red Canids are knocking on the door of playoffs after being talked down upon in this best of three. But maybe there's still a little bit more to tell in terms of the story here. It's all up to Kassan in the 1-on-2, trying to dig out Ponter here. And it's not going to be the case. Ponter shuts it down, and Red Canids, in a shocking, stunning affair, take down Bestia in straight up 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surreal, but also, I mean, we didn't really have a whole lot to go off of from a ground level to come to expect from the this Red Canids, right? So I'll say it again, you know, tentatively, I'm pretty excited with what I witnessed. I'm actually really happy to see that also coldzera doesn't really feel pressured to be like an X Factor opper. That's actually a stylistic difference that maybe they were looking at to stray away from Henny instead of leaning into his play style and kind of letting him do what he wants without structure. coldzera plays more passive, more supportively, holds angles, zones out positions. And you know what? By far and away on the CT side, that is what he was doing. And I think that we noticed that on Inferno too. It was the same story of him just being able to post up on a line, let them walk into him, get his one. And even if he gets nothing else, I guess that's not really what they're going for.
Yeah, and the rifle core did their job in spades. I thought Cowes was phenomenal on Inferno. He was pretty impactful there on Mirage, and I think you can say the same thing about Venom Zera. Ponter, I think, had the biggest question marks about, dealt the toughest roles, but still found a way to have a bit of an impact, I'd say, on these kind of small side anchor positions, which on all intents and purposes leaves Drop to kind of be left to his own devices. Being able to play con to a high level is a nice thing to have. And all of a sudden, again, this fundamentally looks like a sound team, which is very odd to say when you look at the roster on paper and you look at the overlaps that these players have. But the self-sufficiency is there, and the ability to take on a team that has enough firepower like the Bestia side is a pretty admirable one. So I'm excited to see this team in playoffs, and I'm excited to see this team's development for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about these guys historically, you know, it seemed like a little bit of like a Mod Podge group of mixed players that, especially in our pre-show, we weren't 100% set and certain on how these roles would work. And it seems they balanced out relatively well. I'd say a little bit better on Mirage than Inferno. I actually really like the switch and spread that they have. Drop's being given more freedom as the in-game leader now to play con. And that's kind of an interesting dynamic considering, you know, your Nikos would play con. Your highest, you know, mechanically skilled player typically takes that knowing how much that they're going to be fighting out in mid. But when they're not doing that, and it looks good when they're not playing that way, then maybe it's something that they can work towards into the future against better rosters or against rosters that play a different way of play that they can abuse in that fact.
Well, again, Bestia are not eliminated from the competition. They will be in the lower bracket now, awaiting the winner of SELVA and XW7M, but that is essentially going to be the end of the broadcast today. So basically tune in tomorrow for that entire losers bracket to see which way the chips fall and if Bestia can bounce back and still nab themselves another playoff spot here in the South American qualifiers for the Thunderpick World Championship. I've been Paladin, joined by Why Not, and I hope you guys have enjoyed. We'll see you guys very, very shortly for some more Thunderpick CS.